the continuation of the like something 5 hour long video. Don't know why I just randomly stopped fucking recording, or I do. It said, hey, let's just, you know what? Fuck you. And yeah. No.
It seems fitting that the moon Ganymede would also carry so much
God
water
damn it.
around for Jupiter.
That comes back.
Interestingly, Ganymede has an atmosphere that contains oxygen. Now you might be wondering, with all this water and an oxygen atmosphere, is it possible that life exists on Ganymede? While it's certainly possible, there are some features of Ganymede that make this unlikely. To begin with, the oxygen atmosphere is very thin. It is estimated to be somewhere between 0.2 to 1.2 micropascals, or about 100 billion
fuck?
to 500 billion times less than Earth's atmospheric pressure
Stop.
sea level. That would be impossible
Block.
to reach. And while our home planet Earth has certainly demonstrated that ecosystems can flourish in the depths of oceans without sunlight to sustain it, there could be a big problem that prevents this from happening on Ganymede. This is because the ocean of Ganymede is so deep that water down at its bottom would likely be compressed back into an ice through sheer pressure. Life in the deepest parts of our ocean can survive thanks to minerals being ejected from geothermal vents. With such a thick ice layer between the core and the ocean, it is unlikely that this would occur on Ganymede.
Random.
Is anything tastier than a toasted Jimmy John sandwich? No! Thank you for asking.
Hola, mama. I'm fishing right now, so I'm probably gonna lose you.
What lose me?
¿De dónde tú saliste?
It doesn't matter. We're on T-Mobile. Now you have the best network.
It's the most party in the...
You scared the fish.
T-Mobile now has the best network. Because every trip becomes a guilt trip. Give more love than humanly possible when you feed a Hill's scientifically proven formula. Because you're only human, there's Hill's.
Stop!
For adults with type 2 diabetes.
The fuck is that? Vortex hazard.
And you,
Stop!
and you. Putting in the work, day after day. In you, I see me. Someone rising to the challenge.
Europa, Ganymede's neighboring moon, is considered a more likely candidate for life because of this. However,
God fucking damn it. Whoever the fuck wrote this, I hope you die.
It could change the interior makeup of Ganymede drastically. Models suggest that with a salty ocean, it could be that there are multiple layers divided by sheets of ice. If this is the case, the most internal layer could indeed be in contact with the rocky core, increasing the chances of life existing there. But underneath Ganymede's ice and water exists something else truly surprising, something that scientists do not have an explanation for. Somehow, Ganymede is producing a magnetic field. The magnetic field of Ganymede was first discovered by scientists in 1996 when the Galileo spacecraft began a series of flybys of the icy moon. The big indicator of a magnetic field is the presence of auroras, and incredibly, auroras were detected in Ganymede's tenuous atmosphere.
Bro, leave him alone.
But as Hubble studied Ganymede over an extended period, it became clear that these auroras didn't wobble as much as expected, likely the result of something known as magnetic friction in a salty water ocean under the surface. The magnetic field is significant, as it's the feature on Earth that shelters the planet from solar radiation, enabling all life to flourish. The field around Ganymede does not completely protect it from such radiation. Being tucked within Jupiter's incredibly powerful magnetic field and radiation belt means it's still getting pelted with a lot of radiation. Ganymede's surface still has about 5 to 8 Rem, enough to make a human severely ill or dead in just 2 months. But it's still better than its closer orbiting neighbor moons. Scientists are not quite sure why this magnetic field is here at all. Our planet's core is hot and molten. Convection currents within it move electrons, which in turn produces the magnetic field that surrounds us here. However, this shouldn't be...
Why the fuck are you crouching?
...is smaller than Earth, and given its size and addition, scientists believe that the core should have cooled down enough by now, but it should be a solid mass, not liquid. This would prevent electrons moving through convection and would prevent a magnetic field. And none of the other moons of Jupiter have a magnetic field. In fact, Ganymede is the only moon in the entire solar system that has one. So what's going on? Scientists do not know for sure, but the answer might lie in Ganymede's incredible relationship with its planet neighboring moons, and a process known as tidal heating. Ganymede orbits around Jupiter roughly once every 7 days in an eccentric orbit. This means that outside of its orbit is closer to Jupiter than it others. When an object comes under a strong gravitational force, it will stretch in the direction of that force, as mass is pulled in the direction of gravity.
The f was that about, though?
An object gets from the source of gravity, the more it will compress back to its original shape. As Ganymede has an eccentric orbit around Jupiter, it is constantly coming under more and then less gravity, and is constantly stretching and contracting. Have you ever pulled and stretched blue tack repeatedly in your hands before pushing it back to a ball shape? Then you might have noticed that after a while it gets surprisingly warm. This is because stretching produces friction as the material rubs up against itself. And on the scale of moons and planets, this friction adds up. The tidal force creating heat through friction is known as tidal heating. On top of that, in a process I find fascinating, Ganymede has formed an orbital resonance with two of its fellow Galilean moons, Io and Europa, in what is called Laplace resonance. For each time Ganymede
This house
orbits
looks like
Jupiter,
ass.
Europa will orbit exactly twice, and Io
How the fuck was I able to say ass?
coincidence, but is evidence of the moon's gravities pulling each other, and the whole system attempting to conserve the resulting momentum. However, it means that Ganymede is constantly being pulled by its neighbor's gravity and is under a lot of gravitational stress. So perhaps tidal heating is warming up Ganymede enough that it's liquid after all, helping it to continue to produce its magnetic field. Scientists do not know for sure, but it would perhaps explain why the surface of Ganymede is so interesting. You may have noticed that Ganymede's surface is split into large, dark regions that cover about a third of its surface, and lighter regions that make up the other 2/3. Through examining the number of impact craters on these two sections, scientists can tell that the dark regions are actually older than the lighter ones, as they contain more craters. The lighter regions might have fewer craters, but they do contain long ridges and grooves up to 700 meters high and thousands of kilometers long. Truly an impressive sight. But again, scientists are not sure how these ridges form. One explanation is that
Nah,
tidal forces
I don't think I will.
surface of the moon in an unstable
I just
region
don't
of
fucking feel like it.
Perhaps this same tidal force could have also warmed Ganymede's core and preserved its magnetic field. Whatever its cause, the magnetosphere of Ganymede has been instrumental in helping scientists understand the composition of the moon. By measuring the areas that the auroras appeared in Ganymede's atmosphere, scientists were able to confirm the existence of Ganymede's subsurface oceans, all without having set foot there. And as for the rest of Ganymede's mysteries, maybe JUICE, the Jupiter Icy Moon Explorer, will find us the answers. The ESA spacecraft is set to launch in 2022, and though it won't reach orbit around Ganymede for another 10 years after that, it's to investigate the inner workings of a number of Jupiter's moons, including Ganymede. Until then, we may have to let Ganymede's mysteries remain just that, a mystery. Callisto. Despite the fact it is the third largest moon that we know of, I think the majority of people would be hard-pressed to say anything about it at all. Is it just a boring world? Or do we simply not know much about it? Actually, we know more than we may first assume, and it is far from boring. Let's start with where it fits into the Jovian system. Callisto is the third largest moon in the entire solar system, and it's just smaller than Mercury at 4,820 kilometers across. However, while its diameter is only 58 kilometers less than Mercury's, it is only 1/3 of the mass, meaning it's less dense and its gravity is a lot weaker. This is the second largest of the Galilean moons, and orbits Jupiter much further out than the other three. taking 17 Earth days to do so at an average distance of 1.9 million kilometers. Even at this distance, it is still tidally locked with Jupiter, meaning the same side of Callisto always faces its parent planet. However, it does mean that it is not locked in an orbital resonance with the other three moons, nor do we believe that it ever was. Callisto has a very tenuous atmosphere composed of carbon dioxide and possibly oxygen too, although oxygen has never actually been detected yet. We know, however, that the atmosphere is so thin that the molecules contained within it do not collide, and theoretically, the atmosphere should be stripped away by atmospheric loss processes in just 4 years. Scientists believe that Callisto's crust is replenishing the lost atmospheric particles through sublimation of carbon dioxide surface ices, evidenced by some
How the fuck did they-
surface features.
How?
Now,
How?
the surface of Callisto
They actually made it look
is
better.
the solar system.
What did in my house?
4 billion
You
years old.
cunts.
You'll immediately notice
No.
the subtle nature of Callisto.
There's fucking people died in the ground. What? Yeah. No, like, that last part. How the fuck did they die in the ground? Don't ask. I don't fucking know. God damn it, the backrooms are real.
Why is Callisto's surface so old compared to a lot of other bodies in the solar system? Well,
Fucking-
on geologically active planets like Earth, there are processes that can erase almost all evidence of past impacts. Earth has one of the least cratered surfaces in the solar system because so much happens on its surface. It has weather, water, plants, volcanism, tectonic plates, and human activity. These act together to break apart, wear down, and lift up the ground. Even other Jovian moons like Europa or Io have comparatively fewer craters thanks to tidal forces, which cause geological activity on their surfaces. This doesn't happen with Callisto. Callisto does not show any signs of geological processes such as volcanism or plate tectonics, and so its surface has remained intact after all these years. Limited tidal forces and thus no geological activity impact Callisto in another very unique way. There are no mountains to speak of on its entire surface. When Callisto initially formed at the very beginning of the solar system, it was likely an ocean wall that has since frozen over, and apart from the bombardment of meteors, it has stayed exactly the same ever since. So let's have a look at some of these craters, because some of the biggest are truly impressive structures. This is Asgard, the second largest impact crater on Callisto, measuring 1,600 kilometers in diameter. And this is Valhalla, the largest multi-ring impact crater in the entire solar system, with a diameter of 3,800 kilometers. It's these craters that add to the unique appearance of Callisto, as they contain more rings than craters anywhere else. With these craters, the impact was large enough that it may have completely punctured the thin crust, with it eventually refreezing over in the light patches you see in the middle. Zooming in on these middle regions, you'll notice they have a mottled appearance. There seems to be a big difference in contrast between the bright knobs and the darker plates. These regions are a lot less
I'm
cratered
going to
than the
fucking
rest of the
scream.
surface, which would make sense if the plane truly is a refrozen surface, likely making it 2 billion years younger than the rest of Callisto. The rings are like
Sorry, Brian. I didn't mean to press on you that hard.
concentric failure in the brittle shell of the moon. Interestingly though, within the rings, these bright knobs are still visible. So what are the knobs? Well, they are believed to be the degraded remains of the millions of crater rims from Callisto's past. We don't know exactly why they have degraded so much over time, but perhaps it's due to micrometeor impacts, or simply because it's slowly sublimating over time. They are brighter than the lower planes because the rocky debris from the meteors and micrometeors will have fallen down the knobs over time, leaving the pure ice exposed at the top. Smaller impact craters are also fascinating due to their uniqueness. Most impact craters are shallower on Callisto compared to our moon. For instance, the Luffen impact structure. It's well over 100 kilometers wide, however, it's only 600 meters deep. This could be because the impactor was breaking apart before it impacted, causing more of a spread out shotgun effect on the surface. Or it could be that the surface has since leveled off from other, larger nearby impacts that have occurred later on. This crater is believed to be over 1 billion years old at least, yet you can still clearly see the ejector that is streamed away from the impact. Clear evidence of how unchanging this remarkable route is. With some craters, like Haar crater, there is even a large dome found in the middle. With typical large impacts on other worlds, you will see a few concentric rings and a raised peak in the center. This is very much a take on
God damn it.
Callisto has some remarkable examples of large craters where just the opposite happens. Look at Tinder here. Instead of a peak, there's actually a pit in the center. Why does Callisto have such unique craters? It could be due to the fact that Callisto's crust is not just brittle, but pretty thin too, with either soft ice or salty ocean underneath. Estimates put the crust at 80 to 150 kilometers thick. The Galileo space probe, which spent several years around Jupiter, spent a significant chunk of its time aptly studying the Galilean moons. Galileo found that Jupiter's magnetic fields could not penetrate through Callisto, implying there is a highly conductive layer under the surface at least 10 kilometers thick. This couldn't have happened in ice or silicates unless the ice layer is at least partially molten, or very large temperature gradients can be maintained below the ice to create a conductive effect. Data also suggests that Callisto has a small silica core at its center, with a radius of about 600 kilometers. Which begs the question, can Callisto be conducive to life like other icy worlds with water mantles under their surfaces? Well, life as we know it requires liquid water and energy to exist. Callisto might have an ocean of liquid water under its surface, but being about 800 million kilometers away from the sun, it barely receives any heat from our star. And the absence of tidal forces doesn't help either, leaving radioactive elements the only source of heat to warm this subsurface ocean, if it exists. And unfortunately, even visiting Callisto won't prove anything. Moons like Europa and Enceladus have vents ejecting water directly from their subsurface oceans, meaning we can investigate habitability prospects without ever going into the oceans themselves. No such vents exist on Callisto, so scientists would have to penetrate the crust in order to find out. All these things combined mean that, unfortunately, scientists think that the environmental conditions necessary for life appear to be less favorable on Callisto than on any other icy worlds. Nevertheless, Callisto shouldn't be ignored. If we ever go to explore the outer solar system, Callisto would make a perfect base. You see, orbiting at a distance of 1.9 million kilometers from Jupiter means that Callisto is located beyond Jupiter's main radiation belts, making its environment thousands of times more conducive to human exploration than its inner moons. Callisto also has a lot of water ice that can be used for propellant production,
Weiss.
and of course is the staple to keep humans alive.
Water ice. Weiss. Don't know. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I don't fucking know.
Geological stability would make for building structures on the surface relatively worry-free, and the lack of huge mountains or deep trenches means it's faster, easier, and more efficient to travel over. From Callisto, we could better explore the inner Jovian system from a safe distance, or use it as a way station for heading farther into the outer solar system. Lifting off from Callisto would be ideal thanks to its low gravity, and you could get a gravity assist from a close flyby of Jupiter. It's true that this is a futuristic prospect, although if we ever do become a spacefaring species, this is a distinct possibility. Now, while Galileo did an admirable job studying Callisto during his few flybys, there is still a lot of information gaps that need to be filled. With any luck, we'll get that from the European Space Agency's Jupiter Icy Moon Explorer, due to launch in 2022, which will reach the Jovian system by 2030 and will explore Jupiter and 3 of its largest moons, Ganymede, Callisto, and Europa. ESA has planned several close flybys of Callisto during this mission. This mission might provide more insight into questions like, does it have a subsurface ocean? And if so, does it or can it sustain life? Beyond that, there's also the questions we haven't thought to ask yet. Who knows what more we will still discover about this incredible moon? So, there we have it. Almost everything you could want to know about the Galilean moons of Jupiter. In the vast expanse of our solar system, orbiting the ringed giant Saturn, lies a world of ice and mystery. This is Rhea, Saturn's second largest moon. Although you're more likely to have heard of its largest sibling, Titan, Rhea is a fascinating place in its own right and harbors many secrets and wonders. Ice cliffs, hundreds of meters high, an internal structure that defies scientific models, and the enigmatic discovery that lingers around this moon that's equally as strange as the thing we didn't find. It's time for this lesser-known moon to step out from its larger sibling shadow. Let's learn all there is to know about Rhea.
Ew, it's a fucking ad. Even more disgusting is it's a fucking Pinterest ad. If you... I know what that means. You know what that means? No. Burn it to the ground.
Free nicotine satisfaction give you the endless possibilities of right now. Because you don't just find freedom, you keep finding it. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
No, I didn't know that.
PXD and PXP with the L4 VNG from B camps to align with the JPKs from GDC.
I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astrum. Join me today on a voyage of discovery to the Saturnian system and the moon Rhea, to see what scientists have discovered there and to witness its beauty for ourselves. Rhea was discovered on the 23rd of December 1672 by Giovanni Domenico Cassini, the Italian astronomer who made numerous contributions to our understanding of Saturn and its moons. Named after the Titan goddess Rhea in Greek mythology, this moon has been a subject of fascination for astronomers and planetary scientists for centuries. Let's start with the basics. Rhea is the second largest moon of Saturn, after the mammoth Titan. With a diameter of 1,528 kilometers, it's roughly half the size of our own moon. If we were to place Rhea next to Earth, it would stretch from London to Warsaw. Rhea orbits Saturn at a distance of about 527,000 kilometers, completing one orbit every 4.5 Earth days. It's locked in a synchronous rotation with Saturn, meaning the same side always faces the planet, a common feature among large moons in our solar system. The surface of Rhea is one of the most reflective in our solar system, with an albedo of 0.7. This means it reflects 70% of the sunlight that hits it, appearing bright white against the backdrop of space. This high reflectivity is due to its composition. Rhea's surface is primarily made of water ice. But this doesn't make it a featureless ice sheet. Far from it. The moon is heavily cratered, telling a story of ancient impacts and a long, violent history. The largest of these craters, named Marmaldi, spans an impressive 480 kilometers in diameter, about the distance from Paris to Amsterdam. These craters aren't just scars on Rhea's surface. They are windows into the moon's past and composition. Observations have shown that the bottoms of some craters appear darker than the surrounding terrain. This could indicate that impacts have excavated material from beneath Rhea's bright surface, possibly exposing darker, amorphous water ice and impact melt. In this photo, you can see a crater in the southern hemisphere of Rhea, surrounded by bright ejecta. But one of the most intriguing features of Rhea is its system of bright, wispy streaks that crisscross its surface. These were first observed in detail by the Voyager space probes in the early 80s, but their true nature wasn't understood until the Cassini mission provided high-resolution images decades later. Initially thought to be deposits of frost or ice, these wisps were revealed to be ice cliffs, some hundreds of meters high. They are likely the result of tectonic activity in Rhea's past, where the icy crust fractured and some sections were thrust upward. These features give us clues about the moon's geological history and the processes that have shaped its surface over billions of years. But Rhea's mysteries don't end at its surface. In 2010, data from the Cassini spacecraft led to a surprising announcement. Rhea appeared to have a tenuous atmosphere, or exosphere. A small amount of gas around Rhea is expected, but it was unexpected that there is enough to be measurable. The detected atmosphere consisted primarily of oxygen and carbon dioxide, with the oxygen being about 5 trillion times less dense than Earth's atmosphere at sea level. While incredibly thin, the mere presence of this atmosphere raised intriguing questions about its origin and sustainability. One theory suggests that the oxygen is produced by the decomposition of water ice on Rhea's surface when it's struck by ions from Saturn's magnetosphere. The carbon dioxide, on the other hand, is thought to be the result of organic molecules on the surface being oxidized by the oxygen in the exosphere. This discovery made Rhea the first moon known to have an oxygen atmosphere other than Jupiter's moons Ganymede and Europa. It also opened up new avenues for research into the complex interactions between Saturn's moons and the planet's powerful magnetosphere. Rhea's exterior is fascinating, but what about its interior? Let's dive deeper, literally. While we can't directly observe what's beneath Rhea's icy surface, scientists have used various methods to infer its internal structure. Based on Rhea's average density of 1.236 grams per cubic centimeter, which is only slightly higher than that of water, we can deduce that Rhea is composed primarily of water ice, about 75%, and a smaller fraction of rocks, the remaining 25%. Rhea has often been described as a frozen, dirty snowball due to this structure. This puts Rhea in stark contrast to moons like our own moon, which are primarily rocky bodies. When Cassini visited Rhea, the probe's instruments also provided valuable data about Rhea's composition. Spectroscopic observations confirmed that water ice is the dominant component of Rhea's surface, but they also detected the presence of other materials. One surprising discovery was the detection of carbon dioxide trapped in the surface ice. This finding suggests that Rhea's ice isn't pure water, but contains other compounds, possibly including complex organic molecules. Due to its higher moment of inertia, most scientists believe that Rhea is not differentiated into layers. Instead, it is thought to be a homogeneous mix throughout, with the exception of its core. Some scientists challenged this model, though. In 2006, a paper was released in the journal Icarus that suggested that Rhea might have a layer of liquid water under its surface, a subsurface ocean. While this idea is still highly speculative and not as well supported as the subsurface oceans on moons like Europa or Enceladus, it's an intriguing possibility that future missions might investigate. The presence of such an ocean would have significant implications for Rhea's potential habitability and of the conditions necessary for liquid water in the outer solar system. Rhea's interior contains mysteries, but one of the puzzling features of Rhea is its shape. While many large moons and planets tend towards a perfect sphere due to their own gravity, Rhea is noticeably non-spherical. It's slightly flattened at the poles and bulges at the equator, a shape we call a traxial ellipsoid. What's strange is that Rhea's shape doesn't quite match what we'd expect based on its rotation rate. This discrepancy has led scientists to propose that Rhea might have a non-uniform internal structure, with denser material concentrated away from its center. Now, let's talk about one of the most exciting moments in Rhea's recent history, the Cassini mission's close flybys. The Cassini spacecraft a joint project of NASA, ESA, and the Italian Space Agency, spent over a decade studying the Saturnian system, including several close encounters with Rhea. The closest of these flybys occurred on the 11th of January 2011, with Cassini passing a mere 76 kilometers above Rhea's surface. The last close flyby was on the 9th of March 2013, when Cassini passed just 997 kilometers above Rhea's surface. This close approach allowed the spacecraft to capture incredibly detailed images of Rhea's crater terrain and gather valuable data about the moon's composition and determine it does not have an internal magnetic field. These flybys provided us with our best look yet at Rhea's surface features. They imaged a landscape dominated by two types of terrain, heavily cratered regions and younger, smoother plains, first shown in earlier Voyager missions. The heavily cratered areas we mentioned earlier are thought to be extremely old, possibly dating back to the early days of the solar system. These ancient surfaces provide a record of the intense bombardment that occurred in the solar system's youth. The smoother plains, on the other hand, are likely the result of a resurfacing event, such as from material ejected from large impact events. This material would have fallen back to the surface, filling in older craters and creating smoother regions. But perhaps one of the most intriguing results from the Cassini mission was what it didn't find. Prior to Cassini's arrival, some scientists had proposed that Rhea might have a system of rings. This idea was based on unusual measurements of electron densities around Rhea made by Cassini in 2005. However, despite careful searches during its flyby, Cassini found no evidence of rings around Rhea. This non-detection doesn't completely rule out the possibility of some kind of debris disk around Rhea, but it does make it much less likely. Another intriguing aspect of Rhea is its place in Saturn's complex system of moons. Rhea orbits Saturn in what is known as the E-ring, a diffuse ring of ice particles thought to be supplied by the cryovolcanic eruptions from Enceladus. While Rhea itself doesn't seem to be geologically active like Enceladus, its position in this ring means it's constantly interacting with these ice particles. Although Rhea is in the extremities of the E-ring, beyond where it is dense, over time this interaction could affect Rhea's surface properties and contribute to the moon's bright appearance. As we reflect on what we've learned about Rhea, it's clear that this moon, often overshadowed by its more famous siblings, is a fascinating world in its own right. From its heavily cratered hemisphere to its relatively smooth side, from its tenuous atmosphere to its place in Saturn's complex system of moons, Rhea continues to intrigue scientists and spark our imagination. But our exploration of Rhea is far from over. Many questions remain unanswered. What is the exact nature of its interior structure? How has it evolved over the billions of years since its formation? Could it harbor simple forms of life in a hypothetical subsurface ocean? These questions and more await future missions to the Saturnian system. While there are currently no planned missions specifically targeting Rhea, the moon is likely to be observed by any future spacecraft sent to study Saturn and its moons. As we conclude our journey to Rhea, let's take a moment to appreciate the diversity of worlds in our solar system. From the scorching surface of Venus to the icy plains of Pluto, from the towering volcanoes of Mars to the potential subsurface oceans of icy moons like Enceladus, our cosmic neighbor is filled with wonders waiting to be explored. Rhea, with its icy surface reflecting the distant sunlight, stands as a testament to the beauty and mystery of our universe. As we continue to explore and learn, who knows what secrets this distant moon may yet reveal. Well everyone, here it is, your most asked for video. Titan. And to be fair, I can understand the curiosity towards it. It is the only moon with a substantial atmosphere. There's clear evidence of stable bodies of surface liquid on it. And best of all, mankind has visited it, I will be able to show you a lot of real photos and video footage. I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astra. And here is everything you could want to know about Saturn's biggest moon, Titan. But let's start from the beginning, and give some context to this remarkable planet-like place. Titan is the 6th spherical moon from Saturn, and unlike Jupiter's 4 Galilean moons, in the Saturn system, Titan is all by itself in its size. The rest of Saturn's moons are pretty small in comparison. To give some idea of how big it is, Titan's diameter is 50% larger than Earth's moon, and is 80% more massive. In fact, it's the second largest moon in the entire solar system, after Jupiter's moon, Ganymede. It does actually appear slightly bigger than Ganymede if you were to put them directly side by side, but this is caused by Titan's thick atmosphere, which extends its apparent diameter. Even so, Titan's real diameter is still larger than the smallest planet, Mercury. It is only 40% as massive. As its density is quite low for its volume, its gravity is reasonably weak at only 0.14 Gs, or 1.35 meters per second squared, which is even less than our moon. Due to Titan's low density, it is thought that its composition is half water ice and half rocky material. Unlike other celestial objects this size, it is believed Titan has a differentiated interior. This means it has layers. And like a lot of other large moons, one of those layers is thought to be a liquid ocean comprised of water and ammonia under the moon's crust. This liquid ocean is comparable to Earth's magma layer, situated between the core and the crust, and has been made liquid due to heat, pressure, and to a certain degree, tidal forces. The existence of this liquid layer was proven more likely when Cassini, the spacecraft orbiting Saturn, discovered extremely low-frequency radio waves in Titan's atmosphere. Titan's surface is not known to be a good reflector of low-frequency radio waves, but the liquid interior would be. Another reason is that the surface features on the moon have shifted by up to 30 kilometers since Cassini started observations, which could imply that the surface is not attached to the core, but is rather floating on this liquid ocean layer. And while there is no evidence of life on Titan, scientists do speculate that the conditions would be right for there to be life in this subsurface ocean. Unfortunately, if there was life to be found on the surface or below, we'll have to wait a while, as there are no planned missions to check out this possibility, and Jupiter's Europa is a more likely candidate to be investigated for life in the foreseeable future. The differentiated interior of Titan does not produce a magnetic field. Titan is still quite protected from the solar wind though, as 95% of its orbit around Saturn is within Saturn's own magnetosphere. Titan orbits Saturn once every 15 days and 22 hours, and has a rather large orbital eccentricity, which means the orbit isn't so circular. Its orbital plane is also at an angle, but that doesn't mean that Titan is likely a captured object. Rather, like Jupiter's Galilean moons, it's thought that Saturn also had several large moons in the past, but most of these were destroyed through big collisions, which left Titan the lone victor. Saturn's medium-sized moons, like Iapetus and Rhea, are thought to be the remnants of this tumultuous beginning. Titan's day, like the day on our moon, is identical in length to its orbital period. This means Titan's rotation is tidally locked to Saturn, and only ever shows one face to the planet. Not that visually it makes any difference. Titan's hazy atmosphere completely blocks the view of the surface from an outside perspective. On the other hand, you might just be able to see Saturn while standing on Titan, although the view would be significantly obscured. This would mean, however, that if you were to stand on one spot on Titan, Saturn would never move in the sky. Removing Titan's haze, this is what it would look like. This leads us on to one of the topics that truly sets Titan apart from the rest of the moons in the entire solar system, its substantial atmosphere. I remember the first time I ever saw a photo of Titan. I was truly blown away, as it never occurred to my young self that the moon could even have an atmosphere. I thought it must have been a new planet they discovered recently or something. To me, what looks odd about the atmosphere is how far it stretches into space. When you see a picture of Earth, you see that the atmosphere has quite a tight fit around the planet. Titan, on the other hand, looks like it has a thick blanket all over it. There are a number of reasons for this. The first one is that Titan is a lot smaller than Earth, but its atmosphere is 1.9 times more massive than Earth's, or 7.3 times more massive on a per surface area basis. The second reason is that Titan's gravity is a lot weaker than Earth's, meaning it doesn't pull it down as strongly. The mass of the atmosphere actually means the pressure at the surface is 1.45 atmospheres, or 45% more than the atmospheric surface pressure on Earth. And comparing the two, you can see the extent of how far Titan's atmosphere stretches into space. 600 kilometers high is only the limit of the mesosphere. Earth's mesosphere, on the other hand, stops at 120 kilometers. Even at the distance of 975 kilometers, the Cassini spacecraft had to make adjustments to maintain a stable orbit against atmospheric drag when it made its closest approach. Like Venus, Titan is a super rotator, meaning its atmosphere rotates faster than the rotation of the planet. This can especially be seen at the poles of the moon. Each pole has a polar vortex that rotates once every 9 hours, compared to the moon's rotation of 16 days. The vortexes on each pole seem to be like permanent hurricanes. So what does the atmosphere consist of? Why is it orange in color? Well, the atmosphere is 98.4% nitrogen, the remainder being mainly methane and small amounts of hydrogen. There are also trace amounts of hydrocarbons from the breakup of methane in the upper atmosphere due to UV light, and it is these hydrocarbons that are thought to give Titan its orange hue. This constant breakup of methane to hydrocarbons should have meant the moon ran out of methane within 50 million years, a very short space of time compared to the age of the solar system. This means there must be a source that replenishes the methane, the most likely candidate being cryovolcanoes, although biological life has not been ruled out. The methane in the atmosphere creates a greenhouse effect, without which the temperature on Titan would be a lot lower. Conversely, however, the haze also reflects a lot of the sunlight, creating an anti-greenhouse effect, which cancels out some of the potential greenhouse effect from the methane. Now, while Titan's upper atmosphere gets 1% of the sunlight Earth does due to the distance from Titan to the sun, another result of this reflection of sunlight means the surface of Titan only gets about 0.1% in the air. The Huygens team likened the difficulty of taking photos at this light level to taking pictures of an asphalt parking lot at dusk.
You can hear the critics scream. Alien Earth is a thrilling epic, riveting, and a world-altering breakthrough. Don't miss FX's Alien Earth. Premieres tonight at 8 on FX and Hulu.
Popcorners. Delicious.
Look at how Oral-B Electric cleans 100% better than regular brushes. It's time to switch.
Seeking those who aren't done making medicine until every dose is just right for everyone who needs it.
All these things combined means that while it would be dark, a human would only need an oxygen mask and to wrap up extremely warm to be comfortable while standing on the surface of Titan. It really is cold on Titan, minus 180 degrees centigrade on average. This means any water on Titan remains solid and doesn't ever melt, evaporate, or sublime. Then why are there sometimes clouds on Titan? Well, these are not water ice clouds, but rather methane clouds, which means yes, it can rain methane on Titan. In fact, the temperature on Titan is just right for methane to be liquid. Methane freezes at minus 182.5 degrees centigrade and boils at minus 161.5 degrees centigrade.
Why the fuck do you know
combined
this?
with the surface pressure, got scientists very excited at the prospect of there being hydrocarbon lakes or seas on the surface of Titan, similar to water lakes and seas on Earth. If there really were lakes on this moon, it would be the first time this had ever been observed outside of Earth. This was actually one of the main driving forces behind Cassini-Huygens, to see what there was under that thick atmosphere. The Huygens probe, named after the astronomer who discovered Titan in 1655, was designed to enter Titan's atmosphere and land on the surface. The possibility of even landing on an ocean was taken into account during its design process. As the probe descended, its parachute was pulled, and after an almost 3-hour journey, it finally rested on the solid surface of Titan. Sadly, it wasn't able to see any lakes, but what it did see confirmed that methane lakes once existed, as Huygens landed on what appeared to be a dried-up lake bed. These stones you see from the surface photos are rounded stones, much like pebbles found in a river or a lake on Earth. Cassini, from the perspective of space, was able to confirm that methane lakes are still found on Titan today. Near the South Pole, Cassini observed an area which was later confirmed to be a lake, called Ontario Lacus. It is 20% smaller than its North American namesake, Lake Ontario. So in other words, it is still pretty big at 15,000 square kilometers.
That looks like
On
a
this side of
giant
the
ass
lake,
foot.
You can see a smooth shoreline eroded by waves. On the west side, you can see the first evidence of a river and delta on Titan, meaning that liquid hydrocarbons flow down higher plains to the lake, leaving delta deposits in much the same process you would find on Earth. Ontario Lacus is extremely shallow, only estimated to be between 40 centimeters and 3 meters deep. The deepest point likely to be just over 7 meters. As Cassini's radar mapped this lake, it found that the lake did not have waves bigger than 3 millimeters, meaning the surface would appear like a sheet of glass or a mirror. This doesn't mean there can't be bigger waves, unless this liquid is particularly viscous, but the likelihood is that it was simply not a windy day, as the observations were taken. The atmospheric density and gravity on Titan should mean that waves would be bigger on Titan than they would be on Earth. As the north pole of the moon began to come out of a 15-year winter, another lake was discovered, Jingpo Lacus. As Cassini was passing by the moon, sunlight was reflected off the surface of Jingpo Lacus like a mirror, directly into the view of Cassini. Upon further observation, Cassini was able to detect further evidence of moving liquid on Titan, as can be seen by these rivers flowing into the lake. The second biggest lake on Titan to be discovered is Ligeia Mare, found in the north polar region of Titan. It is bigger than Lake Superior on Earth, with a surface area of 126,000 square kilometers. While parts of this lake are reasonably shallow, the average depth is a lot deeper than Ontario Lacus, 50 meters, and some parts of it could reach depths of over 200 meters. Plenty of rivers can be seen flowing into the lake. And there are large islands found around this area here. A particularly curious observation Cassini made, dubbed the Magic Island, is the appearance and disappearance of what appears to be an island. Although scientists are unsure exactly what happened here, the theories are that it could be silt suspended in the lake, bubbles, or subsurface ice rising to the surface as the lake warmed during the moon's spring. But still very curious. The largest lake on Titan, at 400,000 square kilometers, is the Kraken Mare. As you can see, the lake is split up into two main parts, separated by a small stretch quite similar to Earth's Strait of Gibraltar. Its nickname is the Throat of the Kraken. Because of tidal forces and the size of the lake, it's thought the tide changes by about 1 meter, and so this strait may have strong currents and even whirlpools. The Kraken Mare is also quite deep in comparison to Ontario Lacus.
This is only one part of the fucking...
So, we know about the lakes on Titan now. But what other interesting surface
It's only one
features
part
might
of Titan, too.
Well, plenty actually. Titan's surface is quite young as 100 million years old, which means its surface must be geologically active. Some scientists believe the dirty ice crust is substantially rigid, although there is some evidence to suggest that there is tectonic activity on the moon, possibly caused by tidal forces with Saturn. The main factor of a renewed surface, however, is likely to be the same thing that produces methane in the atmosphere: cryovolcanoes. Now, this is pretty interesting. You know how magma on Earth is pretty hot, but when it comes out of the ground, it freezes. Well, Titan has the same thing, except its magma is water and ammonia, and when it comes out of the cryovolcanoes and spills over the land, it too freezes to renew the surface. Because a water and ammonia blend is a lot less viscous than lava, it flows further than lava on Earth. This means mountains are more flat and will never reach the heights of volcanoes on Earth. While it is hard to confirm specific cryovolcanoes on Titan due to the obstruction caused by the atmosphere, the most likely candidate is Sotra Patera, found on the southern hemisphere. In this image, height has been exaggerated by a factor of 10, but it gives a good idea of the size of the dome and the 1.7 kilometer deep pit, the largest that we know of on Titan. The force necessary for this to erupt would have had to have been incredible, and while it doesn't appear to be active now, it is being actively monitored. The fact that lava on Titan is a mix of water and other minerals means the surface could be compared to dirty ice. Because we know the Huygens bounced and wobbled in a certain way as it landed on Titan, we have a rough idea of what the consistency of the surface could be like. Scientists have referred to it as a soft, damp sand. Another theory is that it's like snow with a thin crust on top. Imagine walking on frozen snow. If you're careful, you can walk on a solid surface, but if you stomp too hard, you'll sink in quite deeply. And
Yeah,
scientists believe to
I've
be
done that
something like
before.
this.
Doesn't make
The
sense.
highest mountains come in the form of ridge belts, like the Rockies in America. These ridge belts could also be a form of cryovolcanoes. The largest mountain on Titan can be found in one of these mountain ranges, known as Mithrin Mons, and it's 3,337 meters high. Interestingly, mountains this tall are thought to be topped with methane snow. Also found on Titan are many gorges, valleys, and dunes. Using infrared cameras to see the surface from space, what can also be seen quite prominently are these large patches of dark terrain. Originally, these dark patches were thought to be seas.
I'm gonna pause the video until somebody fucking joins.
The most intriguing objects in the entire solar system. And yet, it is only the 6th largest moon of Saturn, and in natural light, it looks very unassuming. However, there's a lot more to Enceladus than meets the eye. It's an active, icy world with jets of water vapor pouring out from its southern hemisphere. Thanks to the remarkable Cassini mission, we have studied and observed Enceladus in exquisite detail, and perhaps know more about it than some of the closer and bigger Jovian moons. However, although we've seen a lot from the outside, it's the inside of the moon that still holds so many mysteries. I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astro, and together we will explore some of the most fascinating details of Enceladus, piecing together photos, data from a variety of missions, to find out almost everything you could want to know about this special moon. So, stick with me on this journey of discovery. Let's first of all discuss where Enceladus fits into our solar system. Enceladus is currently Saturn's 14th closest moon. I say currently, as Saturn has some tiny moonlets hidden in its rings that may or may not be classified as moons in the future. It is the second closest major moon though, second only to Mimas. That means that its orbit takes it just outside of Saturn's major rings. Its orbit follows the planes of the rings very precisely, and it only takes 33 hours to orbit Saturn once. Interestingly, it is in a 2-1 orbital resonance with Dione, Saturn's 4th closest major moon. In other words, it orbits twice around Saturn in the time Dione orbits once. This orbital resonance is believed to prevent Enceladus' orbit from ever becoming perfectly circular, which causes Enceladus to undergo tidal deformation. This is significant, as these tidal forces heat up Enceladus' core.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
USAA. Grandpa was in the military. He shared membership with your mom so she can share with you. Easy.
USAA. Check if you're eligible today. Command scripts move quickly, so you can make your space your own. Command, do no harm.
Is anything tastier than a toasted Jimmy John sandwich? No! Thank you for asking.
Fuck yeah!
Co-pilot, banana almost got me in my dream this time.
It might mean you're feeling pursued by a responsibility.
You see, as far as we can tell,
What?
Enceladus' surface is predominantly made of clear
Did he
water,
fucking say?
with little to no
What?
there.
What the?
Because Saturn is situated
What?
so far away
What?
from the sun,
What?
it means the
What?
outer layer of
What the
water on Enceladus has frozen over.
What? What?
Enceladus is
What the fuck?
essentially a frozen ocean world
Does that
full
even
of
mean?
water ice.
The fuck does that even mean?
Because it is free from other materials
I
on the
need
surface,
sleep.
the moon is one of the whitest objects in the solar system, with a bond albedo of 0.81, which is pretty much as high as snow. As such, it is one of the coldest satellites of Saturn, with a noon temperature of minus 200 degrees Celsius, as the white color of its surface reflects a large percentage of the sunlight reaching it back into space. However, about 30 to 40 kilometers down under the surface of Enceladus, pressures start building and heat energy generated from the tidal deformation of its orbit has increased the temperature of the water ice to the point where the water at this depth can exist in a liquid form. It could well be that there is an entire mantle, or a global ocean of water that the ice crust is resting upon, very much like the magma mantle that our rocky crust on Earth rests upon. At the very least, scientists expect there to be a huge pocket of water under the moon's south pole. How do we know this? Well, the most obvious indication are the huge plumes of water being ejected from the cracks in the crust, something referred to as water or cryovolcanism. These jets are really active, consistently blasting around 250 kilograms of water into space every second at speeds exceeding 2,000 kilometers per hour. This is powerful enough that most of the water vapor particles escape Enceladus' weak gravity, and they end up in orbit around Saturn, forming Saturn's E-ring. This ring around Saturn is very diffuse, and so isn't really visible unless it is backlit by the sun. From this angle, the light shining through the water particles make the ring appear exceptionally blue. In fact, this ring is considered the bluest object in the solar system, even more so than Neptune, due to the ring's uniformity. The E-ring is Saturn's second outermost ring, and it is 2,000 kilometers wide. Its shape is also heavily influenced by the orbit of Enceladus. Enceladus' plumes create little shapes in the rings as more material erupts out of it.
No.
Sections of the ring tend to smooth off as Enceladus moves further away along its orbit. During the course of Cassini's mission, Cassini was able to pass through these plumes to detect the substances being ejected from them. Cassini wasn't designed with this in mind. Scientists didn't know about the plumes until Cassini got there. However, Cassini was equipped with an instrument called the Cosmic Dust Analyzer, designed to detect what the tiny dust grains in orbit around Saturn are made of, and it was able to use it for Enceladus' plumes too. As it wasn't specifically designed with this in mind, it might not have given us the full picture of what's in these particles, but while water was the predominant substance detected, amino acids, carbon dioxide, nitrogen, and methane were also found. Amino acids are significant as they are the building blocks of life and can be found around the thermal vents at the bottom of Earth's oceans. Does this mean Enceladus has thermal vents of its own? And if so, do they have ecosystems of life around them? While evidence for an underground ocean is abundant, scientists still aren't completely sure about Enceladus' internal structure. At some points in the past, scientists believed that Enceladus was water all the way through. However, data from Cassini suggests that Enceladus' mass is in fact greater than previously thought, meaning it must have some amounts of iron or silicate material in its core. Scientists are starting to lean towards the theory that the internal structure is differentiated, meaning it's a celestial body with defined layers within it. An object of this size really doesn't have to be differentiated. In fact, it's so small at only about 500 kilometers across that it is right on the borderline of being in hydrostatic equilibrium, or in other words, being rounded by its own gravity. There are a number of objects out there of similar or smaller sizes that are not in hydrostatic equilibrium, like Neptune's Proteus. In any case, assuming it does have a differentiated interior, this core is likely to be predominantly rocky. This is important, as thermal vents in Enceladus' water ocean would have to come from a rocky core. A rocky ocean floor would also provide nutrients and minerals essential for what we believe life would need to form and evolve. Thermal activity clearly does exist due to the way Enceladus has plumes in the first place, and the amino acids detected in the plumes suggest a rocky core. As Cassini passed over Enceladus, it also mapped out the thermal emissions from the moon. It turned out that the jets line up with what has come to be known as Enceladus' tiger stripes. These are large depressions, roughly 130 kilometers long, 2 kilometers wide, and 500 meters deep. It is believed that these are tectonic fractures in the moon's icy crust. What is really interesting about the surface features of Enceladus is that there are virtually no impact craters at all over the southern hemisphere, and not many anywhere else. This implies that Enceladus' surface is very young, as while it does have a thin atmosphere made up from the ejected water from the plumes, this isn't nearly enough to burn up asteroids before they hit the surface. Some water from the plumes obviously settles again on the surface, which smooths it off over time. This is another reason why Enceladus is so round for such a small celestial body. In fact, apart from the tectonic fractures and few craters, Enceladus' topographical variation is really quite minimal. There are no mountain ranges to speak of, although there is what you might call a rough terrain around the South Pole if you zoom in far enough. This is perhaps the highest resolution image we have of its surface, and as you can see, it really does appear like a giant glacier. It's interesting to note that even in this small view, there are some smooth sections of ice, but also jagged regions. Over the North Pole, the clear difference is the number of craters present there. While there are tectonic fractures here too, there are no plumes on this side of the moon, so the surface here is clearly a lot older than around the South Pole, which is why it has more of a cratered surface. As Cassini flew through the plumes around the South Pole, it also took the opportunity to image the surface closely around the tiger stripes. The surface here is pretty incredible, unlike anything you would have seen on Earth. It's like the surface has been folded, squashed, and shifted around, leaving these remarkable fracture lines and formations in the surface ice. The fact that Cassini was able to get so close to Enceladus is a feat in and of itself. It's fantastic that we can have such a close-up view of something so far away. Unfortunately though, since the Cassini mission has ended, we no longer have anything in orbit around Saturn that can study Enceladus further. There have been plenty of mission proposals in the past, but all of them were cancelled before they came to fruition. What would be incredible is a probe that could either make its way into Enceladus' ocean somehow, or at the very least, search the plumes for signs of life. There is already a mission called Dragonfly going to the nearby moon of Titan. However, this won't have anything to do with Enceladus. So, although a couple of mission proposals are currently under review to go there, that means we are unfortunately still a couple of decades away at least. Which is a shame, because who
I'm
knows
a
what
pause the
secrets
video.
lie away under that crust. So, there we have it, a look at the intriguing little moon of Enceladus. The scene is set. Your arch rival has got you pinned, gun pointed at you, with your back overlooking the drop of the tallest cliff face in the solar system, Verona Rupes. This 20-kilometer drop is roughly 16 times bigger than the tallest cliff face on Earth, Mount Thor in Canada, coming in at a mere 1,250 meters. The only advantage you have right now is that you are standing on Miranda, a tiny 470-kilometer wide moon of Uranus, meaning the gravity here is weak. Do you jump and take your chances with the drop? Or have you got more chance with the gunman? Well, let's have a look at a few factors. Miranda is the smallest of the 5 circular moons of Uranus. Being only 470 kilometers across puts it right on the edge of being in a hydrostatic equilibrium, or in other words, it's just about big enough to be spherical under its own gravity. It's also not very dense, thought to consist of at least 60% water ices. Its small size and low density means its gravity is very weak. Just for a comparison, on Earth, gravity accelerates you towards its surface at 9.8 meters per second squared. On our moon, that's reduced to 1.6 meters per second squared. On Miranda, it's just 0.08 meters per second squared. That means, should you jump, you would have a very gradual descent towards the bottom. But there's another factor. While falling on Earth, after a certain distance you would reach terminal velocity. Air resistance combats the acceleration of gravity, which means your speed would eventually cap out. In a lying position, this is roughly 200 kilometers an hour. Without Earth's atmosphere, jumping out of a plane would mean you hit the ground extremely fast, as there is nothing to slow you down, and Earth's gravity is pretty strong. Miranda has no atmosphere. Again, this means there would be no air resistance to slow your fall. So although you're falling very slowly at first, your speed would begin to pick up, with nothing but the base of the cliff to eventually slow you down. As I mentioned, Verona Rupes is a massive 20 kilometers tall. Such a tall cliff can exist on Miranda because its gravity isn't strong enough to pull it down. We don't really know how it formed like this, as Miranda should be too small for plate tectonics. One theory is that water under the ice crust froze and expanded, forcing the surface to split, creating canyons hundreds of kilometers long. So, a 20-kilometer drop with an acceleration of 0.08 meters per second squared. Well, you may not be surprised to find out that it will take you a long time to reach the bottom of the cliff, 12 whole minutes. That means it won't be The Fugitive scenario, where Harrison Ford quickly jumps off the dam before Tommy Lee Jones can do anything about it. Your arch rival will have to be quite slow to allow you to jump off before he can shoot you. And should that all go well, by the time you reach the base, with no atmosphere to slow you down, you will be traveling at 200 kilometers an hour. The parachute won't help you here, but a really big airbag or little rockets might do the job. So there you have it. What would happen if you fell from the tallest cliff in the solar system? Triton is an exceptionally unusual, although often forgotten moon. It has so many unique characteristics, it makes it one of the most interesting objects in the solar system. But because it is the largest moon of Neptune, the planet furthest away from us, it also means that we have only visited it once. Very briefly, as Voyager 2 flew by, all the way back in 1989, 30 years ago. But what did the visit reveal, and what have we found out about it since? I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astrum, and together we will find out everything there is to know about the fascinating world of Triton. First of all, let's discuss where Triton fits into our solar system and its local system. Triton is one of 14 known moons of Neptune. 7 of these moons are regular moons. Or in other words, moons that orbit along Neptune's ecliptic with very circular orbits, or orbits with very low eccentricity. After these inner regular moons, we get to the irregular moons, the first of which is Triton. An irregular moon is a moon that follows an inclined, eccentric, and often retrograde orbit. This by itself is already where Triton is set apart from any other spherical moon in the solar system. It has an irregular orbit. Triton orbits clockwise around Neptune, as Neptune rotates counterclockwise. And Triton orbits at a 130-degree angle to the ecliptic of the planet. Although, it should be noted that its orbital eccentricity is close to zero. Its orbit is almost perfectly circular. All other large moons in the solar system are regular moons, orbiting the same direction as the rotation of their parent planet. What this heavily implies is that Triton did not form alongside Neptune, but it is in fact a captured object. Specifically, a captured dwarf planet. No wonder then that it is by far the biggest of Neptune's 14 moons, comprising 99.5% of the mass found in Neptune's orbit. But how big is that in scales we can relate to? Well, it is the second largest moon in relation to its parent planet. Second only to Earth and its moon. While it is smaller than our moon, it orbits closer to Neptune than our moon orbits Earth, which means it appears about the same size in the sky. It is the 7th largest moon in the entire solar system, and most interestingly, it is bigger than Pluto. Pluto is often considered the king of the Kuiper Belt, the biggest object that we know of that formed there, until we consider that Triton once ruled that area before Neptune captured it. So, although Triton is a moon of Neptune, it could be said that it is the biggest and most massive Kuiper Belt object. Further evidence for this was found as New Horizons passed Pluto in 2015, suggesting Triton and Pluto share a near identical composition, which supports the theory that they share a common origin. Beyond Triton are 6 other irregular moons, found much further out. They are almost certainly captured objects too, with unusually eccentric orbits that take years to complete. They were probably perturbed into these weird orbits by the gravity of Triton. So, if Triton was a captured object, how did that happen? Objects need to lose momentum to be captured, otherwise they would have enough momentum to escape. Well, we can't know for sure, but the leading theory right now is that Triton was once part of a binary system, perhaps like Pluto and Charon. As Neptune approached Triton and its moon, the gravity from the encounter would have caused the binary system to fall apart, with Triton's moon being slingshot away, and Triton losing enough momentum to be captured in orbit around Neptune.
It's too fucking dense right here.
What exactly does that
Actually, no, it's too fucking dense and everywhere for me to make the fucking house.
Water and carbon dioxide. It has quite a flat terrain. Its topography never varies by more than a kilometer. Although Voyager 2 did see ridges, troughs, plateaus, and ice plains. What you may find unusual, though, is that it has very little in the way of craters. This implies its surface is very young and is constantly being renewed. Like Pluto, it also has
I
some
fucking
reddish
hate
patches,
wet.
which is thought to be methane.
And I'm going to fucking kill somebody.
Producing what is known as tholins, an organic compound that has a supposedly tar-like consistency. While organic compounds do not mean life is present there, organic compounds are the basic chemicals from which life forms. Life likely couldn't exist on the surface of Triton anyway, as it's far too cold and the sun far too dim to support any life form that we can imagine. But what's interesting is what could be
I'm
found.
fucking hate you.
Under Triton's surface is thought to be an interior, which gives Triton a reasonably high density for a moon at 2 grams per centimeter cubed. Because of this, in September 2024, Vista published the largest and most detailed infrared survey of the Milky Way ever undertaken. Encompassing a 13-year period from 2010 to 2023 across 140 nights of observation, this project has captured around 200,000 images and generated 500 terabytes of data. That's the same amount of data as it would take to stream a 4K video for nearly 3 years straight. Vista is part of ESO's Paranal Observatory located in Chile, with its main focus being to map large areas of the sky. Using Vista's infrared camera, known as VirCam, the team was able to peer through the dust and gas that permeates our galaxy and uncover some of the Milky Way's most hidden places. Traditional telescopes allow us to view space in visible wavelengths, which range between about 380 to 700 nanometers. But Vista isn't like traditional telescopes. Instead of relying on visible light alone, Vista operates at infrared wavelengths between 900 and 1200 nanometers, allowing it to detect otherwise invisible objects like stars obscured by dust and cold brown dwarfs, also known as failed stars, that don't emit enough visible light to be seen with a traditional telescope. To get an idea of the difference between visible and infrared light, take a look at these two images of the Lobster Nebula, or NDC 6357, one taken in visible light and the other with Vista's telescope. We can see that in the infrared, the dust that obscures our field of view seems to disappear, revealing what look like hundreds of thousands, or maybe even millions, of previously invisible stars.
Get out of my universe.
Through Vista variables in the Via Láctea, or VVV survey. Via Láctea
Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
The VVV Extended Survey, or VVVX. The data collected from these two companion projects that make up the Vista Infrared Survey have already led to the publication of more than 300 scientific articles. Unlike other recent space maps, this is one of the most detailed ones ever made. It's the first infrared survey to cover nearly 80% of the Milky Way's luminous mass, and provides the largest infrared catalogue ever made of our galaxy's central region. It allows astronomers to study our galaxy in finer detail than ever before. This survey gives us an accurate 3D view of the inner regions of the Milky Way, which were previously hidden by dust. It covers an area of the sky equivalent to 8,600 full moons, and contains about 10 times more objects than any previously published infrared map from 2012. Our Milky Way consists of a central bulge, a dense, bright, puffed-up collection of stars, with a flat disk of 2 spiral arms wrapping from the ends. This image shows the area of our galaxy that was mapped in the survey. The red squares mark the central regions of the galaxy, which were observed by the original survey, and then re-observed again by the extended survey. And the other square colors show areas that were only observed as part of the extended survey. From this image, you can see that these surveys have focused right on the central plane of our galaxy, spanning part of the disk and most of the nuclear bulge. But what has Vista revealed? Argentinian astrophysicist Dante Militi, who led the survey project, said, "We've made so many discoveries, we have changed the view of our galaxy forever." And as much as I'd love to talk about all of them in this video, it's probably best I stick to some of the highlights. I started this area in 2015. This could turn this attention to the star formation region of Messier 20, also known as the Trifid Nebula, which lies about 9,000 light-years from Earth. Viewed in visible light in this image, we can see a beautiful nebula glowing pink from the emission of ionized hydrogen and surrounded by a blue haze of scattered light from young, hot stars. The cloud of gas and dust is obscuring the star-filled space behind it. Now, look at this second image taken by Vista's infrared camera. Peering beyond the clouds reveals a whole swarm.
Why the fuck am I holding the pistol like that?
This image not only allows us to see through the Trifid Nebula, but by chance, it revealed objects on the far side of our galaxy that had never been seen.
Why am I holding this pistol like this?
Astronomers identified two
But I'm holding this one like this.
Cepheid variable stars. While they appear in the image to be just behind the edge of the Trifid Nebula, in reality, they
Why am I
are
holding that
distant,
like that?
about 7 times
And
higher
that
than
like
the nebula
this?
that once helped to block them from our view. Cepheid variables are a type of bright star that is unstable. They brighten and fade over a period of a few days or a few months, depending on their brightness. The first variable star we ever identified in modern times was Omicron Ceti, also known as Mira. It had been described as a nova until 1638, when Johannes Helmholtz observed it getting brighter and dimmer in a cycle that lasted 11 months. As for this pair of newly discovered stars, they are the only Cepheid variables that we have identified so far in this location, which lies beyond the central bulge on the far side of our galaxy. And they can be really useful too. You can think of them as a kind of cosmic yardstick that can be used up to distances of tens of millions of light years. If you know how long the star's pulsation period from bright to dim is, then you can infer its absolute brightness as well as its age. You can compare absolute brightness to the apparent brightness, that is, the amount of light that reaches Earth, so you have a measure of how distant the star is. With a few reference points like these, we can build up a real picture of the scale of our galaxy and beyond. Looking toward the galactic center, a team of astronomers and data scientists found even more candidate Cepheid stars, 655 in fact. They then sorted these into one of two classes and found that 35 of these 655 stars were classical Cepheids, the younger of the two. This was really exciting, especially since the galactic bulge was thought to contain mostly elderly stars that are at least 8 billion years old. Recording their pulsation periods, the team revealed that all 35 of these Cepheids were less than 100 million years old, and some of them may be as young as 25 million years old. To put that in context, our own sun is about 4.5 billion years old, so the youngest Cepheid has only been around for
NPC.
6% of the sun's lifespan.
Leveling everything.
Cepheids culminated in another major discovery. By mapping
I
the
think I'd
35
level my
classical Cepheids
fans.
the team was able to trace a completely new feature in the Milky Way. A thin disk of young stars that stretches right across the galactic bulge. Buried behind thick clouds, it had remained unknown in all previous surveys of the region. In revealing this structure, combined with the discovery of older Cepheids, as I mentioned earlier, scientists have inferred that there has been continuous star formation along the mid-plane of the galaxy for the past 100 million years. There might also be even younger Cepheids that we haven't seen yet, as these stars would be so bright they would be saturated in the VVB survey. The fact that we found this thin disk of young stars within the galactic bulge is incredible. We used to think that the galactic bulge was an ancient feature of our galaxy's past, where exclusively old stars had formed separately from the stellar disk. But this finding reveals that things aren't so black and white, and that the formation of newer stars within the bulge could be a natural progression of our galaxy's evolution. But even more inspiring perhaps is a discovery by the VISTA Infrared Survey that lies at the ancient heart of our Milky Way galaxy. In 2016, for the first time, a type of ancient star known as RR Lyrae, another variable star, was discovered in the center of the Milky Way galaxy by a team led by astrophysicists Dante Meniti and Rodrigo Contreras Ramos. This type of star is usually found in globular clusters, which tend to orbit the outer regions of the galaxy. A globular cluster is a tightly packed group of stars that contains tens of thousands to millions of stars bound together by gravity. They're also really ancient, containing a stellar population that can be over 10 billion years old. The team found 12 RR Lyrae stars during the VBV survey, which suggests that they might be the remnants of an ancient globular cluster right at the heart of our galaxy. This finding also provides evidence that might help astronomers to decide between the two competing theories of how nuclear bulges form. While some scientists think that the nuclear bulge forms early in the galaxy's evolution, when multiple smaller galaxies violently collide, others say that it forms gradually over time, where gas is funneled inwards to trigger star formation. Finding these ancient stars here suggests that the bulging center of the Milky Way likely grew through the merging of primordial globular clusters, therefore supporting the first theory. So, not only does it hint at our own galaxy's beginnings, but it also offers compelling evidence into how these galactic bulges might form in other similar galaxies. Speaking of ancient stars, VISTA was able to find 2 new globular clusters as part of the infrared survey in 2011. In this visible light image, a known globular cluster, UKS-1, can be seen on the right as a hazy red splotch. This cluster had been the dimmest known globular cluster until the new discoveries. Now, compare this same patch of sky, but this time in VISTA's infrared light. Suddenly, we can see what we have been missing. Much more faint than the known UKS-1, we can make out a second globular cluster, this time in the upper left of the image, which has been named VVB-CL001. Another globular cluster, aptly named VVB-CL002, was found soon after, and this small, faint group of stars may be the closest known globular cluster to the center of the Milky Way. Did you know that there were only 158 known globular clusters in the Milky Way before these new ones were found by VISTA? For the survey to identify 2 more of these rare stellar objects is quite a significant accomplishment. Within this central region of the galaxy, it's easy for younger stars and cosmic dust to obscure globular clusters, especially since their age prevents them from shining as brightly. But now that they've been revealed, these features bring exciting possibilities for further study. It could just be an illusion of perspective, but scientists have wondered whether VVB-CL001 is gravitationally bound to UKS-1. If this is the case, then they would be the Milky Way's first known binary globular cluster pair. We found binary clusters in other galaxies, like in Centaurus A and the Large Magellanic Cloud, but scientists think it might be when these gravitationally bound clusters collide that we get the most massive globular clusters, like Omega Centauri. So studying a binary cluster right in our own galaxy could produce some amazing insights into this process. It's all speculation at the moment, but it's definitely cool to think about. In addition to globular clusters, The VISTA infrared survey identified a multitude of other types of star clusters. At least 96 new open or galactic clusters have been found, which typically contain fewer, younger stars and are much more common than the globular type. Like the globular clusters, they have been hidden by cosmic dust, but VISTA's 4.1 meter infrared telescope has lifted the curtain to show them in all their glory. Take a look at just a few of these stunning images we now have of these objects. One of these open clusters, VVV-CL003, is much more difficult to make out with images compared to the tightly packed globular clusters. Try and see the density differences in the stars in this section of the image compared to the surrounding regions. It was found by VISTA 15,000 light years beyond the Milky Way center, and also happens to be the first of its kind to be discovered on the far side of the galaxy. The sheer scale of this survey is staggering. Covering a vast region of the sky and mapping more than 1.5 billion objects, this data has already led to fascinating discoveries that are rewriting our understanding of the Milky Way and beyond. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. This survey will serve as a foundation for future telescopes and observations, which will hopefully be able to expand on VISTA's legacy with even higher resolution and sensitivity. We now have the most detailed 3D map that has ever been made of the Milky Way structure and objects, one that unveiled hidden wonders previously beyond our reach, and scientists are already uncovering new galactic features and reshaping our understanding of the galaxy. With the information from this groundbreaking infrared survey, as well as the recent work from ESA's Gaia mission in visible light, it's an exciting time to be an astronomer, and we can expect a flurry of new insights about our own galaxy and the universe as a whole. VISTA's infrared observations have unveiled dozens of hidden star clusters and millions of previously unseen stars. They have revealed new stellar nurseries where stars are born, and they have broadened our understanding of the formation of our Milky Way. Looking at the sky through different wavelengths has brought about a new era of galactic exploration, and I can't wait to see what else astronomers and data scientists are going to uncover thanks to VISTA's 3D map. We do not know the Milky Way galaxy. Yes, even though we are in it. Before you think I'm talking about niche details about stellar formation, how galaxies evolve, or things like that, I'm not. Even some of the basics about the Milky Way are mysteries to us, like how many stars are here? What is its basic shape? Specifically, does its spiral have 2 arms or 4? Although those might seem like simple details, we don't actually know them. Number of stars estimates range from 100 billion to as high as 400 billion, depending on what estimates are being used. Scientists have gone back and forth between 2 or 4 arms over the last 2 decades, and currently we're leaning towards 4. This makes sense. It's naturally harder to look at a thing that you're inside. It's easier to look out your window at the house across the street than it is to look at your own house from that same position. But here's a fun one for you. How many galaxies are in the Milky Way galaxy? According to ESA's Gaia Space Telescope, which just finished its 10-year mission, the answer is not just one. Gaia has been mapping the stars of the Milky Way, performing 3 trillion observations. And now, as it takes its final look at our galaxy, the data is being evaluated. 30,000 stars are moving a little strangely. They are going the wrong way. They are originally not from around here. I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astro. Join me today on a deep dive into Gaia's data to answer exactly how many galaxies did the Milky Way eat. As I already alluded to, looking at our own galaxy is surprisingly hard. I've mentioned before in a previous video how all of the stars, stellar clouds and gas can actually get in the way of what we're trying to look at. This gets particularly bad towards the center of the Milky Way's plane, where the most matter accumulates, creating an area astronomers refer to as the zone of avoidance. Visible light cannot easily penetrate this zone, leading scientists to resort to other mediums like X-rays to scrutinize what lies beyond. To carry on our house analogy from earlier, we are sitting in our bedroom, trying to figure out the layout of the rest of the house, but the walls right in front of us are preventing us from seeing any of the other walls and rooms. Further compounding this is the difficulty in telling how far away a star is from Earth. To make an accurate 3D map of the Milky Way galaxy, you need to know if the stars you can see are dim, small, close ones, or large, bright, distant ones that only look dim and small because of their distance. Not all stars make this easy. While some type of stars, such as Cepheid variable stars, have a predictable enough luminosity that their distance can be calculated if you know a few things about them, not all are quite as accommodating. So, for unpredictable stars, how can you tell how far away they are? The answer is parallax, and that's what Gaia has been using over the last 10 years for its galaxy map. Parallax is the principle that, depending on your point of view, things can appear to be in different places. You can see an example of this right now by holding up your finger in front of your face. Close one eye, then instead close the other. Now alternate quickly between the two. See? Your finger moves quite significantly in relation to its background. The closer an object is, the greater the effect of parallax. Simple trigonometry takes care of the rest, allowing you to calculate how far away an object is. While this effect was very noticeable based on a finger in front of your face, you'll see much less parallax on a tree on the other side of a field, which means it's further from you. The further away something is, the harder it is to use parallax to tell you its distance. Things can get a little imprecise. But how then can we use this method to calculate the distance to a star? The secret is to widen your base viewpoint. Just as the distance between your eyes can influence the effect of parallax on an object, Gaia views stars not just once, but multiple times over the course of a decade. In that time, the face of our night sky will have changed, as we can see in time lapses like this one, with an exaggeration of 10,000 times. Rather than using the 6 centimeters between your eyes as the base, every half year we can make the solar system our base instead. Our Earth moves from one side of the sun to the other, which causes parallax effects to be visible in every star we see. Note how in this animation stars are taking little looping patterns? That's not really how they're moving, but how we are. That's the effect of our own loops around the sun. This can help with measuring stars' distance, but there's actually an even larger scale we can use, the proper motion of stars. We can ignore the loops for this one, as an even larger base is coming into play. Rather than just use the motion of our planet on either side of the solar system, we can make use of the fact that our own solar system, along with the other stars in the galaxy, are also moving. So we can use that motion as an even larger base for establishing parallax. The same principle applies. Stars with proper motions against the backdrop of space are closer, while stars with less proper motion are further away. In this way, Gaia has been building a precise 3D map of 2 billion stars in our Milky Way galaxy and beyond over the course of 3 trillion observations. But Gaia has not just been looking at their motion and distance. ESA's mission for this telescope was to study the luminosity, temperature, mass, and chemical composition of these stars too. It houses 2 powerful telescopes that channel light from 2 different directions into a camera with nearly 1 billion pixels, the most precise camera in space. Its radial velocity spectrometer can measure Doppler shift to give us clues about its velocity. It also has photometric instruments to reveal spectral information about each star's properties like composition and temperature. So, although 2 billion stars is only a drop in the ocean of the 100 billion stars thought to inhabit the Milky Way, this still allows us to create an incredibly detailed map of our galaxy over time. And it's that over time bit that allows us to see the Milky Way's eating habits. Since 2013, when Gaia was launched, it has been collecting data which ESA scientists have been processing and releasing in large data packets for the general scientific community to study. The larger the gap in time, the more comprehensive and precise the data. More time equals more parallax. 3 such data releases have taken place so far, in 2016, 2018, and a 2-parter that released a simplified version in 2020 and then the full version in 2022. And scientists have already had the chance to evaluate what Gaia has seen. And as they witness the motions and locations of stars in our galaxy over time, it became possible to model the whole galaxy and even wind it backwards. Take a look at this. It's impossible to photograph our own galaxy, as no camera-equipped spacecraft has traveled out that far. But here is a representation, created using Gaia's data, of what it looks like, to an unprecedented degree of accuracy. Note its wobbly edges. These indicated to scientists that the Milky Way crashed into another galaxy in the distant past. Using the second data release, researchers from the Netherlands looked at 7 million stars and found that 30,000 of them were moving strangely. While most stars, including our own, move around the Milky Way in one direction, this odd collection was moving the opposite way. Their color and brightness were also strangely distinct, indicating there was something special about this particular group. The researchers ran the numbers and found that a model that fitted their observations was what would happen if another galaxy collided with our own. The collision must have happened 8 to 11 billion years ago and evolved a small dwarf galaxy that the researchers call Gaia Enceladus, or sometimes the Gaia Enceladus sausage. See how its stars, indicated here in red, actually managed to retain a fairly discrete form for a time, before eventually spreading out across the Milky Way. This merger may have been an important part of how our Milky Way came to have some of its unique characteristics, such as a bar in the center, something that only 2/3 of spiral galaxies have. The Milky Way didn't go in for a little late-night sausage eating just once, though. Another dwarf galaxy, known as Aruria Sequoia Litoi, was also found to have merged with the Milky Way, and perhaps was a binary pairing with Gaia Enceladus. And then, in a later study, another dwarf galaxy's remnants were found. More than one, in fact. According to this study, our Milky Way may have eaten as many as 6 other galaxies. Gaia data reveals this hasn't stopped. The nearby dwarf galaxy Sagittarius has collided with our own 3 times already in the past 4 to 5 billion years, and is set to do so again. This collision may have even been the spark that lit the flame of our very own sun, which came into being around that same time. Eventually, Sagittarius may well become galaxy number 7 that the Milky Way has consumed, all of its stars being slowly ripped away and brought into our own galaxy. These revelations are just some of the incredible discoveries made possible through the Gaia telescope's data, which is why it is sad that Gaia's time has come to a close. The Gaia telescope maintained its position in the second Lagrange point using judiciously applied cold gas propellant, 12 grams a day. However, that cold gas has finally run out. On the 15th of January, Gaia took its last observation and has begun the process of doing a few last calibrations before finally powering down on the 27th of March 2029.
Okay, I know the rest of this shit. Fuck you. Quit fucking playing it on loop.
The morning of Monday, August 10th, 2020 was similar to most August mornings in the Midwest. Farmers tended to crops, and families went about their regular daily routines. Very warm temperatures in the mid-80s clashed with dew points in the mid-70s.
Yep, I was in this, by the way, guys. I was in the fucking derecho.
Because it comes with a 70s, creating extremely muggy conditions, common for this time of year. Also similar to many other August days in the Midwest, there was potential for some low-end severe weather, especially for the southern portion of the state later in the afternoon. This severe weather potential was expected to be minimal and not cause any major impacts for the most part. However, as the day continued on, it was highly evident that this was no ordinary August day. By the morning hours, an unexpected line of fast-moving storms exploded in southern South Dakota along a cold front, with their sights set on the heart of Iowa.
Nope.
As the storms continued to ride the cold front,
Yeah, guys, I got hit by this shit.
continued to strengthen and organize into a rare and extremely powerful derecho. As the derecho tore through the heart of Iowa, with winds up to 140 miles per hour, it caused nearly $13.7 million in damage per minute, leveled millions of acres of cropland, and shredded siding from thousands of homes. In just under 12 hours, the unprecedented derecho left a nearly 800-mile-long path of devastation throughout the entire Corn Belt, killing 4 people, producing 26 tornadoes, and causing over $11.2 billion in damage in its wake. Days before the 10th, nobody was expecting any major events to occur in the foreseeable future. On August 3rd, a series of shortwave troughs that could bring severe weather was mentioned in the 4 to 8 days SPC outlook. Shortwave troughs provide lift, or forcing, which is required for the development of thunderstorms and convection. Additionally, shortwave troughs not only provide forcing, but they are also associated with systems that provide other ingredients for formations of thunderstorms, such as instability, wind shear, and helicity. However, at this point, no risk areas were given due to low confidence in placement and severity. The first outlook that mentioned any potential for the 10th was 3 days before the event, which noted a marginal risk of severe weather for a swath of the central United States, extending from northern Kansas to southern Michigan, including parts of southern Iowa, northern Missouri, and northern Illinois. The next day, the risk was upgraded to a slight due to higher confidence in storms capable of damaging winds and hail. However, the main areas for the derecho would later track were barely touched by this risk. High uncertainty continued to surround the northern portion of the outlook due to models showing high convective inhibition, which tended to stunt severe weather potential. Convective inhibition, or SIN, impedes the upward motions needed to jumpstart thunderstorm development, thus making storms almost impossible to form. Models continue to show the south SIN during nearly the day of the derecho, causing considerable uncertainty in the forecast moving to early morning hours of August 10th. Even with the high uncertainties evident with the forecast, numerous other environmental factors were present. A seasonably strong 45 to 90 knot southwesterly upper speed maximum in place ahead of the main trough helped to contribute to 30 to 50 knots of deep layer wind shear along and north of the future derecho's track. Shear is the change in wind speed and direction with height, which organizes and maintains thunderstorms. Additionally, extremely high moisture content was present, with dew points reaching almost 80 degrees throughout the region. These extreme dew points were caused by a combination of stout warm front and corn sweat. Corn sweat refers to the phenomenon where corn plants release moisture into the atmosphere, contributing to increased humidity, especially during hot summer months in the Midwest. This corn sweat allows for increased dew points and stability, which are extremely vital ingredients for derecho potential. The instability present throughout Iowa is extremely potent, with CAPE values reaching almost 5,000 joules per kilogram. CAPE, or convective available potential energy, is the instability of the atmosphere that is needed to produce potent supercells and violent storms. Steep mid-level asteroids from the deep, elevated mid-cells, or EML, affected eastward from the Rocky Mountains towards the Ohio Valley, providing a second contribution to the extreme instability. Elevated mid-cells and their steep asteroids often make appearances in severe weather setups across the United States, and are a primary contributor to warm season derecho events across the northern plains and Ohio Valley. As the morning of the test grew nearer, they grew increasingly evident that something major was possible. As the sun rose in the morning of the 10th, most models still continued to fail to pick up on the potential for a major derecho. SPC forecasters extended the previous slight risk further east into portions of southwestern and central Illinois in the first outlook of the day. The outlook discussion expressed increased confidence in ongoing protection through the early morning period, with weakening unlikely prior to the onset of afternoon surface heating. The discussion further stated that the forecasted wind shear would likely support the development of several thunderstorm clusters, or an MCS, as storms move east. By the early morning hours of the 10th, numerous elevated storms began to form ahead of the shortwave in Nebraska and South Dakota. Whether or not these thunderstorms would organize moving deeper into the morning hours is uncertain. At around 3 a.m., 60-mile-per-hour wind gust occurred in the community of Harlingen, South Dakota. Despite the abundance of sun in place, this is the first indication that storms developing near the South Dakota-Nebraska border are producing downdrafts strong enough to reach the surface. At around 3:19 a.m., the SPC issued a mesoscale discussion for parts of South Dakota and Nebraska. The discussion highlighted the Nebraska-South Dakota border region for potential severe thunderstorm development through early morning. It noted that while the near-term threat would likely remain isolated in nature, several CAM solutions depicted eventual growth into a downstream bow echo. If the storms were able to organize into a bow echo, a severe thunderstorm watch would be needed for the region. At 3:25 a.m., a second report of damaging winds occurred northwest of Mitchell, South Dakota. The report served as further confirmation that downdrafts were reaching the surface in developing storms. As the storms continued to organize in the presence of favorable wind shear, the initial elevated storm development began to consolidate into a bow echo along the Missouri River. With the organization into a bow echo, damaging winds and isolated tornado potential heightened drastically for portions of Mississippi Valley and western Great Lakes through the morning and afternoon hours. The SPC took note of this and upgraded the outlook to enhance, with a 30% risk of damaging winds and a 2% tornado risk outlined for the Midwest. At 5:16 a.m., the first in a cluster of damaging wind reports occurred in southern South Dakota. Some of these reports eclipsed 70 miles per hour, confirming that the organizing bow echo was capable of consistently producing severe winds. Given the recent trends in severe weather reports along the South Dakota-Nebraska state line and continuing bow echo organization, the SPC issued a severe thunderstorm watch for portions of northwestern Iowa, northeastern Nebraska, and southeastern South Dakota. The watch noted that scattered damaging wind gusts were likely, with isolated significant gusts up to 75 miles per hour possible. At 7:46 a.m., the SPC issued another mesoscale discussion for far southeastern South Dakota, northeastern Nebraska, and portions of western Iowa. The discussion confirmed that the severe weather threat would continue over the next few hours at least. It also noted that the storms that were currently ongoing over portions of northeastern Nebraska would approach the southern edge of the watch area by 8 to 8:30 a.m. At 8:06 a.m., after a nearly 2-hour pause in damaging wind reports, the first in a cluster of 5 and 30 minutes occurred near the Missouri River in northeastern Nebraska. These reports marked the official beginning of the derecho's path. At 8:40 a.m., another mesoscale discussion was issued for almost the entirety of Iowa. The discussion stated that the damaging wind potential was expected to increase downstream of the ongoing bow echo, citing the recent cluster of damaging wind reports and ample instability sampled in the 7 a.m. sounding taken Omaha, Nebraska National Weather Service office. At 8:55 a.m., a new severe thunderstorm watch was issued. The new watch noted that the primary threats included damaging wind gusts, with isolated significant gusts reaching 80 miles per hour possible. At 8:57 a.m., the first significant damaging wind report of the event, a 77-mile-per-hour wind gust, occurred on the northwest side of Omaha. This report occurred near the bow echo's gust front, well in advance of any precipitation. At around this point, velocity measurements from the Omaha radar were sampling velocities in a 65 to 69 mile-per-hour range along the gust front, as well as within the bow echo's precipitation shield further north along the Missouri River. The now fully developed bow echo surged into central Iowa from the Missouri Valley. Numerous damaging wind reports were relayed, with multiple significant damaging wind reports occurring shortly thereafter. particularly as the storm approached the Des Moines metro. With sufficient instability and wind shear in place well to the east of the ongoing bow echo, it was highly apparent that a potential derecho was about to unfold. With this realization, the SPC only continued to amplify its forecasting message.
Nature sure is full of wonders.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm afraid sick. What if it's so blue? What is what Bill had? Something from daycare?
Skip the what ifs with new Binax Now combo test for COVID and flu. No now.
Style and substance. In the GMC Sierra, where current eligible GMC owners get 20% below MSRP on the Sierra 1500 model.
When the world gave them setbacks, science gave them bounce backs. And when your vet delivered life-altering news,
At around 9:30 a.m., the Des Moines radar captured a startling look at the bow echo as it came into range. The radar sampled a wide area of 69 to 86 plus miles per hour velocities, 5 to 10,000 feet above the ground, suggesting that significant damage wind potential was increasing over central Iowa. At 9:45 a.m., yet another mesoscale discussion was issued regarding the ongoing bow echo. The discussion stated that a large swath of 60 to 70 plus mile per hour winds would be likely within Des Moines metro and adjacent. At 10 a.m., the first of many 80 plus mile per hour wind gusts associated with the derecho occurred near Rockwell City, Iowa.
No.
Just 20 minutes later, widespread 80
Yeah.
33 mile per hour wind velocities were apparent, approximately 5,000 feet above the ground level and radar imagery in Calhoun and Green counties, Iowa. Around this time, 83 mile per hour wind gusts at the Jefferson Municipal Airport confirmed numbers similar to the radar sampled values. Around 10:41 a.m., a well-defined descending rear inflow jet is evident as the bow echo approached the Des Moines metro. At this point, the Des Moines radar was measuring 103 to 126 mile per hour velocities between 1,000 to 2,000 feet above ground level in the vicinity of the descending rear inflow jet. Then, at 10:42 a.m., another mesoscale discussion was issued, mentioning that the SPC would be upgrading the risk to moderate, and a new severe thunderstorm watch would be needed for the rest of Iowa and into Illinois. At 10:45 a.m., the leading edge of the bow echo pushed into the Des Moines metro. Given the persistence of 103 to 126 mile per hour velocity values between 2,500 and 5,000 feet above the ground level on radar, National Weather Service Des Moines stated, "This is a very dangerous storm and the new severe thunderstorm warning for the area." At 10:50 a.m., the first 100 plus mile per hour wind report of the derecho occurred near the community of Luther in Boone County, Iowa. Then, at 10:57 a.m., the SPC issued a moderate risk for the region, noting that a derecho with extremely intense winds would be likely for much of eastern Iowa, Illinois, and even into Indiana. At 11 a.m., the SPC issued another mesoscale discussion for a localized portion of central Iowa, including the Des Moines metro. The discussion emphasized that a swath of significant damaging wind gusts appeared likely in and just east of Des Moines as the bow echo raced east. The discussion also noted that widespread gusts of 70 to 80 plus mile per hour winds were possible. Then, at 11:05 a.m., the bow echo finally pushed through the Des Moines city limits and East Des Moines metro. 92 mile per hour winds remained evident on the Des Moines radar at this point. Several wind reports between 70 to 75 miles per hour in Des Moines, as well as an 81 mile per hour wind gust at the Des Moines International Airport, with radar estimations that showcased the power of the storm. Continuing east at 11:15 a.m., an 100 mile per hour wind gust occurred at the town of Zering, Iowa. Then, at 11:25 a.m., the SPC issues a PDS severe thunderstorm watch for eastern Iowa, Illinois, and parts of northwestern Indiana. Particularly dangerous situation, or PDS, is the wording used by the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center to convey special urgency in watch or warning messages for unusually extreme and life-threatening severe weather. The watch noted that widespread severe wind gusts were probable, and some of which would likely be in the 80 to 100 mile per hour wind gust range. It also noted that brief tornadoes would be possible. As the derecho continued east, it caused another 100 mile per hour wind gust in Marshalltown, Iowa at 11:30 a.m. At 11:34 a.m., train spotters reported a 100 mile per hour wind gust in Kingsley, Iowa. Given the unique placement of the report well behind the bow echo's heaviest precipitation, this was one of the first indications that a prolonged period of destructive winds was possible with the system. By 11:45 a.m., a second rear inflow jet was now well defined, just east of Ames, Iowa. Recent storm reports confirmed what radar presentation was showing. A second corridor of destructive wind potential was being realized to the northeast of Des Moines. Then, at 11:51 a.m., a second 100 mile per hour wind gust occurred in Marshalltown, Iowa. Just 1 minute later, at 11:52 a.m., a 106 mile per hour wind gust, the fifth strongest of the event, occurred near LeGrand, Iowa. The tornado-like strength of the ongoing winds prompted the National Weather Service Des Moines to warn those in the path that they were in a life-threatening situation. Around this point...
Wait, so I survived the life-threatening situation? What?
Now double rear inflow jets, the bow echo rapidly accelerated east. Many of the strongest wind gusts of the event will occur over the next 1 to 2 hours. At approximately 12 p.m. noon, a 145 mile per hour wind gust, the strongest of the event, occurred near Bella Plain, Iowa. Another 100 mile per hour wind gust also occurred in Marshalltown, the third report in town in the last 30 minutes. An additional
That's
100
so
mile per hour
fucking
wind gust
close
near
to
Toledo,
where I
Iowa
live.
followed a minute later. The number of reports coming out of Marshalltown, as well as the nearly 35 mile per hour distance between
No, I'm not gonna fucking say where I live. I'm not that stupid.
the destructive winds on the ongoing bow echo. At 12:09 p.m., given recent wind reports out of central Iowa, National Weather Service Quad Cities issued a strongly worded update to a severe thunderstorm warning for areas located downstream of the surging bow echo. The warning noted that people in the path of the storm were in a life-threatening situation due to extremely strong wind gusts occurring in excess of 100 miles per hour.
Wait.
At 12:14 p.m.,
100, my house fucking...
eastern Iowa.
My house fucking survived like nearly 100 mile per hour winds.
Given recent observations and the extremely unstable air mass. It also noted that the Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, and Quad City metro areas would all see impacts from the widespread significant wind potential over the next 60 to 75 minutes. Continuing to exhibit signs of dual rear inflow jets, the bow echo surged east. By 12:20 p.m., impacts are imminent in the Cedar Rapids and Iowa City metros. At 12:30 p.m., an 140 mile per hour wind gust, the second strongest of the event, occurred on the northwest side of Cedar Rapids. Additionally, an 100 mile per hour wind gust simultaneously occurred near the community of Elberton, approximately 30 miles west of downtown Cedar Rapids. The distance between the two wind reports showed how wide the bow echo's wind field was from east to west. At this point, it remained extremely clear that a prolonged period of destructive wind gusts would accompany the bow echo's path through the Midwest. As the bow echo continued east, at 11:45 p.m., an 120 mile per hour wind gust, the fourth strongest of the event, occurred near the Cedar-Johnson County line. At around 12:55 p.m., the dual rear inflow jet structure began to break down over eastern Iowa. However, signs of intense wind production remained, with the Quad Cities radar continuing to sample 80 to 103 mile per hour velocities within the system. At 1:10 p.m., an 130 mile per hour wind gust, the third strongest of the event, occurs in Toronto, Iowa. This report confirmed what radial velocity readouts from the Quad Cities were implying. Destructive winds were continuing in the bow echo despite the loss of the dual rear inflow jet structure. At 1:36 p.m., the SPC issues another mesoscale discussion for much of Illinois. This new discussion expressed high confidence in the persistence of 70 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts into northern Illinois over the next 1 to 2 hours, given the recent reports in very unstable local environment. It also noted that if storms continued east at their current speed, the damaging wind potential would decrease over the Chicago metro by 3 p.m. The discussion also noted that in addition to the significant wind potential, brief tornadoes would also be possible. By 1:45 p.m., the derecho pushed east of the Quad Cities across the Mississippi River, moving into Illinois. Additional storms also began to form along the Wisconsin-Illinois state line, with the bow echo likely to merge with these storms within the hour. Right around 2 p.m., a 100-mile-per-hour wind gust occurred along the Brero-Henry County line in far western Illinois. Over the next 2 hours in northern Illinois, a period of prolific tornado production began along the leading edge of the bow echo as it moved along the Illinois-Wisconsin state line and through the Chicago metro. 17 tornadoes in total developed over the 2-hour period. The tornadoes occurred in an environment featuring an overlap of surface vorticity and 3K. The organizing bow echo intersected with this overlap, allowing for line-embedded circulations. Numerous hurricane-force wind gusts continue at this point, though the majority weren't as strong as those previously occurring in east-central Iowa and northwestern Illinois. At around 2:15 p.m., the final 100-mile-per-hour wind gust of the event occurred in the community of Forreston, Illinois. At around 2:28 p.m., the SPC issued another mesoscale discussion for parts of western Indiana and southwestern Michigan. The discussion stated that the bow echo currently moving across the Illinois-Wisconsin border would continue to progress east into the region by late afternoon and early evening, given large instability and sufficient wind shear present in the local environment. Then, at 2:38 p.m., the SPC issued yet another mesoscale discussion pertaining to the southern end of the region. The discussion mainly highlighted the continuing wind damage potential along the southwest flank of the bow echo and mentioned that a severe thunderstorm watch may be needed further south. At 2:55 p.m., the SPC issued a watch for the southern portion of the bow echo, noting that damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour were the main hazard across the watch area. At 2:56 p.m., with the derecho just west of the greater Chicago metro, National Weather Service Chicago issued the first severe thunderstorm warning for the Chicago proper and entirety of this Illinois-Chicago metro area.
ExploreBranson.com.
What?
Being an actuary pays off in high pay, but also the amount of freedom and control I have over my career.
At around this time, the SPC also expanded the watch into parts of southern Michigan and Indiana. At 3:36 p.m., the SPC issued yet another mesoscale discussion for mainly the Chicago metro. The discussion stated that damaging wind potential would continue as the bow echo moved through a moderate to strongly unstable local environment. Significant 75 to 80 mile-per-hour wind gusts remained possible, and the Chicago metro was likely to experience the varying damaging wind potential. By 3:45 p.m., the bow echo began to push into the Chicago proper. Many 75-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts occurred beyond this point, several of which exceeded 85 miles per hour. At 4:40 p.m., 275 mile-per-hour wind gusts simultaneously occurred east of Gary, Indiana, and Champaign, Illinois. After these reports occurred, over 2 hours will pass until the next significant wind report occurs within the storm. The derecho then continued to advance into southern Illinois, Indiana, and far southwestern lower Michigan. Numerous 60 to 65 mile-per-hour wind gusts occurred along a line extending from southern Illinois to South Bend, Indiana, and to the southwest shores of Lake Michigan. By 6:25 p.m., the bow echo reached the Grand Rapids, Michigan, and Indianapolis, Indiana metro areas. 60 to 65 mile-per-hour wind gust reports began to filter in on the northwest side of Indianapolis, with one gust reaching as high as 71 miles per hour. Also around this time, several 60 to 65 mile-per-hour wind gusts occurred near Kalamazoo, Michigan. At 6:30 p.m., the SPC expanded the watch to include far southern Illinois, southern Indiana, northern Kentucky, and far southeastern Missouri. Then, 15 minutes later at 6:45 p.m., the final significant wind report of the event, a 75-mile-per-hour wind gust, occurred on the north side of Fort Wayne, Indiana. As the bow echo continued eastward, it pushed into northwestern Ohio and southeastern Indiana. In these areas, a scattering of 58 to 65-mile-per-hour wind gusts occurred. Around this time, the bow echo began to outrun the warm sector, causing the northern end of the segment to start to weaken. However, in the presence of greater instability, the bow echo's southwest flank continued to maintain a higher level of intensity. At 8:05 p.m., the SPC issued another downstream severe thunderstorm watch for the now weakening bow echo for parts of southeastern Indiana, far north central Kentucky, and western Ohio. At around 8:30 p.m., maintaining just enough intensity to remain severe, the southwestern flank of the derecho pushed into far southeastern Indiana and southwestern Ohio. Here, a handful of 58 to 65-mile-per-hour wind reports occurred in southeastern Indiana. Then, exactly at 9:44 p.m., the final severe weather report of the event, a 58-mile-per-hour wind gust, occurred near the community of Owensville, Ohio. After over 13 hours since the first damaging wind report on its official path, the derecho finally weakened below severe limits. Over the 13-hour derecho, hundreds of thousands of homes were damaged, 4 people were killed, and nearly $11.2 billion in damages occurred over a vast portion of the Midwest.
And yet my fucking
Although
house
the storm was now
survived.
over, the impacts now just began to take their toll. Across the Midwest, the damage was extremely intense and widespread. Harry Dusky, Chief Executive Officer of the Electrical Infrastructure Company, ITC Midwest, described the storm damage as equivalent to a 40-mile wide tornado that rolled over hundreds of miles of the Midwest. Tree damage had occurred in the Merle-Hay neighborhood in Des Moines, Iowa, near the beginning of the derecho's intensification. Near the highest intensity areas in eastern Iowa, near Marion, numerous grain bins were shredded and destroyed. In Cedar County, Iowa, a home was partially destroyed, and numerous more grain bins were thrown. Near Chicago, in Wheaton, Illinois, structural damage occurred on a large building steeple. However, nowhere was hit as hard as Lynn County, Iowa, where streets in the metro area were completely impassable, and electricity was out for 98% of the county. The derecho damaged nearly every block in the 75 square miles that make up Cedar Rapids, as well as neighboring Marion, Hiawatha, Robbins, and Ely, a 30-mile swath south and north of Cedar Rapids. Here, it took days, and in some cases weeks, to reconnect people to the 21st century. Additionally, it took weeks to clear the streets enough to be passable, and nearly 10 months to pick up tree debris in Cedar Rapids and Marion. In the county, over 1 million trees were destroyed, and more than 1,000 homes were declared uninhabitable. However, the farming industry may have been the hardest hit by the derecho. The USDA's Risk Management Agency reported that 57 of Iowa's 99 counties with 14 million acres of crops had been in the derecho's path. This is almost 66% of the 21.3 million acres of corn and soybeans planted in 2020, or 45% of the state's total 30.6 million acres of available farmland. Damage was particularly heavy in 36 of those 57 counties, accounting for a total of 3.57 million acres of corn and 2.5 million acres of soybeans, which combined for a total of 20% of Iowa's cropland. Iowa Secretary of Agriculture Mike Nate said on August 14th that the storm was a devastating blow to the Iowa agricultural industry, especially since it took place mere weeks before the beginning of seasonal harvest.
I fucking did.
On August 19th, he said that the storm had destroyed an estimated 100 million U.S. bushels worth of grain storage and processing infrastructure as well. The average projected yield for the state was nearly halved, from 202 U.S. bushels per acre to 100 to 150 U.S. bushels per acre. The agricultural damage of the derecho was compounded by a concurrent drought affecting 31 counties. Farmers had actually preferred the previous drought conditions to the wet conditions in wake of the derecho damage, as wet conditions induced rot and made it harder to harvest the flattened crops. Across other portions of Iowa, the Iowa's Governor's Office estimated on August 16th that the storm severely damaged or destroyed over 8,000 homes and caused $23.6 million in damage to public infrastructure. Additionally, the cost of cleaning up debris from the storm was estimated at $21.6 million. Across the state of Illinois, high winds and 15-week tornadoes, the majority of the derecho's tornadoes, caused variable damage to buildings, trees, and vehicles. Officials report that a dozen people were directly injured by the storm across the state. A month after the storm, Chicago was still cleaning up damaged areas. In city parks, over 500 trees fell. In addition, the city answered over 12,000 emergency calls regarding trees in the city.
My fucking trees fell! Help! Here, meanwhile, here in Iowa, nah, look at these guys. They ain't coming together, helping each other like we did. And God, fuck!
Emergency management confirmed the deaths of two. The first was a Malcolm woman in her 40s, killed when a tree fell on her porch.
What?
The second was a Brooklyn man in his 40s.
So, crazy fact. Somebody's house.
The fourth death was reported by the Linz County Sheriff's Office, confirming a 63-year-old man had died from a falling tree while biking. In the week after the storm, Iowa elected officials
Somebody's fucking roof to their house legitimately came off. And this was in Van Horn.
Formally requested by Reynolds on August 16th for nearly $4 billion.
I am not joking.
The following day, Trump announced that he had partially approved Reynolds' request, but did not approve the requested FEMA Individual Assistance Program, which Reynolds says provided disaster-impacted homeowners and businesses with programs and services to maximize recovery, including assistance with housing, personal property replacement, and medical expenses and legal services. An amended declaration to include individual assistance worked its way through Washington, according to Reynolds. The White House then approved it for Linn County on August 20th. The under-forecasting of the day and poor performance of weather models stands as a testament to the ever-changing and always unpredictable nature of weather. The August 10th, 2020 derecho will forever be one of the most impactful and powerful derechos of all time. Anyways, thank you all for watching. I checked the stats here, and it says only about 7.2% of you guys are actually subscribed. So if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like and subscribe. I really appreciate it. Also, if you'd like to help support the channel any further, become a channel member today. It only costs as little as $1 a month, and you will see numerous behind-the-scenes views into my chasing and documentary making. But anyways, thank you all so much for watching. I hope to see you guys in the next one next week. Goodbye.
Get the fuck out of here!
The $7,500 federal tax credit for eligible electric vehicles is ending. You must take delivery by September 30th, 2025.
You want to play tough? Say hello to my little friend.
No, it's supposed to be like, say hello to my little friend. Or some.
Ranging from mild to moderate to serious levels of controversy. To start this video off, we're going to go through the list of Europe's mild disputes first before moving on to the more serious ones, which are disputes that don't involve any actually inhabited territories, involve very small amounts of essentially inconsequential territory, and are in most of these cases so small-scale and low-key that most of the residents in the countries involved aren't even aware that the disputes even exist in the first place. The first of these more mild and arguably goofy disputes is between France and Italy, and concerns who between them actually owns the summit of Mont Blanc, the highest mountain in the Alps and the highest point located anywhere in Europe outside of the Caucasus mountain range. When you look closely at the French-Italian border here that runs along the crest of the mountains, you'll notice these two small areas that are in dispute between them. The Italian claimed border follows the natural watershed here and splits the summit of Western Europe's highest mountain evenly between them, while the French claimed border simply deviates ever so slightly from the natural watershed to incorporate the entire summit of Mont Blanc within France instead, thus enabling France to insist on sole ownership of the mountain's summit and Western Europe's highest peak without sharing it with the Italians. Italy insists that the 1860 Treaty of Turin, signed between France and the Kingdom of Sardinia, in which France annexed the Duchy of Savoy, established the modern border between France and Italy after Italy was unified the following year in 1861. But then, 4 years later, in 1865, the Italians alleged that France moved their idea of the border on the mountain unilaterally so as to fully incorporate the summit into French territory, which Italy has never accepted and continually rejected for nearly the past 160 years now, leading to the current state of small but prideful territorial disputes between them. Germany is a country that historically had many territorial disputes all throughout Europe, but today really only has two, thankfully very minor disputes. The first of which is with the Netherlands here in the estuary of the Ems River. The bay here between the Netherlands and Germany is known as the Dollard, and it is fully on the western side of the Ems River. Germany legally regards the maritime border between the Dollard and the Dollard Bay as running from the recognized land border here entirely along the left bank of the Ems River, essentially following the Dutch shoreline out into the North Sea. The Netherlands maintains a different legal view, however, and counter-insists that the maritime border between them here follows the river's Thalweg, or in other words, the roughly center line that follows the lowest elevation within the river's valley, which leaves a narrow maritime area between their claims that both countries maintain an open dispute over. At a high-level meeting in 2014, the foreign ministers of Germany and the Netherlands finally met to settle this long-running and oddly contentious dispute once and for all, and they basically just agreed to disagree. They agreed that the maritime border here between them would simply remain ambiguous and undefined, with each side sharing a mutual legal responsibility over the area instead of actually coming up with any hard definitions, meaning that the disputed border here will likely remain for the foreseeable future. And Germany's other active ongoing territorial dispute today is somehow even less controversial than that. Here in the far southwest of Germany lies Lake Constance, a large alpine lake where the borders of Germany, Austria, and Switzerland all converge at. Now, weirdly, when you look at this lake in Google Maps, you'll notice that the borders of all three of these countries immediately end the moment they reach the lake's shoreline, as opposed to the borders shown that crisscross other lakes in the region nearby, like Lake Geneva and Lake Maggiore. On Lake Constance, the borders are shown to end the moment the borders reach the lake, because the lake itself is the subject of a territorial dispute. Austria's legal position is that the entire lake is 100% jointly co-owned and shared by all three of the countries around it, making the whole lake a sort of condominium with free and equal access to all three countries around it. Switzerland, however, doesn't agree with this viewpoint, owing to the fact that Austria controls the smallest amount of coastline on the lake. And so, they argue instead that the international borders between all three countries here run down the center line of the lake, with Switzerland and Germany controlling most of the lake, and Austria limiting only a sliver of it around their immediate coastline. Meanwhile, Germany maintains no official legal opinion on the borders of the lake at all.
Germany's like, whatever makes you guys feel happy.
Austria and Switzerland, leaving the lake behind as a very low-level controversy between all three. The next minor dispute in Europe is over on the other side of the continent and concerns the status of an island called K Island between Ukraine and Romania, making up Ukraine's much lower intensity territorial dispute with a country that begins with R. The problem here is that K Island is a relatively new landmass that only began forming naturally in the early 2000s in the Black Sea, right at the mouth of the Danube River that mostly forms the border between Ukraine and Romania. This border here has long been the established border between the two states that was agreed upon between the Soviet Union and Romania in 1948, and then re-agreed upon again after Ukraine became independent with the Romanian-Ukrainian Border Treaty of 1997. Unfortunately, as K Island began forming shortly after that treaty in the early 2000s, the international border cut across the northern tip of the island, which led the Ukrainians to unilaterally alter their interpretation of the border in 2010 to fully encompass the new island with extreme territory, which the Romanian authorities have objected to ever since, but since the island is uninhabited, tiny, and has barely even existed for more than 20 years, hardly anybody's really cared about it. Another tiny island that a bunch of countries in Europe maintain a dispute over is up here in the North Atlantic called Rockland. And as its name sort of implies, it's really less of an island and more of just a big rock in the middle of the ocean. With the legal status of a rock that's uninhabitable, no state can really claim it as an island and benefit from the large maritime EEZ area that would normally go along with it. Rockall is indisputably located within the EEZ of the UK, but it's also located in a geographically weird area where the EEZs of Ireland, Iceland, and Denmark by way of the Danish-owned Faroe Islands all roughly converge at. The dispute here around Rockall, therefore, isn't so much over the maritime boundaries above the sea, but on the access to the ocean floor beneath the sea on the continental shelf. Because all four of these countries technically claim the sea floor beneath Rockall as a natural extension of their continental shelves. The ownership of the continental shelf rights around Rockall are valuable, because they would enable whichever state who owns them the exclusive rights to harvest any resources that could potentially be located down there on the seafloor, like oil and gas. And so, it's the ownership of these kinds of rights around Little Rockall that all four of these European countries dispute to this day. And now we're going to dip our toes into the area of Europe with the highest concentration of ongoing territorial disputes, the Balkans. One of the more minor territorial disputes here at the moment concerns Croatia and Montenegro, who, despite only bordering each other with a tiny border length of just 25 kilometers, has still managed to fit in a dispute there anyway. The issue between them here stems over the status of the small Prevlaka Peninsula here, the southernmost point of Croatia that strategically juts out into the entrance of the Montenegrin-owned Bay of Kotor. During the breakup of Yugoslavia in the 1990s, the Serbian and Montenegrin forces attempted to capture the Prevlaka Peninsula from Croatia, along with the rest
Are
of
you
the
fucking serious?
up to the important city of Dubrovnik, which was put to siege by them for months between 1991 and 1992, with the then Montenegrin Prime Minister asserting that Dubrovnik was rightfully Montenegrin. By the end of 1992, however, the Croatian army had managed to break the siege of Dubrovnik and recapture the whole coastline, including the strategic Prevlaka Peninsula, which then led to the Croatian and Montenegrin sides mutually agreeing on keeping the Prevlaka Peninsula a demilitarized zone, and led to UN Security Council Resolution 779, which affirmed the demilitarized status of the Prevlaka Peninsula and placed a UN peacekeeping force there to basically keep the peninsula as a UN buffer zone area between them. At the end of 2002, a decade later, the UN-mandated peacekeeping mission on the peninsula ended and it was fully returned back to Croatia again, which led to Croatia and Montenegro signing what was intended to only be a temporary
How the fuck are my
agreement in
Roblox
regards to handover.
videos
This supposed
more
temporary agreement
dude
recognized that as part of the
than my
peninsula
actual
also
fucking
stipulated that in order to
YouTube
maintain the
videos?
peninsula's demilitarized status
Well,
going forward, the sea bay on the eastern side of the peninsula up to the Croatian border was to remain strictly off limits as a sort of no man's zone with unrecognized territorial claims. And decades later now, that temporary agreement has continued remaining theoretically in force, even after both Croatia and Montenegro have joined the NATO alliance, with Montenegro still not recognizing Croatia's territorial waters of the bay here. And that's far from the only maritime dispute that Croatia has gotten itself involved in. It's pretty well known by most geography geeks that Croatia almost completely landlocks Bosnia and Herzegovina by its control of virtually the entire northeastern Adriatic coastline, with the sole exception of this tiny corridor that's fewer than 5 kilometers wide centered on the Bosnian port of New, that grants Bosnia and Herzegovina its only tiny access out to the sea. The corridor in New also separates Croatian territory into two separate halves, with a northern mainland and a southern semi-exclave centered around the city of Dubrovnik. There isn't any part of these borders that is openly in dispute today, but between 2018 and 2022, the Croatians spent 420 million euros constructing a major bridge project here that they called the Peljušac Bridge, which finally linked up their two disconnected halves by land and enabled Croatians, for the first ever time, to drive overland between them without having to pass through Bosnian territory first. The bridge has also been very deeply controversial within Bosnia and Herzegovina, however, because it was built directly across the channel of their only sea access to the global ocean, contributing to their sense of being landlocked by Croatia even further. Croatia agreed to build the bridge to a height of 55 meters, which enables all but the absolute biggest of container and cruise ships to continue passing under the bridge and accessing the Bosnian port in New. But several Bosnian officials have still noted that the bridge's existence will deny the port in New from ever being able to upgrade itself to handle those kinds of huge container and cruise ships in the future. And So, the Bosnian government's official position is that the bridge was unilaterally constructed by the Croatians over what they regard as international waters. While the Croatian perspective is that they built the bridge only within Croatia's own territorial waters, and that they therefore didn't need to seek out the Bosnian government's approval in order to do it. And that the bridge still allows all pre-existing Bosnian maritime shipping to continue anyway, effectively leading to a kind of territorial dispute where the Bosnian government rejects the existence of Croatia's bridge here rather than any territory. And yet, Croatia maintains yet another fairly minor territorial dispute with another one of their neighbors, Serbia, right here at about 14 different individual locations across their border that generally follows along the Danube River. The dispute here stems from Serbia and Croatia's different interpretations of where the border between them along the Danube should actually be placed at. Serbia legally regards the foul leg of the Danube Valley and the center line of the river as it currently flows today to be the border between them. While Croatia differs from this view and insists on the border being exactly as it was back in the 19th century, that follows the center line of the Danube River as it used to historically flow before the advent of hydrotechnical engineering works altered the Danube's course to what it currently looks like now. These differences in opinion between them of around 140 square kilometers of land territory across 14 separate areas along the Danube in open dispute between them, which is nearly the same size as the microstate of Liechtenstein. But since nobody seemingly actually lives in any of these disputed territories, it doesn't rise up to a more serious dispute.
Skincare superpower for your shower. Hydrates, firms, smooths, brightens, evens. New Olay Body Wash.
Let's get started.
It's just a fridge. And where the fuck does that screen come from? It sure is damn hell. Sure as hell is not the fucking fridge.
That's the plus in Tires Plus.
The fuck?
As it currently stands now, Serbia controls most of the territories that are in dispute, with all 10 of these yellow highlighted areas east of the current flow of the Danube claimed by Croatia, but controlled by Serbia. Meanwhile, because Croatia claims the border as the historical flow of the Danube River from the 19th century, it has led to an interesting situation where there are 3 small territories west of the current flow of the Danube River that Croatia does not legally claim and insists are Serbian instead, but which Serbia rejects and insists are Croatian. Which means that these 3 small pockets of land along the Danube are all currently unclaimed by any nation on Earth, and represent the only currently unclaimed land in Europe. This situation led to an eccentric Czech libertarian politician named Vít Jedlička to begin claiming the largest piece of unclaimed land here, about the same size as Gibraltar, for his self-declared free republic of Liberland. And he has reportedly been arrested by Croatian authorities multiple times for attempting to enter the land.
For what?
For decades now, Croatia cannot claim these 3 small territories west of the Danube without giving up its bigger and more important claims to the larger territories east of the river. And since Serbia won't ever claim them either, they're likely to remain in a weird legal gray zone for the foreseeable future.
Fuck! So I can't make a country, is that what you're saying?
Exclave of Bosnian territory known as Rudo, home to around 173 people who are completely surrounded by Serbia. Weirdly, the border here only appears on maps like Google and Apple, and there aren't any border crossings or markings or checkpoints to even suggest that a border even exists there at all on the map. Even though the
Fucking damn it!
universally recognized
Oh, I wanted to make a fucking
and all of its residents reportedly
country.
taxes to the government of Bosnia and Herzegovina, all of the day-to-day administration of the territory is handled by the Serbian government instead. Blurring the line here between whether or not the small territory is recognized as Bosnian or Serbian. And it's not only the early territories in Europe that's like this, where the residents have a blurry sense of what country they might belong to. Over in the Iberian Peninsula, there's this relatively small territory known as Olivenza. It's about 430 square kilometers in area, larger than Malta, and home to around 12,000 residents and administered by Spain, but legally disputed in its entirety by neighboring Portugal as well. The history of this dispute goes a ways back. But basically, Olivenza was continually under Portuguese rule for centuries ever since they took it over from the Crown of Castile, all the way back in the year 1297. Half a millennium later, in 1801, however, things changed when the Spanish invaded Portugal and then forced the Portuguese to cede over Olivenza to them in the 1801 Treaty of Badajoz, which included an article that explained that the treaty would be cancelled if any of its other articles were violated, such as either Portugal or Spain attacking each other again in the future. So then, just 6 years later in 1807, Spain and Napoleonic France jointly invaded Portugal again, which Portugal claims cancelled out the previous 1801 Treaty of Badajoz that ceded over Olivenza. Further, Article 105 of the later Treaty of Vienna that laid out the borders of Europe after Napoleon's overthrow, which Spain signed in 1817, compelled Spain to return Olivenza back to Portugal again. But then, for more than 200 years since then, Spain just kind of never did that and has just kept holding on to Olivenza anyway, arguing that they felt that the treaty's language didn't make their return of Olivenza explicitly mandatory. Since then, Portugal has never made a formal claim to the territory of Olivenza, which is why it's not marked as a disputed territory in Google Maps. But Portugal has also never directly acknowledged Spain's sovereignty over Olivenza either, making it, in theory, a sort of gray zone territory. Portuguese military maps as recently as 2013 still do not show a border that separates Olivenza from Portugal. Well, it also seems that the dispute over the territory is so low-key that most Spanish citizens aren't even aware that it even exists at all. And it's been a fairly moot point anyway, since Spain and Portugal have each been in the EU for decades now, so it's not really a very serious issue. But Spain's continued control over Olivenza for centuries, despite signing treaties to give it back, will seem fairly hypocritical when it comes to Spain's other territorial dispute in Europe over Gibraltar, which takes us into the more moderate levels of territorial dispute in Europe that actually involve larger numbers of people or more serious national strategic interests. Gibraltar is a British overseas territory and city at the southern tip of the Iberian Peninsula that, while small, is very densely populated with around 34,000 people today who are all British citizens. Gibraltar was first captured by the British from Spain more than 3 centuries ago in 1704 during the War of the Spanish Succession, which led Spain to agree on ceding Gibraltar to the UK under the terms of the 1713 Treaty. Spain then attempted to recapture Gibraltar by force with a siege in 1727, and another very long siege between 1779 and 1783 during the American Revolutionary War, neither of which were successful, and which resulted in subsequent treaties in 1729 and 1783 that all reaffirmed Britain's continued sovereignty over Gibraltar. The issue then remained fairly dormant for nearly another 2 centuries, until Spain's dictator Francisco Franco reopened Spain's territorial claims to Gibraltar again in the 1960s, which have generally continued through to the present day. In theory, the Spanish government has sought to return the whole of Gibraltar back to their country through diplomacy since the Franco era of the 60s, but Spain hasn't ever claimed the entirety of Gibraltar's territory throughout this process. Instead, Spain has based its current territorial claims to Gibraltar on the exact language used within the original 1713 Treaty of Utrecht that ceded the territory over to Britain, which they argue covered only the fortified perimeter of the town of Gibraltar as it existed back at that time, which followed this line immediately to the north of the geographic Rock of Gibraltar. Spain argues that none of the territory to the north of this line was ever agreed to be ceded over to Britain by the Treaty of Utrecht. It argues that over the centuries since then, the British gradually expanded their area of control in Gibraltar north across the isthmus that connects Gibraltar to the Spanish mainland that formed the current de facto border. This has led to a situation where Spain today, as of 2024, formally claims this amount of territory in northern Gibraltar between where the current border is and the boundary Spain claims existed back in 1713, which notably includes people who live within Gibraltar's northern district, a claim that Britain rejects on the grounds that, basically, they've continually controlled this land for centuries now, so it may as well stay British today, which is also basically the same argument that Spain uses for its continued control of Olivenza. Moreover, Spain also insists that Britain's ownership over the rest of Gibraltar does not confer with it any usual territorial waters that would be granted under international law. Spain insists that Britain's only territorial waters around Gibraltar are extremely limited to being immediately within the port of Gibraltar and no further. while the UK insists on their usual territorial waters around Gibraltar that would be granted under international maritime law, which leads to all of these waters around Gibraltar being disputed between the UK and Spain as well. And with both of these territorial and maritime disputes on Gibraltar remaining active, Spain has
God,
spent decades
who the
attempting
fuck
to
are you?
persuade the UK on getting back the rest of Gibraltar as well. Spain's argument has been historically based on 2 points: that Britain's control of Gibraltar violates Spain's territorial integrity, and that Gibraltar's population of British citizens today are settlers and a product
Out of everybody's houses here.
which is why Spain refuses to consider the interests or opinions of any of Gibraltar's residents.
Mine's the biggest
Insists on
one.
negotiating the status of the territory exclusively with the UK government itself. Britain's perspective, meanwhile, is based on the principle
Second,
of self-determination.
third,
32,000 residents of
second,
Gibraltar today, who
third.
time and time again have shown in referendums and votes that they overwhelmingly prefer to remain a part of the UK. And the British government refuses to negotiate with Spain on the issue without the inclusion and representation of the Gibraltar government as an equal party. And Britain has consistently rejected all of Spain's various attempts to negotiate on Gibraltar's status for decades now.
That's the least biggest.
Since 2020, when the UK left the European Union, which took Gibraltar along with it, which established a more firm land border crossing between the EU and the UK. All of which elevates the Gibraltar dispute to something a bit more moderate in intensity. Next up, we're going back to Croatia again, because oh man, if you thought Croatia was done with its border disputes or blocking its neighbors' access to the ocean, you were very wrong. In addition to their disputes with Montenegro, Serbia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia's other modern territorial dispute is with Slovenia, and is centered on this little sliver of disputed land between them near to the Gulf of Pirin. The Croatian claim here is that the border follows the course of the Dragonja River as it flows today, while the Slovenian claim is that the border runs just a bit further to the southwest along the historical boundaries between them that used to exist in the 19th century, in a claim that will sound familiar to the argument that Croatia itself makes with Serbia along their border that follows the Danube River. The result is a small, narrow strip of disputed land between Croatia and Slovenia in the middle of their claim that includes a few houses and farms, and notably the Casino Hotel Lulino, a luxury 5-star hotel and casino with hundreds of highly rated Google reviews, whose website claims is located within Croatia, but whose entire property is marked as being disputed by Slovenia in Google Maps. The land dispute itself isn't extremely controversial, but the maritime dispute that it causes in the nearby Gulf of Pirin certainly is. Because of their different interpretations of where the border on land lies, Croatia claims that the maritime border extends from the mouth of the Dragonja River across the center of the Gulf of Pirin, dividing the Gulf evenly between them and Slovenia, which happens to restrict Slovenia's territorial waters to just this narrow inlet immediately around their own small coastline, and which also blocks off Slovenia's direct access to international waters. Slovenia, meanwhile, counter-insists that the maritime border actually follows their land claim along the entire southern coast of the Bay of Pirin to the Cape here, and then extends out to about here in order to grant Slovenia direct access to international waters without them needing to pass through Croatian or Italian territorial waters first, and which also places the entire Gulf of Pirin within the claimed territorial waters of Slovenia. This situation led to a hotly contested area of disputed waters between them that got so contentious, Slovenia actually threatened to block Croatia's accession into the European Union for years over it, until they agreed on resolving it. In 2011, both Croatia and Slovenia finally agreed that they would submit the dispute to the UN's Permanent Court of Arbitration to reach a final decision, and Slovenia ended its blockade of Croatia's membership into the European Union, leading to Croatia joining the EU in 2013. But then, several years later in 2017, the Permanent Court of Arbitration issued its final ruling on the disputed border that looked like this, essentially drawing the maritime border in between Croatia and Slovenia's respective claims, and connecting Slovenian territorial waters to a neutral corridor through which Croatia would have to grant universal passage to Slovenia through in order to grant Slovenia uninterrupted access to international waters. The Slovenian government hailed the agreement and accepted the ruling, but the Croatian government immediately refused it and stated that it wouldn't accept the results. Based on their allegations, the Slovenian government officials were improperly in contact with the members of the UN's arbitration court before the ruling was announced, and their assertion that the ruling was biased towards a pro-Slovenian outcome as a result, which leaves the waters in the Gulf of Pirin and the land area along the Dragonia River disputed between Croatia and Slovenia to this day. Keeping us in the Balkans for now, another long-running dispute has to do with North Macedonia. Not with any of the country's territory, but with the very name that the country chooses to call itself by. For decades after gaining its independence from Yugoslavia in 1998, this country officially referred to itself as the Republic of Macedonia, or just Macedonia for short, which has triggered a long-running dispute with neighboring Greece, who strongly objected to their use of the label Macedonia. The dispute arose from the historical ambiguities around the creation
Now
of the
that
Socialist Republic of Macedonia during the Yugoslav
that
era,
looks
the emergence of
better.
South Slavic
That looks
Macedonia
way
like identity
better.
around the 20th century, the
I'd rather
existence of the
die
ancient
than
Greek
have to
kingdom
look at
Macedon,
that
the contemporary
fucking
geographic
shit
region of Macedonia
again.
within Greece.
Why is the roof on? Why is there a trash can?
View themselves as being completely different from the South Slavic people who identify as ethnic Macedonians.
Don't
These
ask.
complexities, Greece long
God
used
fucking
another
damn it.
qualifier like North Macedonia. The state of Macedonia could theoretically maintain territorial claims to the whole contemporary region of Macedonia, including territory in Greece, Bulgaria, and Albania, while they further accused the Macedonians of appropriating Greek culture and symbols like Alexander the Great. In order to even join the United Nations in 1993, Greece essentially forced the country to adopt the provisional name of the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, or the FYROM, instead of the Republic of Macedonia name that it preferred to use. But Greece continually
Fucking
blocked the country's
Tetris.
admission into either the
What the wait?
EU or
What the
NATO
fuck?
until the whole country would agree on changing its name. And for decades, they refused to consider changing their name, and this diplomatic deadlock continued all the way up until 2018, when the two sides finally agreed on a compromise, wherein Macedonia would formally change their name to North Macedonia, and Greece would drop their blockages of the country into the EU and NATO in exchange. The following year, in 2019, Macedonia formally changed its name to North Macedonia, and in 2020, the country was finally admitted into NATO. But that wasn't exactly the end of the dispute.
Wait, that looks
The
like
most
a
recent
fucking
election in North
tripwire.
Macedonia in 2024 delivered a new nationalist candidate to the presidency, who immediately caused a diplomatic row with Greece when, during her inauguration speech, she deliberately referred to the country by the old name of just Macedonia again. Then, in June of 2024, the new nationalist North Macedonian Prime Minister repeatedly referred to the country as just Macedonia during his speech to the country's parliament, and blatantly said that he referred to the new name of North Macedonia as a shameful capitulation. All of this has led to the Greek government to recently say that they don't believe the North Macedonian government is serious about the name change, and that they'll go right back to blocking the country's accession into the European Union until they're satisfied that they're actually taking the name change more seriously. Which makes it appear that the long-running dispute over this country's name hasn't yet ended. And this gets us into the final category of disputed territories and borders.
That cannot be made by players, obviously.
Major areas of land or
It's...
strategic interests,
Dude, it
and
just
or
fucking
very
cuts
large
off right
numbers
here.
that actually have a potential to escalate into conflict or even outright war, or in which active wars are already being fought over them. The first such territory in this final list of serious disputes
Okay,
in Europe keeps us
dude,
in the
what the
Balkans and concerns
fuck?
the status of Kosovo, which,
Okay.
is either a
Fuck
foreign
you.
or a rebellious
You
province of
weird
Serbia.
ass
A serious
motherfucker.
dispute that involves nearly 11,000 square kilometers of territory and nearly 1.6 million people who live there. Kosovo used to be an autonomous province of Serbia for decades throughout the Yugoslav era, with a large population of both ethnic Albanians and Serbs, with internal Yugoslav demographic data from the 1950s and 60s showing that Albanians constituted around 65% of the population back then, and Serbs and Montenegrins around another 25%. But during Yugoslavia's collapse in the 1990s, the nationalist government of Serbia, headed by Slobodan Milosevic, began suppressing and eliminating Kosovo's former autonomy, which led to the emergence of the Albanian-dominated Kosovo Liberation Army, or KLA, who began waging an armed insurgency against the Serbian government in Kosovo after 1996 that saw Kosovo's outright independence through force. Violence in Kosovo between the KLA and the Serbian government continued to escalate until 1998, when the building tensions exploded into a full-scale war in the territory that eventually included the Serbian government's attempt to ethnically cleanse Kosovo of hundreds of thousands of its Albanian residents, and NATO's decision to intervene against Serbia militarily in 1999. That included a bombing campaign that eventually compelled the Serbian army to withdraw from Kosovo and led to tens of thousands of NATO troops entering into Kosovo in their place, as either peacekeepers or occupiers, depending on your perspective. The 1998-99 war dramatically shifted Kosovo's internal demographics. More than 13,000 people were killed during the Kosovo War, and around 850,000 Albanians have been forcefully expelled from Kosovo at gunpoint by the Serbian army and paramilitaries. And NATO facilitated most of their return to their territory in the aftermath of 1999, while harsh reprisal attacks from the Albanians on the Serb community in Kosovo led to the exodus of around 200,000 Serbs from Kosovo as refugees into the rest of Serbia in the immediate aftermath, which nearly eliminated Kosovo's large Serb minority and led to Kosovo being over 90% ethnically Albanian today, which some have argued represented another ethnic cleansing of Kosovo's Serb population. Kosovo was then placed under a transitional UN administration that authorized NATO to maintain its peacekeeping force in the territory. And then nearly a decade later in 2008, Kosovo unilaterally declared its independence from Serbia, which has remained unrecognized by the Serbian government to this day and is deeply contentious, with nobody so far having managed to reach a diplomatic solution to the dispute. Some recent negotiations to finally reach some solution have included Kosovo granting its remaining Serb population of around 100,000 in the north their full autonomy within Kosovo in exchange for legal recognition of independence from Serbia, or a territorial and population exchange scheme where Kosovo would cede its remaining Serb-majority areas in the north to Serbia in exchange for Serbia ceding some Albanian-majority areas in the east over to Kosovo, and extending its legal recognition of Kosovo's independence. But so far, neither of these ideas have been implemented, and they each have their various problems. And so, no solution has yet been reached. But since Kosovo's 2008 independence declaration, around 104 UN member states have chosen to legally recognize Kosovo's independence, including the United States and most of its allies in Europe and the Pacific, while Russia and China, along with the other BRICS members India, Brazil, South Africa, and Iran, in addition to Serbia, have all chosen to take Serbia's side of the dispute and have rejected Kosovo's independence, leading to Kosovo's legal status being hotly contentious on the international stage as well. Interestingly, there are even several EU and NATO countries that reject Kosovo's independence as well, including Spain, Slovakia, Romania, and Greece. Spain rejects Kosovo's independence out of fear of the precedent Kosovo's unilateral independence declaration might set for Catalonia, while Slovakia and Romania reject Kosovo's independence out of a similar fear of the precedent it could set for their own large Hungarian minorities. And Greece rejects Kosovo's independence out of the fear of the precedent it could set for the next serious territorial dispute in Europe in Cyprus.
Tools give you the confidence to take on challenging home projects. With hundreds of corded and cordless tools and accessories, Bauer is ready to deliver. Whatever you do, do it for less. Only at Harbor Freight.
Cyprus is an island in the eastern Mediterranean that is these days de facto divided between three different entities. The ethnically Greek majority Republic of Cyprus in the south, the ethnically Turkish majority Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, or TRNC, in the north, and two sovereign British military bases in the south and the east, while the Greek majority Republic of Cyprus claims all of the territory on the island that's controlled by the TRNC, and considers it all as legally occupied. This situation arose shortly after Cyprus was granted its independence from the British in 1960. At the time, owing to previous centuries of both Ottoman and Greek influence on the island, Cyprus was an ethnically mixed society where about 78% of the total population were Greeks, and another 18% of the population were Turks. A very convoluted government was set up by the British in post-independence Cyprus that was designed to try and enable the Greeks and the Turks on the island to share power. But it really just ultimately led to conflict between them instead. At the time, the Greeks of Cyprus generally favored a full union and annexation of the entire island with Greece, while the Turks of Cyprus generally favored a partition of the island, with the more Turkish-majority northern areas separating and potentially joining with Turkey. But both of these concepts were firmly rejected by both the UK and Turkey alike. And so, Cyprus's original constitution was drafted by all of them as a sort of compromise to explicitly forbid Cyprus from either joining Greece or partitioning itself in half, intended to keep Cyprus both whole and non-aligned. Regardless, ethnic tensions on the island between the Greek and Turkish communities continued, and eventually, a military junta government in Greece sponsored a coup in Cyprus in 1974 that installed a pro-Greece annexation government into power on the island, which Turkey flatly rejected as a violation of Greece's previous agreement to do exactly not that. And so then, Turkey decided to launch an amphibious invasion of Cyprus shortly afterwards, that resulted in the Turkish army coming to occupy about the northern third of the island, that resulted in the mass expulsion of ethnic Greeks from the north to the south of the island, and ethnic Turks who were expelled from the south to the north. Eventually, the two sides agreed on a ceasefire, and the UN set up a buffer zone across the entire island that has kept the Greek and Turkish communities on Cyprus separated by a wall and soldiers ever since. Years later, in 1983, the Turkish-occupied area of northern Cyprus unilaterally declared their independence from the Republic of Cyprus as the TRNC, which to date has only ever been legally recognized as an independent country by Turkey itself. While the Republic of Cyprus has continually maintained that the declaration was illegal, and continues to claim all of the TRNC's controlled territory. And since Turkey's 1974 invasion, they've made the situation even more controversial by allowing tens of thousands of Turkish settlers from the mainland to move into the TRNC. So many so that currently it's estimated that about half of the TRNC's total population today in 2024 are made up of Turkish settlers or their descendants who are new to the island since 1974. This is a hugely controversial issue within both the Republic of Cyprus and Greece, who each reject the TRNC's unilateral independence declaration, and who also both maintain that in order to finally resolve the Cyprus dispute, all, or at least most of the Turkish settlers and their descendants who have moved to the island since 1974 have to be expelled, which the Turks refuse because that would probably be half of the TRNC's population and result in a huge refugee exodus back to Turkey. This is also a huge part of why a referendum on reunification hosted across Cyprus in 2004 had such radically different voting patterns between the Turks and the Greeks on the island, where 65% of Turks on the island voted in favor of reunification, while 76% of Greeks on the island rejected reunification, largely because the terms of the reunification referendum in 2004 did not include an expulsion of any of the post-1974 Turkish settlers. Almost immediately after that referendum, the Republic of Cyprus was formally admitted into the European Union, and ever since, the north of the island has been considered to be the only part of EU territory that's under foreign military occupation. All negotiations on the reunification of Cyprus have failed ever since, owing to the Greeks' opposition to the status of Turkish settlers, and the Turks' fears of a tyranny by the majority and a potential ethnic cleansing. And so the island has remained de facto divided, with the UN still patrolling the border between them, and the Turkish military still remaining present in the north, and with the south maintaining its claim to all of the north recognized by virtually all of the international community, and the north asserting its independence only recognized by Turkey. The dispute over the status of Cyprus also extends out into the maritime theater as well. Turkey maintains a very unique argument in international maritime law, which asserts that no islands, including Cyprus, can be entitled to the usual 200 nautical mile EEZ ascribed to states by international UN maritime law. Turkey's unique legal view is that islands should only be entitled to 12 nautical mile territorial waters and no EEZ, while EEZs should only be granted to continental coastal territories. Based on that argument and belief, Turkey's claimed EEZ in the Eastern Mediterranean looks like this, while Cyprus's EEZ claim that's based on the UN's laws looks like this, which leads to a huge maritime area around Cyprus claimed by both Cyprus and Turkey alike. Moreover, the TRNC also claims for itself this huge EEZ area that looks like this, which leads to another huge overlapping area of maritime claims between the Republic of Cyprus and the TRNC, which has gotten even more contentious recently as major natural gas fields have been discovered in the area since the 2010s. And Turkey has begun drilling for more natural gas within the waters they dispute with Cyprus, leading to frequent clashes between the Cypriot and Turkish governments and the international community. And it's not even the only large and strategically important maritime dispute maintained by Turkey, because they have an even bigger and even more controversial maritime dispute with their neighbor Greece within the Aegean Sea. Because the UN grants states the right to territorial waters up to 12 nautical miles from all of their coastlines, and because Greece has so many islands dotted all throughout the Aegean, if Greece applied the customary 12 nautical mile rule here, it would effectively come to possess the entire Aegean as a Greek-dominated territorial sea that would heavily restrict Turkey's Aegean coastline from access to international waters, which Turkey has for decades argued is unfair in the interest of equity. Instead, Turkey has effectively pressured the Greeks into a status quo arrangement in the Aegean, where both sides only recognize a 6 nautical mile limit of territorial waters instead of the more customary 12 nautical miles that looks like this. While Turkey has frequently threatened war with Greece over the decades if they ever decide to unilaterally extend their territorial waters in the Aegean up to the UN-recognized 12 nautical mile limit. The dispute also extends out from territorial waters into an EEZ dispute as well. Remember that Turkey uniquely argues that islands cannot have their own EEZ areas and only continental landmasses can have them instead, which leads Turkey to claim the eastern half of the Aegean Sea as its own EEZ along the median line between the Turkish and Greek mainlands that ignores all of Greece's islands in the Aegean as far as EEZ claims go, with Turkey only recognizing the island's small 6 nautical mile territorial waters. Turkey views this policy as something more fair that divides the Aegean and its resources more evenly between themselves and Greece, and which also gives them more breathing space, while Greece views it differently as a covert Turkish attempt to encircle their easternmost islands, some of which are heavily populated like Rhodes, Lesbos, and Chios, which would all be much harder to defend during a wartime scenario if surrounded by Turkish waters. Turkey argues that tiny Greek-controlled islands like Castellarizo that barely have a population of more than 500 people shouldn't be entitled to a huge EEZ area like this that blocks off the Turkish mainland. And so, you ultimately have a huge area of the Aegean Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean that are hotly disputed between Greece, who claims themselves an EEZ based on the UN's rules that enable islands to have full EEZs, and Turkey, who uniquely claims that islands cannot possess EEZs and that EEZs can only be determined by continental landmasses. And then, we arrive at all of the various territorial disputes across the former Soviet Union, of which there are very, very many. In Moldova, there's a narrow strip of land that follows between the Dniester River in the west and the border with Ukraine in the east that is de facto under the control of an entity that calls itself Transnistria, which is disputed and claimed entirely by the government of Moldova. Moldova used to be a Soviet republic. When the Soviet Union was collapsing in 1991, the region of Transnistria, which had a high ethnically mixed population of Russians, Moldovans, and Ukrainians, unilaterally declared their independence from Moldova with the intention of trying to remain within the Soviet Union and later within Russia. A brief 3-month-long war was fought between them in 1992 that saw Russia directly supporting the Transnistrian side, in which a few hundred people were killed before a ceasefire was agreed upon that kept Transnistria de facto independent, but legally unrecognized by any other country in the world. A situation that remains unresolved and frozen to this day. There's a little over 360,000 people who live within Transnistria today, and Russia has maintained a permanent troop deployment of around 1,500 soldiers to the territory, which led to the Council of Europe ruling in 2022 that Transnistria is legally Moldovan territory under Russian military occupation. And that, of course, is not the only territory to have fallen under that classification recently. As the Soviet Union was disintegrating in the 1990s, two ethnic minorities in the Soviet Republic of Georgia, the Abkhaz and the Ossetians, began fighting against the Georgian government for their own independence as well. They were both directly supported by the Russian government that resulted in both of their de facto independences. The war in Abkhazia across 1992 and 1993 was especially brutal, with as many as 30,000 people killed throughout the conflict, and severe human rights abuses that were perpetrated by every side involved. It ended with a mass ethnic cleansing campaign of the territory's ethnic Georgians that saw around 250,000 of them get expelled out of Abkhazia into the rest of Georgia. Later in 2008,
Fucking cunt.
separatist-controlled regions in the Georgian government flared up once again, which led to the Russian army launching a full-scale invasion of Georgia that saw the entirety of Abkhazia and South Ossetia falling under Russian military occupation, or protection depending on your point of view again, with Russia harking back to the precedent set by NATO's intervention into Kosovo against Serbia to justify against Georgia. To legally recognize Abkhazia and South Ossetia's independence, has established military bases throughout both of them, and has increasingly integrated both territories ever closer to Russia, both economically and politically, which has led to Georgia, along with the EU, Turkey, Ukraine, the US, under Russian military occupation, which represents roughly 20% of Georgia's internationally recognized territory as with Hotels.com, members say how should we stay at a place like spa? Get a manicure, clean up those nits. They said AI is the future. Intelligence for many years with Carl here. Describe your perfect apartment because Carl's listening.
Two bad, AC.
Okay.
A barbecue pit, maybe a microwave on top of the stove. A pool, that's that pool.
Very good. Thank you, Ray.
That's it. That's exactly what I wanted.
Apartments.com, a place to find a place. Ooh. And then, of course, the 2008 Russian invasion and occupation of about 20% of Georgia's internationally recognized territory seems almost like a dress rehearsal in hindsight for what would later come to Ukraine, which is indisputably the site of the most controversial territorial dispute in Europe today and probably in the entire world. In 2014, Russia invaded the territories of Crimea and Sevastopol and unilaterally annexed them both into Russia, which has been disputed by Ukraine and most of the international community for the past invasion of Ukraine that is continuing more than 2.5 years later. Since that invasion, Russia has gone on to unilaterally declare the annexations of 4 additional entire Ukrainian provinces as well: Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson, which together with Crimea and Sevastopol represent roughly 20% of Ukraine's internationally recognized territory, about the same size as Austria, that Russia all claims for itself. And it was all home to a pre-war population of nearly 12 million people, a massive area and population disputed between them. Recent official Russian government-issued maps show all of these territories as fully belonging to Russia, and Russia's currently stated war objectives in Ukraine are to secure all of their full control. But as it currently stands, there are still significant amounts of the Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson provinces that still remain under Ukrainian control and that the Russians are still attempting to conquer. And so far, Ukraine has not surrendered or compromised and continues to claim all of these territories overran by Russia since 2014, including Crimea. Adding up both sides' losses together since the invasion of 2022 began, it's currently estimated that more than 1 million soldiers have been killed or wounded by the war over these territories, while tens of thousands of Ukrainian civilians have also been killed at a minimum. while more than 6 million Ukrainians are also believed to have fled the country due to the fighting since 2022, all of which has marked the deadliest and largest scale conflict in Europe seen since the Second World War, and the largest refugee crisis seen globally during the entire 21st century, all of which makes the disputed territories in Ukraine arguably the most controversial and deadliest in the entire world today. All in all, these are all of the territories across Europe that are currently disputed as of today in 2024. But there are many other territories that might fall into dispute in the future, and many others that have only very recently been tenuously resolved. Most of the territories in eastern Ukraine, outside of small pro-Russian separatist areas in Donetsk and Luhansk, were not openly in dispute until they very suddenly were starting in 2022, and more than 1 million people have been killed and injured fighting over them since then. Territorial disputes are often fluid and can both end and begin very suddenly, and one of the most recently resolved major territorial disputes on the continent that has the potential to flare back up again in the future concerns the status of Northern Ireland, a part of the United Kingdom that for decades, up until very recently in 1998, was wholly claimed and disputed by the Republic of Ireland's government. Leading up to that point, for about 3 decades between the 1960s and the end of the 1990s, the political status and future of Northern Ireland as a part of the United Kingdom triggered one of modern Europe's longest-running insurgencies and violent conflicts in which thousands of people were killed and tens of thousands of others were wounded, many with life-altering, debilitating injuries. The conflict was waged between Irish Republican paramilitaries like the IRA, who wanted to see Northern Ireland leave the UK and join the Republic of Ireland, and Loyalist and Unionist paramilitaries along with the British State Security Forces, who wanted to maintain Northern Ireland's British status. The conflict involved major assassination attempts on members of the British royal family and even the British Prime Minister, the largest bombing seen in Britain since the Second World War, and an oftentimes heavy-handed British counter-insurgency campaign that led to brutal incidents like Bloody Sunday, in which British soldiers shot into an unarmed crowd of Irish protesters and killed 14 of them and never faced any legal consequences.
I mean,
the whole history of the Northern Ireland conflict.
Why the hell not? When you're being attacked by them, why not? Why the fuck not just bop, 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 a couple of them? It should be fine.
And why the questions over Northern Ireland's ultimate status have begun to return back to the international stage again today in the 2020s. In a post-Brexit world where the UK has withdrawn from the European Union and taken Northern Ireland along with it. Since that, Catholics in Northern Ireland, for the very first time in the territory's entire history, became a demographically larger group than Protestants in 2021. And earlier in 2024, Michelle O'Neill made history when she became the first ever Irish nationalist to be elected as Northern Ireland's first minister. And she has since stated that she fully expects a referendum on Northern Ireland's reunification with the Republic of Ireland to be hosted sometime within the next decade. Understanding the events that took place during the Troubles in Northern Ireland is critically important to understanding the context of what's taking place in Northern Ireland, the UK, and in Europe today. But at the same time, we all know that if I made a very
I stubbed my toe.
The many disturbing, violent, and inherently controversial details of discussing a subject that crosses the line into recent incidents of terrorism and massacres would without a doubt cause the entire video to become demonetized and age-restricted, which I actually agree with and think is very appropriate. But it also ultimately means that YouTube's algorithm, which is designed to show you appropriate videos alongside of ads in order to make money, would never actually promote the video to you in your feed, which means that there's just simply no way that you would ever see it here on this site at all. And that's why instead, I created yet another full-length companion video to this one in my ongoing Modern Conflict series that covers, to the best of my ability, the entire course of events and explanation into what took place throughout the period of the Troubles in Northern Ireland, involving now infamous organizations like the Irish Republican Army or the IRA. And I uploaded it directly to Nebula, where you can go and watch it right now. As I'm sure you've probably already heard by now, Nebula is the home of tons of exclusive ad-free content, like my entire modern conflict series, with more than 30 other full-length exclusive videos over there that you can go and watch right now, covering dozens of recent major wars and conflicts that help you stay up to date on what's going on across our world and why. From all of these videos covering the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine, to these other episodes covering Russia's other wars in Georgia, Chechnya, and Transnistria, to this massive episode covering the collapse of Yugoslavia, and many, many others with brand new episodes releasing every single month. And even better, I also recently started another completely new monthly series on Nebula called War Room, which will track all of the latest breaking geopolitical news developing from conflicts around the world and break them down into a single, easily digestible monthly video briefing series that'll help you stay even more up to date and informed on what's currently happening around the world and why. The latest episode in War Room covering all of the breaking geopolitical news and developments from last month in September, including Israel's war on Hezbollah and their bombing campaign in Lebanon, is live on Nebula for you to go and watch right now. These episodes will be released every single month, just like the monthly new episodes in Modern Conflict events, meaning 2 new exclusive real-life war videos on Nebula that you won't find on YouTube, going out every month going forward. And with even more, don't forget all the other amazing exclusive content that's on Nebula, because the best part about this site is that it's jointly co-owned by all of its creators, built by me and hundreds of other independent YouTubers and podcasters. And because it's a subscription-based service, we all get to work on way bigger and higher budget productions over there than we could ever do on our own on YouTube. That's why there's tons of other exclusive content that you'll find equally fascinating from all of these other creators over there you probably also already know as well. And best of all, if you sign up by clicking the button that's here on your screen right now, or scan the QR code, or by following the link down below in the description, you'll receive an insane 40% discount off of an annual subscription, which means it'll only cost you $3 a month or $36 a year for all of this awesome exclusive content from myself and hundreds of other independent creators, with even more stuff getting added every single month. It's the absolute best way to help support what I'm doing here on Real Life Lore, and as always, thank you so much for watching.
Bye-bye build-up. Hello,
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Lather for long-lasting
Get
lasers clean.
bitch!
Gems, shampoos, and
No one
conditioners.
fucking
For hair
fucks
that's
you!
going to transform. Suja Organic Wellness Drops.
Mm.
What's in it for you? Benefits for decades. Make every cent count.
Chechnya is perhaps the most unique geographic location on the European continent today. It is a hard mountainous land that straddles the north slope of the Greater Caucasus Mountains, similar in both geographic and population size to Slovenia. It is the home of the ethnic Chechen people who speak their own indigenous Chechen language, related to the other Northeast Caucasian languages nearby that also straddle the border between Europe and Asia. Chechnya is also one of the few overwhelmingly Muslim-majority regions that can be found on the European continent today. And despite all of these things giving Chechnya a highly unique cultural identity, Chechnya is, theoretically speaking at least, governed as a republic of the Russian Federation, although it is the least Russian part of Russia in just about every way imaginable. Unlike every other administrative region of Russia, Chechnya's current leader is formally referred to by the title of the Father of the People, and his name is Ramzan Kadyrov. He has personally ruled Chechnya continually for nearly the past 20 years with almost complete impunity and autonomy from Moscow, as if it were a medieval fiefdom rather than a modern democratic republic. Unlike anywhere else in Russia, federal soldiers under the control of the Kremlin are not even allowed to enter into Chechnya without Kadyrov's own explicit prior personal approval, and he has even threatened to have his own private army open fire on Russian federal troops if they ever do so. And speaking of his private army within Chechnya, Kadyrov effectively controls his own entire army that's almost completely independent of the rest of the Russian armed forces. Known as the Kadyrovtsi, as many as 70,000 men are now a part of this private army, who, unlike any other soldiers in Russia, have all pledged personal loyalty to the person of Ramzan Kadyrov himself, rather than to the Russian state or to the Kremlin's traditional chain of command. This represents nearly 1 in 10 of all the men living in Chechnya who have effectively sworn personal military fealty to their leader, the father of the people, making Chechnya among the most heavily militarized societies on the entire planet, that is comparable to both North Korea and Eritrea in scale. Despite Chechnya having a total population of only 1.5 billion people, Kadyrov's own personal army is larger than the standing army of Canada is today, despite Canada's population being more than 26 times larger. Kadyrov has deployed this large personal army to assist with Russia's wars in Georgia, Syria, and especially in Ukraine. But he has also wielded it to pursue his own personal objectives and ambitions as well, such as targeted assassinations and attacks against his political enemies and critics all throughout the world.
What?
Enforcing his own legal autonomy within Russia. Kadyrov has frequently stated that his own personal law in Chechnya overpowers the federal laws of Russia, and Russia has rarely ever contradicted him. As a heavily conservative Muslim society, Kadyrov's own personal interpretation of Islamic Sharia law has been largely allowed to have been put into place in Chechnya, despite Russia's clearly secular constitution. Women in Chechnya are expected to wear traditional headscarves while out in public, and women who are caught out in public without one by them with paintball guns in targeted drive-by shootings, with numerous videos of this taken by the Kadyrovsi and released online as a warning. There were religious bans in place on both alcohol and gambling within Chechnya, but Kadyrov has also frequently spoken out in favor of polygamy within Chechnya as well, even going so far as to say that implementing polygamy could help Russia escape from its chronic ongoing demographic crisis. He himself is believed to have at least 3 wives of his own, and beginning in 2017, the Kadyrovsi began carrying out a massive pogrom within Chechnya against the region's LGBT community, in what the Council of Europe has since described as the single most egregious example of violence against LGBT people in Europe that has occurred in decades. The media and the press within Chechnya is entirely controlled by Kadyrov and his regime, and it often feels like an information black hole in Europe. And despite the almost complete autonomy within Russia and the flagrant disregard for Russian federal laws, Russia still sends Chechnya billions of dollars a year in subsidies to keep it around. Because the line between the government in Chechnya and the family of Ramzan Kadyrov is extremely blurry, these billions of dollars in subsidies are massively embezzled by Kadyrov himself and often vanish once they arrive in Chechnya without a trace, which is how Kadyrov and his family are able to afford their opulently lavish lifestyle that he loves to flex on his social media profiles, complete with private jets, one of Europe's most spectacular collection of supercars, palatial properties around the world, and even a private zoo filled with exotic animals. It's also how Kadyrov is able to afford to pay for his tens of thousands of private soldiers, how he pays for his competitive UFC fight club, and how he's been able to construct monumental architectural projects in Chechnya, including what has recently become the continent's largest mosque. As in other dictatorial regimes throughout history, the Kadyrov family utterly dominates the political environment within Chechnya, with a highly developed cult of personality based around the figure of Ramzan Kadyrov himself. Ramzan's own father, Akhbat Kadyrov, also ruled over Chechnya briefly before him until he was assassinated in 2004, and after decades in power since then, Ramzan Kadyrov has been carefully positioning his own children into positions of power to eventually succeed him one day in Chechnya as well, making Chechnya not only Europe's sole remaining totalitarian regime in the 21st century, but the only region of Europe that is still clearly ruled by a familial quasi-monarchy under what has effectively become the Kadyrov family dynasty, which along with the cult of personality, the hyper-militarism, and the assassinations of dozens of dissidents abroad, have all sometimes earned Chechnya the nickname of Europe's North Korea. In order to understand why Chechnya is like this today and why it operates so differently from the rest of Russia and from the rest of Europe, it helps to understand some of this deeply complicated region's history. The North Caucasus historically existed at the frontiers of 3 great empires, the Persians and the Ottomans to the south and the Russians to the north, all of whom were linguistically and culturally distinct from the rural mountainous terrain between them, inhabited by the various Caucasian peoples. One of these groups in the North Caucasus, the Chechens, practiced the Christian faith alongside of their traditional pagan beliefs for centuries, until the late 18th century, when the Russian Empire began initiating a full-scale campaign of conquest of the region. Waged over decades, the Chechens began rapidly adopting the Islamic faith through the early 19th century as it became increasingly associated in the region with resistance against the encroaching armies and settlers coming from the Orthodox Christian Russia. After multiple brutal wars and campaigns that went on for decades, the increasingly Muslim Chechens were one of many foreign peoples to ultimately be crushed by the Russians and subsumed into their empire by 1861. Since then, there have been multiple Chechen rebellions that have erupted against both Russian and later Soviet control, and just as many attempts by the Russians and Soviets to consistently crush them. After the collapse of the Russian Empire in 1917, Chechnya managed to briefly reassert its independence from Russia as a part of the Mountain Republic that was established across the North Caucasus by the various Caucasian peoples there. This independent state managed to attract notable international recognition at the time by the United States, the United Kingdom, Germany, and Italy. But in the chaos of the Russian Civil War, it was eventually smashed by the Bolsheviks and fully reincorporated back into the Russian Soviet Republic. Unlike other entities in the Soviet Union like Georgia or Armenia, to become full-blown separate Soviet republics, Chechnya was eventually incorporated as merely an autonomous republic within the Russian Soviet Republic, ultimately still leaving it as a territory of Russia's. During the Second World War in 1944, Stalin baselessly accused the Chechens as a collective people of collaborating with the Nazi invaders, and ordered their entire population to be forcibly deported to Central Asia, during which as many as 1/3 of the entire Chechen population were killed, which was later recognized by the European Parliament in 2004 as a Soviet-era act of genocide. For 13 long years until 1957, the Chechens survived...
Well, shit. Looks like I have a barrel... looks like I've fucking made a barrel of cocaine or a barrel of fucking sugar out of a fucking tire piece that I shoved in the fucking barrel. Now, ow, that fucking hurt. Now, I can't get it out. Where's my fucking scissors?
An upbringing that no doubt had a significant effect on his outlook on life and that of his son, who currently rules over Chechnya today. The years of exile of the preceding century of Russian imperialism and conquest also obviously left a deeply entrenched sense of resentment among the Chechens toward the Russians. And so, with the Soviet Union itself suddenly...
Oh my god, I got it out, guys.
And all of the Soviet republics
oh my god.
declaring and successfully gaining their independence, many Chechens came to
That
believe
looks
that their
so
own time
fucked
for
up.
ultimate independence from the Russians had finally come as well. After all, Chechnya had been conquered and incorporated into the Russian Empire decades later historically than Georgia or Armenia, which both were able to gain their independence from Moscow in the early 1990s with relatively little pushback from the Kremlin. And so, just before the Soviet Union was about to cease to exist, Chechnya seized on the moment to unilaterally declare their own independence from Russia in September of 1991. At which point, the Russian government was busy dealing with its own mess of problems following the Soviet collapse, and initially largely left the Chechens alone, giving them a couple of years to attempt and build their new country. Neither Russia nor any other country in the world ever recognized Chechnya's independence as legitimate. But near the end of 1994, Russia finally got around to dealing with Chechnya and launched a full-scale invasion of the territory in the name of maintaining territorial integrity. Initially expecting a rapid victory with their enormous numerical superiority and technological advantages, the war in Chechnya for Russia quickly devolved into a brutal quagmire that would last for the next 20 months. It became the most ferocious war fought in Europe since the Second World War, and would only become surpassed in intensity and scale decades later with the Ukraine invasion. Thousands of Russian soldiers were killed in action, and struggling to deal with Chechen resistance, the Russians resorted to utilizing overwhelming artillery and aerial attacks to completely flatten Chechnya's cities, including the capital, Grozny. The Russians also resorted to a dual strategy on the ground in Chechnya to deal with a raging Chechen insurgency. They began opening up what they called filtration camps to separate the general population from they were effectively concentration camps. Looting, hostage-taking, torching houses, and summary executions. Russia's strategy strategy in Chechnya was designed to intimidate the population into surrender, but it almost always had the exact opposite effect and only encouraged even more fanatical and stubborn resistance instead. It's likely that over the course of the first modern war in Chechnya, more than 100,000 Chechen civilians were directly killed by the resulting military actions, equaling roughly 10% of the entire Chechen population at the time. Decades later, following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the Ukrainian government would become the first country in the world to formally recognize Russia's war on Chechnya in the 1990s as a genocide of the Chechen people. Unable to effectively crush the Chechen insurgency and with domestic support for the war crashing on the home front, with the thousands of mounting soldier fatalities, Russia eventually withdrew from Chechnya in August of 1996 and agreed to an uneasy ceasefire, leaving Chechnya behind as a de facto but unrecognized independent state. Ramzan Kadyrov's father, Akhmat Kadyrov, was a leading figure among the Chechen separatist resistance during this first war. He had managed to rise to become Chechnya's Grand Mufti, a religious leader, by 1995, and he had cultivated his own militia force to become one of Chechnya's most powerful warlords. But in the aftermath of the ceasefire in 1996, Chechnya might have gained their de facto independence from Russia, but their entire society had also been shattered by the devastating scale of the war, and it was almost immediately a failed state in the center of the Caucasus. Infighting between various warlords in Chechnya following the ceasefire was a common occurrence, while radical Islamic extremism began finding fertile ground in the broken country as well, that attracted large numbers of foreign jihadists to Chechnya from all across the Islamic world. The rising numbers of radical jihadists in Chechnya began totally changing the nature of the Chechen independence movement, away from one of secular Chechen nationalism and into one of Islamic jihad instead. As had largely happened during the Russian wars against Chechnya during the 19th century, Chechnya's embrace of more radical Islamism in the 1990s was also seen by many as an ideological method to further resist Russia's attempts to reconquer Chechnya. Thus, in the aftermath of the First War in September of 1996, Chechnya was transformed into a radical Islamic state in Europe, with extremely strict Islamic Sharia law that resembled the Taliban system in Afghanistan, and a mandatory death penalty for homosexuality. As a much more moderate Muslim himself, Chechnya's Grand Mufti, Akhmat Kadyrov, grew increasingly horrified at the direction that the independent Chechnya was heading in, and it contributed to his growing disillusionment with the cause of Chechen independence. After 3 years of turbulent independence in August of 1999, Russia initiated a second full-scale invasion of Chechnya, just at the same time as Vladimir Putin first rose to power himself in the Kremlin. Putin vowed that he would succeed in Chechnya where his predecessor had failed, and so he implemented multiple different strategies. First, he implemented a wartime media blackout that restricted the Second War's potential impacts on public support. And most critically, Putin was acutely aware of the internal divisions that had emerged within Chechen society itself this time. Putin was able to convince Akhmat Kadyrov and other disillusioned, more moderate warlords in Chechnya to switch sides over to Russia this time and to abandon the cause of independence. Attracted by the prospect of crushing their rival radical Islamist factions in Chechnya, and then becoming promoted to the territory's new ruling class, this wasn't exactly a hard decision for them to make. Many Chechens interpreted their decision to switch sides as collaboration or betrayal, while others accepted it as a pragmatic compromise. By May of 2000, after months of savagely intense fighting that had once again left tens of thousands of Chechen civilians killed, along with thousands of soldiers on both sides, Russia and their allied Chechen militias, including the Kadyrovs, had managed to re-establish Russian control over the whole of Chechnya for the first time in nearly a decade. And as his reward for switching sides, Akhmat Kadyrov was personally appointed by Putin to be Chechnya's new leader over the summer of 2000. For the next few years, Akhmat's youngest son, Ramzan, was designated by his father to lead and build up the Kadyrovtsi as the family's personal security force in Chechnya. The Kadyrovtsi...
Fucking, with this fucking gun I just made, it looks like it just be like, just be screaming. That fucking helicopter noise is 24/7.
Take over the lead in conducting the dangerous job of counterinsurgency in the territory. Rather than having to rely on Russian soldiers to conduct counterinsurgency operations in Chechnya who didn't speak the Chechen language and who didn't understand Chechen and Islamic cultural sensitivities, that could have led to the same cycles of violence and growing insurgency support that Russia struggled to deal with during the First Chechen War, the Kadyrovtsi were fellow Chechens who excelled at dealing with the lasting insurgency among other Chechens in Chechnya. In 2001, Russia withdrew all of the remaining soldiers from Chechnya and left the remaining counterinsurgency operation entirely to the Kadyrovtsi. Having in mind one of Russia's problems from the First War, they kept seeing thousands of ethnic Russian soldiers getting killed policing the territory. They kept demoralizing the Russian public and kept eroding their support for the war. By handing off all of the counterinsurgency operations to the Kadyrovtsi instead, Putin was able to minimize the cost that was borne to ethnic Russians in order to maintain order in Chechnya, which dramatically boosted his own political popularity in Russia by restoring Chechnya back to Russian control with a minimal cost borne to ethnic Russians themselves. And he continued rewarding Akhmat Kadyrov for this valuable service by opening up this spigot of financial subsidies directly to him and his regime, and by allowing him to generally spend the money however he saw fit. However, Akhmat Kadyrov's rule in Chechnya with Russia's backing would ultimately not last for very long. In May of 2004, during that year's Victory Day celebration in the Chechen capital of Grozny, a bomb planted beneath the stadium by the remaining
Why the fuck she leave? I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Presumed heir, along with 8 other unfortunate people. Almost immediately afterward, Akhmat's sole remaining son, Ramzan, was rushed into the Kremlin in Moscow to meet with Putin personally. But there was a legal problem that prevented Ramzan from immediately succeeding his father as Chechnya's new leader. The Chechen constitution that the territory had adopted under Akhmat's rule clearly stipulated that the leader of Chechnya needed to be at least 30 years old. And at that time, in 2004, Ramzan was still 3 years short at only 27 years old. So, rather than immediately installing him in place, Putin put the pieces into motion that effectively created a sort of regency council for the young Ramzan that would maintain Chechnya's affairs until he came of age to rule 3 years later. Once he finally did turn 30 years old in 2007, Ramzan Kadyrov was formally appointed by Putin himself as Chechnya's new president, a position that he has continually maintained to the date of this video's release ever since, and beginning the dynastic succession and de facto monarchy in Chechnya that has persisted as well. And immediately upon gaining full power in Chechnya in 2007, Ramzan Kadyrov began taking multiple steps to permanently cement his own authority and power in the region that would transform Chechnya into effectively his own personal modern-day Khanate. First of all, he immediately began incorporating certain elements of traditional Islamic Sharia law within Chechnya, both to fit his own propaganda purposes and to undermine the cause of the radical Islamist insurgency that was still simmering in Chechnya. He immediately reintroduced bans on alcohol and gambling within Chechnya, ordered that lessons on the Quran and Sharia be taught within Chechen schools, and issued a decree mandating that women in Chechnya must wear headscarves while out in public, instructing the Kadyrovtsi to act as the religious police and to harass women in public found without them. While not as extreme as the hardcore Taliban-style Sharia law that was implemented within Chechnya during the late 1990s, these new religious laws that Kadyrov introduced in Chechnya still directly violated Russia's explicitly secular constitution nonetheless. But Putin tolerated them because of the effect they had on combating the Islamist insurgency in Chechnya. By incorporating some elements of Sharia law within Chechnya,
it's a bag.
My priority is revenge. I know it's because my muscles are bigger than yours. Jeez, right? No one will break us apart.
Why is his voice so fucking low?
They say if it's too good to be true, it must be. But at WGU, you can get your degree with the same accreditations as the large universities. See why over 95% of employers...
Kadyrov was able to cleverly undermine radical Islam's appeal as an ideology of rebellion in the territory, while the Kadyrovtsi continued suppressing what remained of the insurgency through targeted and calibrated violence. By 2009, the strategy had proved largely successful and the insurgency was largely suppressed and dormant, crippled by Kadyrov's hybrid system in Chechnya that carefully blended traditional and religious customs in the territory with loyalty to the Kremlin. With the insurgency in Chechnya largely under control by 2009, Kadyrov was also able to unleash the Kadyrovtsi on his own personal political enemies and critics, both within Chechnya and beyond, in order to further secure his own grip on power, by leaving behind no possible alternatives to him. In November of 2006, the Kadyrovtsi assassinated one of their own former mutinied commanders on a street in Moscow, just 2 kilometers away from the Kremlin. While in the same month, a report released by Human Rights Watch claimed that the use of torture in both official and secret detention facilities was so widespread and systematic in Chechnya, and that forced disappearances in Chechnya were already so widespread and systematic that they constituted crimes against humanity. They would later allege that between 1999 and 2017, a total of around 3,000 people would simply disappear within Chechnya following the rise to power of the Kadyrov family. Months before this report was released, a veteran Russian reporter named Anna Politkovskaya, who extensively reported from Chechnya on human rights abuses and torture, was mysteriously found shot dead in the elevator of her apartment building in Moscow, a crime that has remained officially unresolved to this day. In 2009, the most powerful rival warlord to Kadyrov in Chechnya, who commanded his own militia, named Salim Yamadayev, was
fucking damn it!
parking garage in Dubai. After which 2 Chechen
I'ma punch somebody in the ball.
In the same year, the former bodyguard of Kadyrov, who defected to Austria and became an outspoken critic of the regime, a Chechen man named Umar Israilov, was also gunned down by attackers in Vienna. Several Chechens were later found guilty for the assassination by an Austrian court. And during the subsequent investigation, it was rumored that there existed a hit list in Chechnya.
No.
300 names on it who Kadyrov had ordered to be killed. The Austrian police themselves would later conclude that the assassination of Israilov in Vienna was likely ordered by Kadyrov himself. By eliminating his political rivals and silencing his critics through targeted assassinations like this, Kadyrov was able to leave behind no possible alternative to his own personal rule in Chechnya for Putin to ever replace him with, while his steady elimination of the lingering Islamist insurgency in Chechnya transformed him into an extremely valuable asset for Putin as well. Kadyrov and his Kadyrovtsi militia were able to introduce stability to Chechnya through harsh repression, verging on the edge of totalitarianism, and by adopting elements of Islamist governance to the territory as well, which all kept Russia's restive North Caucasus region stable enough for the Kremlin to begin focusing on other foreign policy objectives in Georgia, Syria, and especially in Ukraine. In exchange for maintaining the peace in Chechnya and keeping a lid on the territory's long history of separatism from Russia, and for pledging his own personal loyalty to Putin allowed Kadyrov to maintain a de facto separate legal system within Chechnya, granted him nearly complete autonomy to do whatever he pleased in Chechnya, and even acquiesced to Kadyrov effectively maintaining his own separate personal private army in Chechnya that remains almost entirely separate from the rest of the Russian armed forces even today, and whose soldiers swear personal loyalty to Kadyrov himself rather than to Chechnya or to Russia. Kadyrov effectively became a personal vassal of Putin's, a sort of medieval baron installed into power in Chechnya to enforce the Kremlin's authority. And yet, Putin and Kadyrov became increasingly reliant on each other to maintain both of their positions. Without the unwavering loyalty of Kadyrov, Putin would rip Chechnya, reverting back into the era of separatism in the 1990s that had cost Russia dearly. And without Putin, Kadyrov simply stood to lose everything. Especially because in addition to granting him wide-sweeping autonomy to do whatever he pleased, Putin began showering Kadyrov and his regime with enormous amounts of Russia's fossil fuel wealth to continue keeping him loyal as well. The exact amount of federal subsidies that the Russian central government provides to Chechnya every year varies. But as of 2022, reports appear to indicate that Moscow is providing roughly $6.5 billion worth of subsidies every year to Chechnya, as claimed by Kadyrov himself in a statement that he posted to his Telegram account. According to the Russian government's own budget data, these subsidies provide roughly 80% of Chechnya's total funds today, and Kadyrov's position in nearly absolute power in Chechnya has enabled him to massively embezzle these funds for himself and for his own family. There were early estimates before Kadyrov even formally became the head of Chechnya that believed he was embezzling at least 1/3 of all the Russian federal funds to Chechnya for his own personal use. And that percentage has likely only increased ever since then. For years under Kadyrov's regime, Chechnya was informally known within Russia as the country's financial black hole, where billions of dollars worth of government funds simply disappeared every year without trace. The line between the Chechen government and Ramzan Kadyrov himself is extremely blurry, and so the embezzling of all these funds from Russia over decades has likely made Kadyrov one of the wealthiest men alive in the world today. And while the true scale of his wealth is completely opaque and non-transparent, there are many, many signs as to how massive it probably really is. In March of 2017, the Russian rapper Tamati posted this image on his Instagram account to his 20 million followers, thanking Kadyrov for having provided him with a spare room aboard his lavish private jet. Apparently not realizing that Kadyrov's ownership of this private jet wasn't public knowledge. The post was almost immediately deleted, but investigators quickly found another post on his Instagram account that he had made previously back in 2013 from the exact same jet that was geotagged at the Harrods Aviation Terminal at the London Airport in London, a luxury terminal that's reserved only for the super rich. U.S. financial authorities have noted Kadyrov's international luxury property portfolio spanning across Dubai and Moscow, his luxury car collection that includes a Rolls-Royce Cabriolet and a 1 of 20 Lamborghini Reventon. An image he released in 2022 can be seen wearing Prada designer combat boots, a private zoo stuffed with exotic animals, and a number of absurdly lavish birthday parties. For his 35th birthday party in 2011, Kadyrov was able to attract a number of major foreign celebrities to attend it by offering them undisclosed payments, including Jean-Claude Van Damme, Seal, Vanessa Mae, and Hilary Swank, all of which was televised live. During the party, when a journalist asked Kadyrov where all of the money for the birthday party had come from, he simply laughed and said that God had given it to him. Consistently showing off and flexing his lavish lifestyle on social media apps like Instagram and Telegram to his millions of followers, Kadyrov has sometimes been nicknamed as social media's most popular warlord. He was also able to utilize these funds to rebuild war-torn and ruined Chechnya into his own image, complete with a new mega monumental architecture typical of authoritarian dictators. As early as 2005, shortly after the death of his father, Kadyrov boasted that he would one day construct the largest mosque in Europe within Chechnya, which was eventually completed many years later in 2019 in the small Chechen town of Shali. Officially named as the Pride of Muslims Mosque, it can accommodate more than 30,000 worshippers inside and another 70,000 more on the surrounding grounds, which indeed makes it the largest mosque in Europe today and the largest one that can be found anywhere outside of Asia or Africa, and which has also further helped to cement Kadyrov's legitimacy and legacy in Chechnya by portraying him as the champion of the Islamic faith in Russia. Kadyrov has also been able to utilize the Russian government funds to pay for the salaries, equipment, and upkeep of his Kadyrovsky private army, which Putin has also tolerated because Kadyrov has increasingly outsourced the Kadyrovsky to serve as contract soldiers and assassins for Putin's personal goals as well, they can use with a degree of plausible deniability. Some soldiers of the Kadyrovsky were deployed by the Russians during the invasions of Georgia in 2008 and of Crimea in 2014. While the highest profile assassination that might involve the Kadyrovsky involved one of Putin's political opponents rather than one of Kadyrov's. Boris Nemtsov was a major opposition politician in Russia who was probably the most prominent outspoken critic of Putin's government in the country. He had extensively covered the government's corruption and embezzlement leading up to the Sochi Winter Olympics in Russia in 2014. And he began publicizing Russia's political and military involvement in Ukraine with the annexation of Crimea and the beginning of the war in the Donbass. In early 2015, Nemtsov was busy working on a report to prove that Russian soldiers were directly and actively participating in the war in the Donbass in eastern Ukraine under Putin's own orders, which at the time the Kremlin was actively denying. Hours after he delivered a speech in Moscow urging the Russian public to come out and march in protest of Russia's support for the war in the Donbass, Nemtsov was walking across a bridge with his girlfriend late at night, only steps away from the Kremlin itself, when 7 or 8 shots from a pistol were fired by an unknown assassin that killed him instantly. 3 years later, 5 Chechnya-born men were found guilty in a court in Moscow for accepting money to assassinate Nemtsov. The identity and the whereabouts of whoever allegedly hired the men for the assassination have never been officially or publicly revealed, which has led to widespread speculation that it was Kadyrov himself, possibly under the direction of Putin, who is the one that was ultimately responsible, in order to give Putin himself an RO's plausible responsibility into the murder of his biggest political opponent. Despite this possible service to Putin, Kadyrov was able to even further solidify his own autonomy and the power of the Kadyrovtsi in Chechnya in 2015, when he ordered the Kadyrovtsi to open fire on any federal Russian troops found to be present in Chechnya without his own explicit prior permission. With that order in place after 2015 and without Russia's pushback against it, Kadyrov had effectively permanently forced Russia's troops out of Chechnya and secured the monopoly on the use of force within his territory, which also effectively established himself as the leader of a wholly independent regime in Chechnya, only loosely connected to the rest of Russia through a personal union with Putin himself. Following 2015, with the insurgency fully crushed in Chechnya, most of his major political opponents and critics silenced, and with the monopoly on force within Chechnya secured by his removal of federal Russian troops, and the presence of his own private army that swore personal loyalty to him instead, and with the spigot of Russian federal money still flooding into his coffers to maintain his loyalty, and to outsource his private army as an extension of the Kremlin's with plausible deniability, Kadyrov had finally arrived at the apex of his power within Chechnya, enabling him to begin growing even bolder than ever before. In 2016, after claiming to have won his re-election in Chechnya with more than 98% of the vote, Kadyrov elaborately attended his own victory celebration wearing a full suit of historic medieval period Chechen body armor, complete with a long sword attached to his waist and a spear in his hand, as if he was a feudal lord who stepped directly out of the Middle Ages. Then, Kadyrov and his regime in Chechnya began rapidly gaining international attention and notoriety beginning in April of 2017, when a Russian-language opposition newspaper released the initial report that the Kadyrovtsi had begun carrying out an unprecedented pogrom within Chechnya,
I'll be right back,
targeting the
guys.
territory's LGBT community. Citing unnamed sources within the Chechen Special Services, the report alleged that more than 100 gay men in Chechnya have been forcibly kidnapped, detained in secret prisons, and tortured by the Kadyrovtsi, while at least 3 of the victims have been killed in extrajudicial killings. The journalists who first reported on the story subsequently went into protective hiding, while a later Council of Europe report released in 2021 described the events as, quote, the single most egregious example of violence against LGBT people in Europe that had occurred in decades, end quote. When pressed about Chechnya's heavy persecution of its LGBT community in July of 2017 during an interview with HBO, Kadyrov infamously responded that no such persecutions were taking place, because he claimed that gay people simply didn't exist in Chechnya. Then he added that if anybody was gay in Chechnya, they would be killed by their own families before his regime had the opportunity to persecute them and place them in jail. Now, understandably, these comments and the accusations attributed to his regime of severe human rights abuses attracted an enormous amount of international outcry against Kadyrov and led to a dramatic ratcheting up of international sanctions placed on him. The UK had begun sanctioning him back in 2014 due to his support of the Russian war effort in eastern Ukraine, and then the US began sanctioning him in December of 2017. Due to his involvement in the repression, torture, and murder of Chechnya's LGBT community and his political opponents and critics, while his regime's policies and actions continue to embarrass the Kremlin internationally, forcing multiple high-level Russian officials to publicly defend Kadyrov's denials of the anti-gay persecutions even taking place, rather than risk throwing him under the bus and unleashing the chaos and instability of the 1990s again in Chechnya. And then came Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in early 2022, which only began turbocharging Kadyrov's autonomy in Chechnya and his vassal-like relationship with Putin even further. Openly describing himself as Putin's foot soldier, Kadyrov rallied around the Russian invasion of Ukraine with his typical displays of bravado on social media. By this point, with his own private army, the Kadyrovtsi, believed to be 70,000 men strong and well-armed directly by the Kremlin, Kadyrov immediately declared that his army was attacking Ukraine as well. Allegedly, right when the invasion began, the Kremlin had tasked the Kadyrovtsi, with their extensive expertise in foreign assassinations, to infiltrate the Ukrainian capital in Kiev and to kill Ukraine's president, Volodymyr Zelensky. They failed in that initial task, and then they were transitioned into becoming rearguard barrier and occupation troops. With their extensive and brutal counterinsurgency experience in Chechnya stretching back decades, the Kadyrovtsi have since been tasked with suppressing Ukrainian partisan resistance in the Russian-occupied territories of Ukraine behind the front lines, while they've also been tasked with policing the rear of the front lines in order to harshly discipline any deserting Russian soldiers. Russian soldiers who desert from the front and are unlucky enough to encounter the Kadyrovtsi may become subjected to beatings, torture, and even summary executions. A legacy of the brutal fighting between Russians and Chechens from the 1990s that enables the Kadyrovtsi to pursue this task with very little qualms, and helping to instill a deep fear in the Russian soldiers of what might happen to them if they choose to abandon their posts. Despite this, the Kadyrovtsi and Kadyrov himself routinely boast of their supposed victory during the front lines in Ukraine on social media, which has led to the Ukrainians nicknaming them as Putin's TikTok warriors. On at least 2 separate occasions during the early stages of the invasion of Ukraine, Kadyrov himself claimed to be present in Ukraine along with his soldiers bravely fighting on the front, that were both disproven by a report made by the Telegraph. In one case, Kadyrov posted a photo to his Telegram account claiming that he was present in Mariupol during the battle for control of the city. But the brand of the gas station shown in the background of the photo, Polsar, which is owned by the Russian oil company Rosneft, has never operated in Ukraine. Since then, Kadyrov has increasingly attempted to justify Chechnya's participation in the Ukraine invasion by calling it a jihad for Russia's Muslims being waged against the West, interestingly mirroring the Russian Orthodox Church's own propaganda that also consistently portrays the Ukraine invasion as a crusade being waged by the Orthodox Christian Russians against the hostile West. Kadyrov has also frequently been among the most outspoken, extreme hardliners in Russia relating to the war. In September of 2022, furious over Russia's humiliating withdrawal from Izium in the north in the face of Ukrainian counterattacks, Kadyrov openly called for martial law and full-scale military mobilization to be declared all across Russia. But then, just 12 days later after making those comments, when Russia introduced a partial military mobilization, Kadyrov ended up saying that those mobilization orders wouldn't actually be implemented within Chechnya. A month later, in October of 2022, after the Russians lost control over the Ukrainian town of Lyman, Kadyrov openly called on Russia to deploy a tactical nuclear weapon in Ukraine to reverse their losses. And then a couple of days later, he declared that he was sending his own 3 underage sons, who were then aged 14, 15, and 16, as child soldiers to the front lines of Ukraine, which was astonishingly on his part an open admission of an internationally recognized war crime. By May of 2024, Kadyrov claimed that he had deployed a total of 43,500 of his own soldiers to the war in Ukraine, further solidifying his personal commitment to Putin. But the lengths of Kadyrov's almost brutal economy in Chechnya would soon be tested as they had never been tested before. In December of 2024, Azerbaijan Airlines Flight 8243 was a regularly scheduled passenger flight between Baku, Azerbaijan, and Chechnya's capital city, Grozny, carrying 67 passengers and crew on board on the 25th of December. As the flight was approaching its landing in Grozny over Chechen airspace, the plane was heavily damaged by what has only been officially described as external objects that penetrated its structure. It is most widely believed outside of Russian sources to have been a Russian or Chechen-fired surface-to-air missile. Likely wishing to
No.
crash within Russia they could control, the flight was denied the ability to land anywhere in Russia. This forced the pilots of the aircraft to heroically divert the aircraft completely across the entire Caspian Sea to Kazakhstan, where it ultimately crashed just short of the international airport in the city of Aktau, killing 38 people on board, including both pilots, but leaving 29 eyewitness survivors behind. The whole incident tested the limits of how far Putin would go in defending Kadyrov's regime and its autonomy in Chechnya like nothing before. Azerbaijani authorities understandably wanted heads to roll for the disaster, and they almost immediately concluded that it was indeed a Russian surface-to-air missile that had shot the plane down. This caught Putin in an incredible diplomatic conundrum. On the one hand, he'd accept responsibility for the disaster and harshly reprimand Kadyrov and appease Azerbaijan, an important foreign post-Soviet country, and risk unleashing the flames of separatism in Chechnya again at a critical time during the war in Ukraine. Or, on the other hand, he could cover for Kadyrov and keep his unwavering loyalty, and risk trashing Russia's foreign relations with Azerbaijan. Putin ultimately chose to take the latter route, and apologized to the Azerbaijani president for the incident, but without accepting any responsibility or offering any punishment, which enraged the Azerbaijani president to the point where he openly accused Russia of taking the cover to crash up, and accompanied by demands
No.
for complete admission of guilt,
No.
punishment for the soldiers who were responsible, and full compensation to the victims and their families, none of which to this video's production date have ever been provided by either Kadyrov or Putin. Putin chose strained relations with Azerbaijan over strained relations with Kadyrov, a testament to how influential and powerful Kadyrov has really become in Chechnya since the war in Ukraine began. In the spring of 2024, the Kadyrov regime in Chechnya attracted international attention when they banned all music in the territory slower than 80 beats per minute and faster than 116 beats per minute.
I don't
with
know.
the stated goal of eliminating all Western music in Chechnya.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Illegal to be played in public in Chechnya, adding on to the list of other strict legal restrictions in Chechnya that are different from the rest of Russia. Kadyrov is also spending years as the ruler of Chechnya, carefully positioning his own family members into other positions of power, and solidifying his own future succession, with the goal of keeping his own familial dynasty in power in Chechnya. The exact numbers of children that Kadyrov has today is a matter of some dispute, as are the numbers of wives he has. Some reports have claimed that Kadyrov has 10 children today, while other sources claim 12, and still other sources claim the figure is 14. Kadyrov himself is
Why the fuck do you have that many fucking children?
Series of sanctions on him, his known wife, and his 2 eldest daughters, after which he boasted that he still had 12 other unsanctioned children as well. Many of Kadyrov's children have been installed into major positions of power in Chechnya. Out of the top 23 positions within the Chechen government today, 6 of them are held by Kadyrov's own children or by their spouses, while 5 of them are held by more distant family relatives, while the 3 sons who he claimed to have sent off to war in Ukraine in 2022 have attracted the most attention as his possible future dynastic successors. The sheer level of propaganda that has surrounded these 3 boys out of Chechnya is a continuation of the pervasive cult of personality that has surrounded their father in the territory for decades now. All 3 of the boys, Ahmad, Ali, and Adam, have been promoted in Chechnya's MMA fight club for years, ever since they were aged as young as 8, with their fights broadcast live all across Russia, despite the fact that full contact fighting between children is illegal in Russia. Kadyrov has been able to utilize his position to give them private MMA training sessions with real UFC fighters, and they have frequently been featured in fights in Chechnya that are widely believed to have been given predetermined results. At the age of only 6 years old, Kadyrov rather outrageously claimed that his son Adam had become the youngest Hafiz in Russian history. Hafiz meaning someone who had completely memorized the entire Quran by heart. In October of 2022, shortly after claiming to have sent the 3 boys off to war in Ukraine, Kadyrov posted a video to his Telegram account that claimed to show the 3 boys delivering him 3 captured Ukrainian soldiers, whom he rather outrageously claimed were captured by the underage boys during a special operation when they were aged only 14, 15, and 16. Since then, the boys have been frequently featured in Kadyrov's propaganda videos shooting guns and rocket launchers, with Kadyrov boasting that they have been trained for combat since their earliest days. In November of 2023, a video was released of his then 15-year-old son Adam, who is declared to have been Russia's youngest ever Hafiz at the age of 6, beating up a Russian prisoner who was allegedly guilty of burning a Quran. When Kadyrov was later asked if he would punish his son for the video by a reporter at a press conference, Kadyrov said that there was nothing to punish him for at all, and that it would have been even better if his son had simply killed the prisoner. Days after that video was released, Kadyrov promoted the 15-year-old Adam to the head of his own security detail, and then later claimed that he'd even outperformed Russian special forces during a shooting competition, leading to rumors that the young Adam was being groomed by Kadyrov to become his eventual successor in Chechnya, as Kadyrov himself had once been the head of his own father's security detail as well before he succeeded him. Further solidifying the dynastic succession and the cult of personality around the Kadyrov family in Chechnya, the Chechen constitution was amended in February of 2023 to bestow Kadyrov with his new title, the Father of the People, a title that his own father, Ahmad Kadyrov, had been posthumously bestowed with following his assassination in 2004. The language of the amendment also clarified that the Father of the People title would also extend to all future leaders of Chechnya as well, likely implying that the title will be hereditary and will someday pass down to one of Kadyrov's sons who succeeds him as well. Nonetheless, Adam Kadyrov is today, as of this video's production, only 17 years old, while Kadyrov's eldest son, Akhmat Jr., is only 19 years old. As per the Chechen constitution, any future leader of Chechnya must still be at least 30 years old, a problem that similarly arose after Kadyrov's father was assassinated back in 2004, at a time when he was only 27 years old. Kadyrov himself is currently still fairly young at just 48 years old, but there have been consistent rumors that suggest he is currently in ill health, leading to the risk of a potential succession crisis among his children and other potential rivals erupting in Chechnya if he is to die prematurely. Kadyrov's own loyalty is also still ultimately tied to Putin personally, rather than to Russia more broadly. If Putin is removed from power in the Kremlin for whatever reason and Kadyrov or one of his sons remains in charge in Chechnya, there's no telling what might end up happening next. He, Kadyrov, or his successors could attempt to use their autonomy and their tens of thousands of personal soldiers to reassert Chechnya's full-blown independence again. Or, cut off from Russia's generous financial subsidies that have been provided by Putin, they might find themselves in a position where they're not able to pay their soldiers' salaries anymore. And so the soldiers might end up revolting against the family that many Chechens continue to still view as Russia's collaborators or puppets, throwing Chechnya back into another era of unpredictable chaos on Russia's frontiers like back during the 1990s again. No matter what ends up happening, the tenuous dynamic between Chechnya and Russia that exists only because of the personal relationship between Kadyrov and Putin will likely take a radical turn once one of them eventually leaves from power or dies. But until then, Chechnya will likely remain a formidable and totalitarian dynastic state within a state inside of Russia, based around the cult of personality of the Kadyrov family, almost entirely autonomous and separate, connected only by a thread to the rest of Russia through Kadyrov and Putin's vassal and lord-style relationship, in all but name remaining the North Korea of modern-day Europe. Over the past month, there have been a lot of developments that have taken place in the war between Russia and Ukraine. Most spectacularly, the Ukrainians carried out a top-secret operation more than 18 months in the making, in which they managed to smuggle more than 100 explosive kamikaze drones on trucks into Russia, which they used to attack Russia's strategic nuclear bomber fleet and other aircraft across 5 air bases throughout the country, destroying around 20 of Russia's most advanced aircraft and causing around $7 billion worth of damage to the Russian Air Force in the process, using only $234,000 worth of drones to do so, making it probably one of the most cost-effective attacks ever carried out in the history of warfare. But tons of other major developments in the war have taken place recently as well. For the first time in more than 3 years since the early stages of the invasion, Russia and Ukraine began holding their first direct ceasefire negotiations last month as well. Russia carried out what is to date its biggest aerial bombardment of Ukraine's capital that utilized nearly 400 missiles and drones, and Russia further clarified that its demands to end the war included a written pledge from NATO to permanently stop expanding any further into the post-Soviet world, writing off any chance of NATO membership ever being extended to Ukraine as well as to Georgia. I also made a video that covers all of these breaking developing events between Ukraine and Russia, and all of the other major breaking geopolitical news that you might have missed from ongoing conflicts around the world in my War Room series. There are so many important things that are currently happening from developing conflicts around the world that it's almost impossible to actually keep up with it all, no matter how well informed you want to be about them. The latest episode of War Room covers all of the most important global conflict developments that took place last month or in May that you might have missed in all the noise, and you can go and watch it right now on Nebula. Because of the inherently violent, controversial, and recent nature of discussing developing events from major conflicts all around the world, this War Room series will never work on YouTube because every episode will be instantly demonetized and age-restricted, which means that YouTube's algorithm, which is based around showing you ads, will never be incentivized to actually show the videos to you or to promote them. I deal with very large numbers of my videos on YouTube getting demonetized and age-restricted as they are, and that's why I upload all of my episodes in War Room exclusively to Nebula, and why signing up to Nebula is the absolute best thing that you can do to support me and my channel. And by doing so, you'll also get access to way more content than just my own exclusive War Room series as well. Because the best part about Nebula is that it's jointly co-owned by myself and hundreds of other independent creators that empowers us to make the projects that we're deeply excited about without any fear of being censored or demonetized like we are on YouTube. That's why there's tons of other new unique content on Nebula that's coming out all the time too that you'll also love. Like my own separate Modern Conflict series with 50 additional episodes that you can also watch covering dozens of other recent conflicts more in depth, including this one that covers the entire history of the First and Second Chechen Wars waged across the 1990s that includes a lot of darker context and information that would have made this video about Chechnya that you just watched on YouTube demonetized. Along with tons of other exclusive series from other creators you probably also already know like Wendover Productions, Polymatter, and Neo. I also know that there's a lot of streaming platforms out there right now you probably don't want to get stuck with another monthly cost to keep track of. But I also know that if you watch this all the way through to the end, there is just so much content on Nebula that you'll love as well, and so much more coming out with every new month that you could consider a lifetime membership to Nebula. You just pay once, and then you'll get lifetime access to everything that I and hundreds of other creators will ever produce on Nebula for as long as we both last, and then you'll never have to worry about a recurring subscription or ads ever again. That's the best way possible to support what I'm doing here on Real Life Lore. But even if you'd rather not make that large of an upfront commitment, you can still greatly help support me by signing up for a yearly or a monthly subscription to Nebula as well, which you can get for a fantastic deal with 40% off by scanning the QR code or clicking the button here on your screen right now, or by following the link that's down below in the description. Any of which will also get you access to everything on Nebula for the very low price of just $3 per month, or $36 for a whole year. I hope that you'll consider signing up, and as always, thank you so much for watching.
If you love to sleep, you'll love Neighborhood Home's quality selection and value. With Iowa's guaranteed lowest price, name brand queen mattresses starting at just $2.99 plus no interest for 3 years. At Neighborhood Home and online at neighborhoodhome.com. Because saving money now is more important than ever before.
Wood barrel bourbon. This body wash is exceptional. The aroma is bodacious. Get Dr. Squash your heart. Buy Dr. Squash in stores and online now. And Dr. Squash.com. Feel like a man, smell like a champion.
No.
During 2022, most of the world's eyes were firmly fixed on the catastrophic events taking place in Ukraine and Russia. But over on the other side of Eurasia, 2022 was a very busy year for North Korea as well. Kim Jong-un's regime spent it by firing more missiles than in any single previous year. At least 90 of them, 8 of which were classified as intercontinental ballistic missiles, or ICBMs. Among these 8 ICBM tests was the record-breaking one accomplished on the 24th of March, when the North fired an ICBM from near Pyongyang that soared over 6,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface. Across approximately 71 minutes of flight time, the missile arced down and crashed into the Sea of Japan just to the southwest of the Japanese island of Hokkaido. This test achieved the highest altitude of a missile ever fired by the North Koreans to date, while analysis of the missile's trajectory and flight time suggests a disturbing new reality. It is likely that whatever missile the North Koreans fired here possesses the capability to strike targets at a range of around 15,000 kilometers. Which is frightening because it now places nearly the entire world outside of South America within North Korean ICBM range, which of course includes the entirety of the US mainland. But this test wasn't even the only record-breaking missile launch the North achieved in 2022.
We need to seize the North now.
Also break their missile record for distance. On the 4th of October, the North Koreans fired an intermediate-range ballistic missile from around here in the north that flew clear across the Sea of Japan and over the airspace above northern Honshu before crashing far to the east in the Pacific Ocean, around 4,600 kilometers away. That test all but confirmed the North's current ability to fire ballistic missiles that can strike targets anywhere in South Korea, Japan, or U.S. military bases in Guam that are home to nearly 22,000 U.S. troops. And now, with nearly 100 missiles fired over the past year, the North is likely getting ready to carry out its 7th nuclear weapons test. The last time the North detonated a nuclear bomb like this was in 2017. The explosion that one generated was already estimated to be around 50 kilotons, or about twice the power of the atomic bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima by the United States in 1945. It's unclear how powerful their next test will be, but what is clear is that North Korea's ability to deliver nuclear warheads on the tips of missiles is advancing rapidly. And it's not just their development of strategic nuclear weapons that can theoretically deliver city-ending bombs to anywhere in the United States. The next objective on the North Korean weapons checklist are tactical nuclear weapons. And once they acquire those, stopping the Kim regime will become an almost impossibly high cost for anyone to bear. You see, tactical nuclear weapons differ significantly from strategic nuclear weapons in a few critical ways. Tactical nukes are dramatically smaller in scale and shorter in range, and are only intended to be used to accomplish limited military objectives on the battlefield. They can be fired as if they were artillery, and their authorization to be deployed can be placed into the hands of battlefield commanders. This contrasts with strategic nuclear weapons, which are the big, frightening ICBMs that can travel between continents and annihilate entire cities, whose use is often regarded only as a last resort, and where the authorization to fire is entirely placed within the hands of the head of state. In the case of North Korea, they already have strategic nuclear weapons, but these are largely useless for deterrence all on their own. In the case of an all-out war between North Korea and South Korea along with the United States, the North knows that it is 100% guaranteed to lose a conventional conflict. The United States has nearly 30,000 troops deployed to South Korea already, around 50,000 more ready nearby in Japan, and 22,000 more relatively nearby in Guam, while the United States Pacific Fleet, headquartered over in Hawaii, is the largest of all of America's fleets. With 250,000 sailors and Marines, 2,000 aircraft, and 200 ships under its command ready to be deployed. In the event of war, the United States and South Korea's significantly better technology all but guarantees that they would quickly overpower the North's primitive air defenses and achieve complete air superiority, enabling them to pummel the North's defenses and troops on the ground with near impunity. One only has to look at how rapidly the United States overran Iraq in 2003 as a prime example. In only a little more than 5 weeks, overwhelming air superiority and ground invasion enabled them to topple Saddam Hussein's regime and inflict tens of thousands of fatalities on his technologically inferior army, while causing less than 200 deaths of their own in the process. So, just like Iraq, Kim knows that in a limited shooting war with the United States without ever resorting to nukes, his regime will probably get wiped out in a matter of weeks. But strategic weapons on their own still do very little to balance out this calculus. Were Kim to perceive an attack coming from the United States, firing one of his strategic nukes across the Pacific to hit an American city somewhere would be guaranteed to incur a retaliatory strategic nuclear strike from the United States, which would also result in the complete annihilation of his regime. Under either scenario, North Korea is 100% guaranteed to lose a conflict with the United States in a limited conventional war or in a strategic nuclear war. But tactical nuclear weapons give the Kim regime a fleeting glimpse at hope that they could still somehow win. Under a scenario where they've got tactical nukes and the Kim regime, for whatever reason, perceives an imminent invasion or attack coming from the United States and or South Korea, tactical nuclear weapons loaded onto short-range ballistic missiles can be fired in a first strike policy in order to wipe out major American Army, naval, and air bases across South Korea in order to neutralize the immediate conventional threat on the peninsula before they could be used to disarm the North. Additional tactical nukes could then be fired at any approaching American carrier strike groups in order to prevent additional U.S. naval and air assets from making a conventional counterattack. Simultaneously, North Korea would keep all of their longer-range strategic nuclear weapons in reserve and on standby in order to, hopefully, from their perspective, deter the United States from retaliating with their own strategic nuclear strikes. Were the U.S. to do so, the North could, conceivably, fire their strategic nukes in reserve and hit a major American city somewhere. And while it's not exactly clear if the North Korean ICBMs could actually make it across the Pacific on their own or break through American missile defenses, the possibility for them doing it isn't zero. And that would give the U.S. pause on whether to respond with a nuclear option or not. The ultimate point of North Korea acquiring tactical nuclear weapons, though, isn't to necessarily use them, but to simply continue deterring the United States from ever attempting to attack them. The point is to simply make it clear that any attempt to disarm the North of its nukes or remove Kim from power would be far too costly and bloody a decision to make. And this makes North Korea one of the most difficult countries in the world for the United States to deal with. By this point, the North likely has around 50 nuclear warheads in its arsenal and missile launch sites across the country. Were the United States to ever lead an attack into the country with attempts to quickly locate and eliminate all of the North's nukes before they could be deployed, there's always just the possibility that they would miss one or two that could then be launched at South Korea, Japan, or even the US mainland. Event that could possibly result in hundreds of thousands to even millions of civilian casualties. And even if it wasn't for all the nukes, the North still possesses a formidable conventional deterrent to an invasion as well. Over the past 70 years now, since the ceasefire ended the outright fighting in the Korean War, the North has spent it digging in thousands of artillery pieces all along the border that are all trained on the South Korean capital, Seoul. Seoul is only located around 50 kilometers away from the North Korean border. It is one of the most densely populated cities in the world, while the metropolitan area around it is home to nearly half of South Korea's entire population, some 26 million people. All of these people live well within range of the North's thousands of artillery pieces just across the border, which effectively means that whether it feels like it or not, Seoul is being held as a hostage at gunpoint by the North. In the event of an all-out war continuing in Korea, North Korea's artillery could deliver tens of thousands of shells directly into Seoul within a few minutes' notice, resulting in apocalyptic levels of destruction. South Korea even conducted a simulation on this exact scenario back in 2004 that assessed within only the first 24 hours of a full-scale conflict with the North breaking out again, there would be up to 2 million casualties suffered, mostly inflicted from the North's withering artillery fire into Seoul. And that was all before the North had nuclear weapons, and before the ground war would begin. This ultimately all just means that there isn't any possible way to militarily confront North Korea that doesn't end up with millions of casualties somewhere. So, what about alternative ways to try and stop them? There's punitive economic sanctions, but these are very difficult to actually use to stop North Korea for a couple major reasons. First, North Korea is already so severely sanctioned that it's already largely isolated from the global system of trade. So additional sanctions do little to make their situation any worse than it already is. And secondly, completely isolating North Korea from the entire outside world is difficult because of China. China continues to trade extensively with North Korea and enables them to bypass many of their international sanctions. In 2020, more than 88% of all North Korea's international trade was conducted exclusively with China, largely made up of coal and mineral exports the North sells to China. Now, the Chinese trade extensively with North Korea for a multitude of reasons, but one of the largest reasons is that, at least on paper, the North Koreans and Chinese are official allies. Both countries continue to actively maintain a military defense treaty that would call the other into a war if either were attacked by an outsider. And the reason why, from the Chinese perspective, is pretty clear enough. Try for just a moment to view the geopolitical board of East Asia from Beijing's perspective. Their immediate access to the greater Pacific Ocean is hemmed in by a string of nearby islands that are all closely allied to the United States. The Philippines, Taiwan, Japan, and South Korea, which effectively functions as an island state because of their sealed-off border in the north. To the south, India is a member of the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue alongside the United States, Japan, and Australia, while Vietnam is considered another major potential ally of the United States due to their heavily conflicting maritime disputes with the Chinese in the South China Sea. China is at risk of becoming nearly encircled by states who are friendly to Washington.
We can stop HIV.
Fuck yeah!
Getting tested for HIV and knowing your status is key.
The CDC recommends everyone get tested for HIV at least once in their lifetime, or more often when needed.
Visit StopHIVIowa.org.
With ShipExcel, you can generate discounted shipping labels for both online and offline orders.
With the only very notable exceptions at the present being Taliban-ruled Afghanistan, Russia, and, of course, North Korea. However, at the present time, the U.S. military has no direct bases within any country that borders China directly by land. So, China's able to maintain some sense of strategic depth separating their mainland from their chief geopolitical rivals' armed forces. The closest American bases to the Chinese mainland right now are the some 30,000 U.S. troops based in South Korea. Therefore, to the Chinese, North Korea effectively functions as a kind of buffer state between themselves and the U.S. military in East Asia. And that makes Pyongyang's survival crucially important to Beijing. Regardless of their often frustration with the Kim dynasty's pursuit of nuclear weapons and openly aggressive posture. But that's also not the only reason why China would like to maintain the status quo within Korea. Were North Korea to ever collapse for whatever reason, 3 potentially devastating outcomes could negatively impact the Chinese.
Good.
The first would likely be an unprecedented refugee crisis.
Sure.
If the North Korean state collapses, millions of North Korean refugees escaping from the violence and the chaos aren't going to run south towards the most heavily militarized border in the world that's full of millions of landmines. They're going to run north instead across the largely open border into China. Millions of impoverished North Korean refugees flooding into northeast China en masse will be an enormously destabilizing event for Beijing, and in their footsteps, the South Korean and/or American militaries may be taking advantage of the situation and advancing into North Korea in order to restore order and unify the peninsula under the democratic regime of Seoul. Were that to happen without the Chinese intervening, the American military would be capable for the very first time of positioning bases and troops directly across one of China's own borders on land. And the ideologically opposed democratic regime in Korea would exist immediately across the border from China's own authoritarian regime. That's the second problem. While the third is North Korea's own threats and blackmail against Beijing to keep their support coming. North Korea possesses dozens of nuclear weapons and the world's 3rd largest stockpile of chemical and biological weapons after the United States and Russia. In the event of a complete state collapse scenario, any number of these weapons of mass destruction could become lost or get acquired by some unpredictable faction or terrorist group during the chaos. And those groups may or may not end up deploying them around China's neighborhood or even against China itself. China would have to deal with all 3 of these terrible scenarios were the North Korean state to suddenly collapse. And the Kim regime is well aware of this leverage over Beijing. China really has no other choice then but to continue supporting North Korea financially and militarily, at least to a point where the state won't be guaranteed to collapse and cause all of these problems. Regardless of China's common frustrations with North Korea is basically capable of just blackmailing China into continuing supporting them. And that is why it's almost impossible to get China to actually cooperate on financial sanctions against North Korea that Beijing views as too destabilizing, why almost all of North Korea's trade is conducted with China, and why China prefers the status quo as it is within the Korean peninsula, with as little changes made as possible. This is also why anyone attempting an assassination attempt against Kim Jong-un isn't a good option either. Even if it were successful, the assassination would probably only result in one of 2 outcomes. One, Kim Jong-un is removed from power, but the country rallies around one of his other family members who survives and maintains the dynasty's grip on power, potentially his sister and apparent successor at the moment, Kim Yo-jong. Assassinating the country's head of state like this would almost certainly be interpreted as an act of war. And then we're right back to the millions of casualties dilemma from the military intervention option. The second potential outcome is that the Kim family falls apart over the assassination and no clear successor emerges, plunging North Korea into either a civil war or collapse scenario and leading us back to China's security dilemma, in which Beijing would be likely to intervene in one way or another so as to maintain the status quo as much as possible, potentially by simply installing a puppet government that remains friendly to Beijing. Then there's negotiation, but negotiating with North Korea to get rid of their nuclear weapons isn't very likely to work out either, considering Pyongyang's own perspective and recent history. Although the full-scale fighting near the Korean War may have ended 70 years ago in 1953 with a ceasefire, the North has still, to this day, never signed a formal peace treaty ending the state of war between itself and the South and the United States. They face off against tens of thousands of U.S. troops immediately across from their border, along with more than 500,000 million active-duty South Korean troops, with a formal state of war continuing. So after the collapse of the Soviet Union in the early 1990s, North Korea lost their primary security partner, and they quickly realized that with their enormous conventional inferiority relative to the United States, their best and really only hope at survival was to probably acquire nuclear weapons in order to deter any incoming attack. By 1994, they were already harvesting weapons-grade plutonium from their primary nuclear facility here at Yongbyon. The United States, under the Clinton administration, began preparing for war. A plan was drafted up in the White House to send stealth fighters and cruise missiles to attack and destroy the nuclear facilities around Yongbyon before a bomb could be successfully developed there. But it was all called off at nearly the last moment because the fear it would trigger full-scale war and the artillery destruction of Seoul was simply considered to be too great. The Clinton administration settled on diplomacy instead in the 1994 agreed framework, in which the North agreed to freeze their nuclear weapons program in exchange for alternative fuel supplies from the United States and the eventual normalization of relations. That deal, though, would not survive very long. By 2002, a new president was in the White House who, in the aftermath of the September 11th attacks, would label North Korea, along with Iran and Iraq, as being a part of his so-called axis of evil.
North Korea is a regime arming with missiles and weapons of mass destruction while starving its citizens. Iran aggressively pursues these weapons and exports terror, while an unelected few repress the Iranian people's hope for freedom. Iraq continues to flaunt its hostility toward America and to support terror. The Iraqi regime has plotted to develop anthrax and nerve gas and nuclear weapons for over a decade. States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil, arming to threaten the peace of the world. By seeking weapons of mass destruction, these regimes pose a grave and growing danger.
Then across 2002, it became obvious that the Bush administration was preparing for a full-scale invasion of one of those members, Iraq. Saddam Hussein's Iraq had previously abandoned their nuclear weapons program and was now powerless to stop the conventional invasion. And seeing the writing on the wall, North Korea opted to formally withdraw from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty in January of 2003, becoming the only country to have ever signed it and then withdrew later. The United States invaded Iraq only a couple of months later, and North Korea would successfully detonate their first nuclear weapon just 3 years after that in 2006. And ever since Iraq in 2003, there have also been two other countries who either once pursued or possessed nuclear weapons and gave them up voluntarily, only to then be subsequently attacked or invaded by hostile foreign powers without any fear of a nuclear retaliation. Muammar Gaddafi's Libya, which got attacked by NATO in 2011 after agreeing to end their nuclear weapons program in 2003, and Ukraine, which got attacked by Russia in 2014 and again in 2022, after surrendering around 1,700 nuclear warheads back in 1994 in exchange for security guarantees that were obviously broken. These three examples have sent a very clear message to the Kim regime and every other country around the world that surrendering their nuclear weapons exposes their vulnerability to hostile outside powers. And the example of what's happening between Russia and Ukraine right now sends an even further message. The conventionally superior United States and NATO have all refused to implement a no-fly zone over Ukraine or to directly engage with the Russian military out of fear of Russia's nuclear weapons arsenal, in stark contrast to quick American interventions against opponents who did not possess nuclear deterrents in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and many more. The Kim regime knows that their nuclear weapons are their shield against any interventions coming from the West, and convincing them otherwise through diplomacy, economic sanctions, or military intervention is almost certain to be a fool's errand, especially while the United States maintains an aggressive posture in South Korea. So then what option, if any, does that even leave for dealing with North Korea? The simple truth is that by this point, there aren't really any good options remaining. And that's why no US nor South Korean president has ever been able to find a long-term solution to this problem now for more than 70 years. But the problem is only bound to grow even worse over the next few decades, because South Korea is almost certain to grow weaker relative to North Korea with time. You see, South Korea's population is currently undergoing a crisis. At the present time, South Korea has the #1 lowest fertility rate of any country in the world, with South Korean women only having an average of 1.1 children each.
The new H2 Pro system separates clean and dirty water. The new H2 Pro from O'Cedar.
That face? We see it a lot. At McGrath Ford, our F-150 prices aren't just low, they're shocking. Nearly $3,000 less than competing dealers, kind of shocking. The average McGrath buyer saves $2,975 compared to other area dealers. No games, no gimmicks. Just pricing so low, it'll leave you speechless. Shocking value, honest deals. McGrath Ford. Shop now, McGrathFord.com.
I read that gun injuries and gun suicides are going up among teens.
What do you think we can do about it?
If a kid is acting angry or keeping to themselves, it's important to make sure that they don't have access to a gun. They might be thinking of hurting themselves or someone else.
Keeping guns.
I shot a rat and it
This has been a trend that
screamed.
has been building for decades, and as a consequence, South Korea's population has essentially already peaked. Right now, the South Korean population is roughly double North Korea's population, but over the next several years, South Korea's population will decline, while North Korea's will remain more or less the same, because North Korea's demographics are comparatively much healthier. North Korean women are still on average having roughly double the amount of children that South Korean women are having, at about 1.9 births per woman, which is leading to an interesting inevitability. This is the population pyramid of South Korea on the right, and this is the population pyramid of North Korea over on the left. The most fascinating thing to draw from this data is that despite the South's overall population being roughly double the North's right now in 2023, the amount of children aged 14 and younger in both countries is roughly equivalent, with around 6 million in North Korea and 6.2 million in South Korea. If these trends continue, it means that within just 20 to 30 years from now, numbers of military-age men in both countries will have effectively equalized, and the South's advantage in manpower that it enjoys today will have been lost. Doubly so when considering that the North utilizes much harsher conscription laws that forces all of their men into the armed forces for at least 10-year terms, compared to only 18 months that the South currently employs for all of their men. Meaning that if the laws remain unchanged and the manpower pool equalizes, the North will have many times more men serving in active duty, combat-ready positions than the South will have. And thirdly so, if, for whatever reason, over the next 20 to 30 years, the United States decides to withdraw from its current security guarantees with South Korea. Then even worse, South Korea's rapidly aging and shrinking population over the next several decades portends a decreased ability to keep their hyper-competitive economic machine running that funds their military. 30 years from now, the South Korean population is presently projected to shrink from 52 million down to only 44 million. While the percentage of those 44 million people remaining over the age of 64 who are usually retired and no longer contributing to the economy will be around 40%, leaving only around 26 million South Koreans younger than 64, supporting 18 million seniors in retirement, compared with 43 million South Koreans younger than 64 today, supporting only 9 million seniors in retirement. That is some dangerous economic math for South Korea, and unless they resort to immigration to replace the workers they're losing, or adapt with some kind of worker automation, their export-driven economy is at a degree of risk for faltering, whereas North Korea will most likely remain more or less the same as it is today. That really just means that North Korea's best strategy to continue fighting the Korean War is basically to simply do nothing and wait out the next 20 to 30 years while its manpower...
Why are you giving them fucking ideas?
While keeping all of its more powerful enemies at bay with continuous nuclear threats, and just hope that the United States for some reason withdraws from the South over that same time period. A scenario that becomes increasingly plausible if the South's economic usefulness to Washington begins to steadily erode. If the stars end up aligning just like this, the South is going to be in trouble, and they know it. Unlike North Korea's leverage over China with their extensive blackmail, South Korea wields very little leverage at all over the United States, and consequently, fearful of the rising threat of North Korea's missiles and bellicose rhetoric, China's growing expansionism, and the possibility that the United States may not take its security guarantees as seriously in the future as previously believed, the United States might have to be prepared for North Korea no longer being the only nuclear-armed state on the Korean peninsula. You see, a poll conducted back in February of 2022 found that an almost overwhelming 71% of South Koreans were in favor of their country acquiring their own nuclear weapons, while another poll a few months later found that nearly 64% of South Koreans supported it, even if it placed their country in open violation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, a fact that would likely transform Seoul into an international pariah across a lot of the world. If South Korea's manpower and economic advantages truly begin to deteriorate relative to the North over the coming 30 years as their demographics suggest, and the North remains in possession of nuclear weapons, and if the United States begins to shrink away from its security guarantees, it all implies that the best way for the South to continue deterring the North from an invasion would simply be for them to acquire nuclear weapons and missiles as well. And from there, it's almost anybody's guess as to where the Korean conflict will end up going, and how the conflict will eventually come to an end. It has been locked in a stalemate for the past 70 years, and is likely to continue remaining locked in a stalemate for the foreseeable future. But that doesn't mean that outbreaks of violence between the two sides never happens. Ever since the turn of the 21st century, there have been dozens of reported incidents, skirmishes, and defection attempts between the two Koreas that have sometimes gotten frighteningly close to restarting the all-out war. The most frightening incident of all took place across 2010, when North and South Korean artillery fired shells at each other's positions, resulting in several casualties, while North Korean torpedoes sank a South Korean Navy vessel that claimed the lives of 46 South Korean sailors. The modern continuation of the Cold War in Korea is, without a doubt, one of the most fascinating, violent, and controversial conflicts of both the 20th and 21st centuries. And that means that it's simultaneously not acceptable for me to cover in any kind of detail here on YouTube due to their terms of service. I know how making videos on YouTube works, and I know that this video already has a super high chance of being demonetized and unpromoted by YouTube's algorithm because of the controversial content that I'm discussing. But the moment I really start diving into the whole history of the Korean conflict in the 21st century, what's at stake, why it all began, how it's been fought, and how it all led to where we are today, it's a guarantee that this video will be demonetized and age restricted. And that means YouTube would never promote the video to you. And that's why instead, I wanted to include a full-length companion video to this one in my ongoing Modern Conflict series that's about the same length as this video with all of that controversial but fascinating information included, and uploaded it directly to Nebula, which, as you've probably heard by now, is home to tons of exclusive ad-free content like my entire Modern Conflict series. And before American nuclear weapons return to South Korea, and before Taiwan purchases more capable arms from the Americans. The more and more that the U.S. prepares for this war with China that it is trying so desperately to avoid, the more it risks pushing China into deciding to launch the war for Taiwan in the first place before it becomes too late for them to do so. And China, of course, has their own ideas for how to push back against the United States and still manage to emerge victorious in Taiwan. Naturally, the PRC would obviously prefer to take control over Taiwan without having to fire a shot. And there are multiple steps that Beijing can take before a full-blown invasion comes. They can attempt to politically meddle in the island and hope for the return of the more pro-reunification Kuomintang party to power in the upcoming January 2024 presidential election. But the Kuomintang have been absent from power in the ROC ever since 2016. While the more pro-Taiwan Independence Democratic People's Party, or DPP, has been in power ever since then. If the DPP wins the election in January of 2024 again, and it appears that political meddling within Taiwan isn't working as intended, then Beijing can take more limited, so-called gray zone actions to test the international community's resolve on Taiwan first, before committing to the full-scale invasion option. One of these options would be invading and seizing Kinmen first, a small group of islands home to 127,000 people that are governed as a county of the ROC that are 187 kilometers away from the ROC's main island of Taiwan, but nearly 5 kilometers off of the coast of the PRC's mainland. Attacking and seizing Kinmen from the ROC could serve as the PRC's dress rehearsal for a later full-scale invasion of the ROC in Taiwan later. Would the United States, after all, really risk a cataclysmic war with China simply over little Kinmen? It would be very similar, in a way, to Russia's more limited invasion of Ukraine back in 2014, when they quickly seized control over Crimea and Sevastopol, which warranted very little Western intervention beyond a few limited economic sanctions, and which obviously precipitated Russia's full-scale years later in 2022. China is currently watching very, very closely with how the West continues to react to the evolving Russian invasion of Ukraine. If the West resolve eventually ever falters over Ukraine and they stop sending aid and then Ukraine subsequently collapses, it sends a clear message to Beijing on how long they might have to wait for the West to similarly capitulate over Taiwan. And thus, seizing Kinmen could serve as the PRC's version of Russia's early seizure of Crimea. And then, beyond that, there is the option to initiate a limited or a partial blockade of Taiwan. The PRC could declare either around Taiwan and aim it at the island's greatest Achilles heel, its critical overdependence on energy.
How the fuck does that make sense?
Taiwan imports the overwhelming majority of its
when I make it my Skyblock, no one fucking joins.
Of the energy that they consume, including virtually all of their oil, liquefied natural gas or LNG, coal.
That's bull fucking shit.
To the ROC like Australia, who in 2021 provided 55% of Taiwan's coal imports and 32% of its LNG imports, along with the United States, who provided a further 9% of Taiwan's LNG imports and plans to expand those imports even further. But many more of Taiwan's foreign energy providers are not as solidly friendly and committed to Taiwan's sovereignty as Australia or the United States, and are substantially more vulnerable to coercion coming from Beijing. There is Russia, who in 2021 provided roughly 15% of Taiwan's coal imports and 10% of its LNG imports. Russia has previously shown a clear willingness to weaponize its energy resources against Europe during the war in Ukraine, while Russia is increasingly growing more and more dependent upon China at the same time. After the collapse of Russia's energy market in Europe, China has emerged as the largest new market for Russia to sell their vast energy resources to, and consequently, Russia sells vastly more energy resources to China than they do to Taiwan. If Beijing delivered Moscow an ultimatum in choosing between them, it is clear that the Russians would end up choosing China and halt their deliveries to Taiwan, and the Chinese might not stop there. Qatar provides about 25% of Taiwan's LNG imports, while Indonesia provides about 24% of Taiwan's coal imports, and a further 6% of its LNG imports. Qatar sells significantly more of its LNG to China than it does to Taiwan. Indonesia has received billions of dollars worth of investments through China's Belt and Road Initiative, and also sells significantly more raw materials to China than it does to Taiwan. And neither Qatar nor Indonesia have yet agreed to join in on any of the West's financial sanctions against Russia. China could thus, potentially, use a combination of carrots and sticks to convince all three of these countries to at least remain neutral or to even cooperate with a hypothetical Chinese blockade of Taiwan, which will induce significant pressures to Taiwan's energy security and ability to power itself, and further test the resolve of the United States without going full send to the invasion option. And then, of course, if all of these previous options fail to bring Taiwan beneath the PRC's control, there is the full-scale invasion option. The PRC is well aware that this option will be one of the most difficult military operations ever carried out in human history. It will involve the largest amphibious operation in history since the D-Day landings at Normandy during World War II, which will necessitate using thousands of ships, planes, and missiles to accomplish. It is estimated that China will need to commit somewhere between 300,000 to 1 million troops or even more to the invasion to have any hope of victory. And assembling such a massive invasion force with all of their accompanying transport ships and
I don't want to
on the
know
western
what's
side
going
of
on
the
in
Taiwan
that
Strait will be
picture.
impossible to hide from American spy satellites operating above, who will quickly begin sounding the alarm over the imminent invasion, just as they began doing in the months leading up to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The PRC's A2D2 missile capabilities on the mainland are designed to turn the skies dense with Chinese missiles that will keep the American Navy, Marines, and Air Force, along with all of their allies, far enough away from Taiwan and the Taiwan Strait to keep the invasion route open and secure for as long as possible. The PRC will need this because they need to win the invasion of Taiwan as swiftly as possible to have the best chance of success, ideally within days to weeks at a maximum. If
If they fail to quickly take the island and the war turns into a protracted conflict like Ukraine has morphed into, then the greater the odds will be that it will lose with a US intervention and potentially Japanese, Australian, and UK intervention as well. The longer China's maritime trade and imports of critical raw materials like oil and gas are blockaded, the greater the instability within China will become, to say nothing of the piling casualties and humiliation at not being able to take Taiwan swiftly. The PRC will desperately want to win as quickly as possible, and so, at the onset of choosing to launch the invasion, Beijing will likely have to take the most momentous decision that it will likely ever have to make in its entire history. Whether or not they will launch the invasion with or without a preemptive first strike on United States military assets in the Western Pacific. If they decide not to do that and launch their invasion without attacking the US first, it stands to reason that there might be a chance, no matter how small, that the US has been bluffing this whole time and won't actually respond militarily. And then, if the US does react militarily, China could attempt to claim that it was the US who fired first, during what they will inevitably be referring to as an internal Chinese matter where the PRC was simply trying to subdue a rogue province. But of course, not attacking the US military assets surrounding them first ensures that the US military will be at their full power and be most capable of restricting and defeating China's invasion force quickly. And thus, there is the significantly riskier second option. The 21st century Pearl Harbor. The PRC's conventional ballistic and cruise missiles easily have the range from the Chinese mainland to strike US military targets across South Korea, in Okinawa, across the Philippines, and even in Guam first. Before launching the invasion of Taiwan, the PRC could fire hundreds and hundreds of these missiles in a surprise attack across all of these nearby US military bases and facilities in an attempt to preemptively neutralize the US military's early ability to quickly respond to the invasion within the first and second island chains, which would then ideally enable the PRC to launch its cross-strait invasion of Taiwan rapidly and less opposed at first, enabling them to, hopefully from their perspective, seize control over the entire island quickly and then bunker down on it for the retaliatory attacks by the United States that would inevitably come next. This option is inherently the more risky out of the two, because, for one, it would all but guarantee a ferocious United States response to the scale of the war against Japan in the 1940s. It would also mean that China would be widely perceived as a massive warmonger on the global stage for clearly firing the first shots. China might also still struggle with taking Taiwan as quickly as they had hoped, leading to this eventual ferocious rival of the United States that would probably soundly defeat them anyway. Moreover, the PRC's military is still untested and lacks any real experience, as the last war the country fought in was their invasion of Vietnam back in 1979, which was nearly 4.5 decades ago now. The US military has very recent experience fighting actual combat in comparison, though of a kind that would be very different from the amphibious warfare that would be likely around Taiwan. And in addition to launching the main assault on Taiwan, there would also be a ferocious battle waged across the South China Sea, which the PRC largely claims in its entirety as Chinese territorial waters, backed up by China's claims to the tiny Spratly Islands and the many artificial islands they have constructed that are full of PRC military assets, including naval and air bases and radar stations. The PRC is so aggressive in their claims to the South China Sea and their construction of militarized islands within it because, during an invasion of Taiwan scenario, they want to be able to adequately project power down to Singapore and the US naval base at Changi there, so they can claw the Strait of Malacca open and keep their critical imports of oil and LNG from the Persian Gulf flowing through it, in order to keep their economy and war machine running. Nearly every single foreign policy decision and action that the PRC makes is all about overcoming this critical vulnerability that they know the US Navy will exploit during a war. It's partially why the PLA opened their first overseas military base in history in Djibouti, and why they're potentially seeking to acquire further bases in the future at Gawar in Pakistan, in Hambantota in Sri Lanka, and in the Coco Islands of Myanmar, all of which, so far, has been unsubstantiated but could always happen in the future. China's relentless drive to pursue its Belt and Road Initiative is primarily focused on overcoming this over-reliance on their oil and gas imports coming through Malacca, and reducing the risk of a U.S. naval blockade there and throughout Indonesia, crippling their energy imports coming from the Persian Gulf. China's support for Russia and the transformation of the Russian state into a sort of Chinese vassal state ever since the invasion of Ukraine has been designed to get Russian oil and gas to China through overland pipelines in the Northern Sea route for LNG to reduce Beijing's over-dependence on Malacca. China has relentlessly pursued investments into other oil and gas-rich countries nearby like Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan as well, in order to construct further overland pipelines bringing oil and gas into China in a safer and more reliable way that the U.S. and allies can't as easily intercept as the maritime imports coming in through Malacca. And it's why China has also relentlessly pursued investments into and supported the regimes of strategically located countries around it that can transport Persian Gulf oil and gas into China before those imports ever even reach Malacca. Countries such as Pakistan, in which China has invested tens of billions of dollars to create the so-called China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, a vast network of highways and railroads being built to connect the Pakistani deepwater port of Gwadar with China's western Xinjiang province, through which the Chinese will eventually be able to import large amounts of oil through from the Persian Gulf without having to rely on those imports going through the vulnerable Strait of Malacca. And even more crucially than Pakistan, there is also Myanmar, where between 2013 and 2017, China invested billions of dollars to construct the crucial Sino-Myanmar crude oil and gas pipelines, a pair of twin oil and gas pipelines that begin in Myanmar's deepwater port of Hyokpu in the Bay of Bengal and run for nearly 500 miles across the country to Kunming in China's Yunnan province. Since these are actual pipelines and not highways or railways like in Pakistan, the Sino-Myanmar pipeline enables China to import very large volumes of oil and gas directly from the Persian Gulf without those resources having to pass through the blockadable Strait of Malacca, making it a vital component of China's energy security and ability to confront the United States during a war over Taiwan. It is also why China so heavily supports the extremely authoritarian military regime in Myanmar, known as the Tatmadaw. In 2021, the Tatmadaw military in Myanmar launched an infamous coup d'etat that overthrew the civilian-elected government in the country, immortalized forever by this viral clip that you've probably seen of this woman dancing as the coup plotters behind her are busy actively overthrowing the government. In that coup's aftermath, Myanmar has descended into one of the most violent and devastating civil wars that the 21st century has ever seen, and become the only failed state in Southeast Asia. The whole country has ever since become more of a geographic expression than an actual united country, with a complicated patchwork mosaic of dozens of competing rebel factions all vying for control and influence against each other, and against the increasingly repressive and authoritarian central government, now ruled by the Tatmadaw military. The undemocratic military regime has also since become one of the most heavily sanctioned and isolated regimes in the world as well, which has pushed them ever closer into the orbit of countries like China and Russia. Without any countries in the Western world now willing to assist Myanmar's military regime, China now has extensive leverage in the country to expand their pipelines even further, to continue reducing their oil and gas imports coming in through Malacca, and to potentially pressure them into establish an overseas military base on the Coco Islands as well, nearby to Malacca on the strait's western side. As such, Chinese and Russian military vehicles and planes have been frequently spotted in the service of the Tatmadaw military in its complicated war against the many rebel factions now pushing back against it. And Beijing needs the Tatmadaw military to win the civil war in the country, because they need to continue maintaining their ability to keep importing oil and gas through the Sino-Myanmar, reducing their over-reliance on energy imports coming through the Malacca Strait, in order to be in a better position to eventually launch their invasion of Taiwan. If the Tatmadaw falls, and a new regime unfriendly to Beijing emerges from the chaotic civil war in its place, they could choose to shut the Sino-Myanmar pipelines down when under pressure from the United States. And thus, the eventual outcome of the ongoing civil war in Myanmar has direct implications on China's ability to eventually seize Taiwan, and America's ability to counter that invasion. But of course, the Myanmar civil war itself is a very, very complicated and dark subject. It has resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands of people in the country only since it began in 2021. It has become one of the 21st century's bloodiest conflicts. But just before it began, between 2016 and 2019, the Tatmadaw military regime, who now mostly rules the country, even further perpetrated one of the 21st century's largest-scale genocides against the Rohingya people in Myanmar's western Rakhine state, which resulted in unbelievable levels of human suffering rarely seen since the 20th century, and the largest refugee crisis seen anywhere in Asia since the Vietnam War. The complicated and massive internal conflict still raging across Myanmar was one of the darkest chapters of all of 21st century history so far, and it is directly related to everything you just listened to me talk about throughout this entire video. But unfortunately, due to the inherently controversial and recent nature of discussing one of the biggest ongoing genocides and wars taking place anywhere in the world, if I made a video covering it all here on YouTube, it would almost certainly be demonetized and age restricted, which would ultimately mean that YouTube's algorithm would never promote it to you, and you would probably never even see it. That's why instead of uploading it here to YouTube, I created yet another full-length companion video to this one in my ongoing Modern Conflict series that's about the same length as this video you just watched, that covers the entire history, course, and explanation of the ongoing civil war in Myanmar and the associated genocide of the Rohingya people, and uploaded it directly to Nebula. And this is just one of more than 24 exclusive, full-length real-life war documentaries that you can only find in the Modern Conflict series there. They can all only be found over there because of all of their darker, more controversial subject material. Ethiopia, Syria, Libya, and Yemen. Help you keep up to date and informed with why major conflicts in our world are happening. And what's even more, signing up to Nebula will also get you access to all of the other amazing exclusive content from all of the other creators on the platform as well.
Thank you, Flower Pot! Thank you! Fuck that hole.
Since Nebula is a subscription-based service without any ads and without any algorithm, we all get to work on way bigger, riskier, and higher budget productions over there than we could ever afford to do on YouTube. That's why there's tons of other exclusive content you'll find equally fascinating from channels that are very similar to my own, like Wendover Productions, The Logistics of X series, exploring the complex variables that influence how our society functions. Real-time History, Brad Adams series covering the entire history of the Soviet nuclear program. Real Engineering's Battle of Britain series covering how the Royal Air Force was able to defeat the German Luftwaffe during World War II. Neo's Underexposure series covering topics like the Tenerife disaster, the Osama bin Laden raid, the MH17 disaster over Ukraine, and many, many more, with new content coming out every single month. You'll also get access to all of Nebula classes, where creators host classes on how to be, well, a creator. There's classes by Sam from Wendover Productions on persuasive communication, or Devin from legal and copyright laws, or by Patrick Williams on how to make a movie, and dozens of others, all of which are great for aspiring creators or anyone who just wants to be behind the curtain. And best of all, if you sign up by clicking the button now, or following the link down below in the description, you'll receive a 40% discount for an annual subscription, which means it'll only cost you $2.50 a month for all of this awesome exclusive content from myself and hundreds of other independent creators, with more being added all the time. It's the absolute best way to help support what I'm doing here on Real Life Lore. And as always, thank you so much for watching.
Advantage Model finds goals. Our strategies adapt to clients' evolving needs with innovative thinking. When you're navigating the future, how is everything.
When you work on cars as much as I do, you learn what matters most. And for me, that's trust. What sets advances.
This video is made possible by Nebula. Use the link down in the description below to support Real Life Lore directly by signing up, where you can watch 28 additional and exclusive full-length videos in my ongoing Nebula Modern Conflict series, covering recent major wars and crises, including this video's next part covering the entire history of the decades-long conflict between Turkey and its millions of Kurdish inhabitants. NATO is a nominally defensive military alliance of 31 member states today as of 2023, founded primarily against Soviet and currently Russian expansion expansionism in Europe. And yet, one of NATO's member states consistently carries out foreign policy actions contrary to the consensus, aims, and policies of all the other member states. Turkey. To an outside and as yet uninformed viewer, Turkey's actions over the past decade have made it seem more like a rogue state whose very status within NATO has been frequently put into question. Turkey's president, recently re-elected to another 5-year term in 2023, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, has carried out a highly confrontational and aggressive foreign policy against nearly all of his neighbors ever since the 2010s, including against several fellow NATO member states. He has repeatedly threatened war with neighboring Greece, as recently as December 2022 when he publicly boasted of Turkey's ability to strike the Greek capital with ballistic missiles, or 2 months before that in October when, during a rally, he warned the Greeks that, quote, "we may suddenly come one night," suggesting a potential future invasion. He has repeatedly waged actual war in Syria, with 3 separate invasions in 2016, 2018, and 2019 that have all resulted in about 5% of Syria's internationally recognized territory falling under Turkish military occupation, with frequent threats to launch even further invasions to expand that control even further at the expense of the Syrian Kurds, supported, armed, and supplied by the United States. He recently, in 2023, ordered the shutdown of the critical Kirkuk-Ceyhan crude oil pipeline. It usually carries oil from the Autonomous Kurdish Regional Government, or KRG, in northern Iraq to the Turkish port of Ceyhan for export to the world market, which provides roughly 80% of the entire KRG's operating budget, meaning that without it, the KRG is staring down financial ruin and potential even collapse, with severe consequences for the always fragile internal stability within Iraq. He has delivered weapons and supplies to assist his ally Azerbaijan wage war against Armenia, while continuing to officially deny the charge of the 1915 to 1917 Armenian genocide. Most member states of NATO do recognize as being a Turkish state-sponsored genocide, including the United States. Erdogan has sort of taken both sides during the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine. On the one hand, selling Turkish-produced arms to Ukraine, helping to negotiate a deal that for a time enabled Ukraine to continue exporting its globally significant grains to the world market, and blocking additional Russian warships from being able to pass through the Turkish Strait into the Black Sea.
Excuse me.
But on the other hand, he has continued leading Turkey into producing tens of billions of dollars worth of Russian oil, natural gas, and coal since the invasion began, while continuing to allow millions of Russian tourists to visit the country, granting Russians the ability to start up companies, invest, and buy property in Turkey, all while refusing to participate in any of the West's financial sanctions against Russia, while also further blocking the Turkish Straits to any outside NATO warships from entering into the Black Sea theater as well. The last American warship to have even been present in the Black Sea left nearly 2 years ago now, back in December of 2021 as a result. He had previously led Turkey into purchasing the Russian-built S-400 anti-air system for billions of dollars in 2019 and 2021, a system that was specifically engineered by the Russians to target and shoot down the American-made F-16 and F-35 stealth fighter, and which resulted in American sanctions coming down on its NATO ally. Turkey's ejection from the F-35 program, the Biden administration's ultimate decision to recognize the Armenian genocide in 2021 in retaliation. Turkey further dispatched its own troops to fight overseas in the Libyan civil war in 2019 and 2020, on the opposing side of its other NATO allies, friends, and neighbors. Turkish warships have come into scuffles with the French and Greek navies all across the eastern Mediterranean, while Turkish and Greek fighter pilots have engaged in dogfights over the Aegean Sea, with several pilots on both sides losing their lives. Turkey even further continues to militarily occupy 37% of the island of Cyprus, an EU member state and the only part of de jure European Union territory currently under de facto foreign military occupation. And all of this has been reversed to Erdogan's long holdup of allowing neither Finland or Sweden to join NATO, after they applied following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Finland has since been allowed to join. But after the production of this video, Turkey still has not officially ratified their acceptance of Sweden to join. None of these actions make it seem like Turkey is a normal member of the NATO alliance, or that Turkey is even friendly to the West at all. And that's because Turkey isn't pro-Western, or even pro-NATO, nor is Turkey pro-Russian or pro-Ukrainian. Turkey is simply pro-Turkey, and sees itself as a completely independent and separate actor. And in order to understand the very complicated game of geopolitical chess that Turkey is currently playing across its region, in order to anticipate what Turkey's next moves might end up being, you have to go back to where the modern Republic of Turkey came from in the first place out of the ashes of the previous Ottoman Empire. Learn why it joined NATO in the first place, and why the circumstances since then have radically changed, leading to Turkey's current foreign policy and behaviors, and President Erdogan's great project to reshape 21st century Turkey into the great power that he and many other Turks believe the nation should rightfully be once again. You see, prior to the First World War, the Turkish Ottoman Empire was a vast imperial state, spanning across dozens of different ethnicities, languages, and religions, and united under the rule of an absolute hereditary monarchy, where the state's legitimacy came from its simultaneous natural heir to the ancient Roman Empire, and the successors of the previous Islamic caliphates that all came before it, reinforced by its control over all three of Islam's holiest cities, giving it the authority to claim itself as the spiritual leader of the Islamic faith. But for centuries leading up to 1914, the empire was in a slow but constant state of decay and geographic retreat, finally culminating in its decision to join the Central Powers of World War I, which it ultimately lost, and which ultimately resulted in the empire's final destruction. In 1920, the victorious Allied powers all of the empire's remaining Arab lands were being torn off from it, including all of the Islamic holy cities of Mecca, Medina, a huge new independent state for the empire's Armenian people was created in the northeast, while another independent state for the empire's Kurdish people was to be created in the southeast. The British, who had annexed the island of Cyprus from the Ottomans in 1914 at the onset of the war, would retain their control. Virtually all of the many thousands of islands within the Aegean would be given to either Italy or Greece, while the Greeks would further annex most of the Ottomans' remaining territory in Europe, in addition to another exclave in Anatolia around the city of Smyrna. Since that would place the Greeks in control of the northern side of the Dardanelles Strait and the Sea of Marmara, the straits themselves leading between the Black and Aegean Seas was to be placed under an internationally governed administration beyond the sovereignty of Turkey that remained. The Turkish was doomed to be nothing but an insignificant front state, left only with the rugged, mountainous, and difficult to develop lands of some of Anatolia, and only about half of the rich Sea of Marmara, and still of the Turkish civilization. So, understandably outraged at the the Turks decided to massively rebel against that, and so began essentially the continuation of the First World War for the Turks, fighting off the Greeks, French, British, and Armenians, trying to enforce the Treaty of British terms for another until 1923. To put it succinctly, there is a very large degree of historic enmity between the Greeks and the Turks, going back at least 1,000 years, back when the Turks first began migrating into Anatolia from Central Asia, eventually culminating with the Ottoman-Turkish conquest of Constantinople in 1453, and the Turkish occupation of all of Greece for nearly 400 years until Greek independence was finally only achieved again in 1829. After which, a popular idea in Greek nationalist circles and foreign policy began appearing called the Megali idea. The idea that Greece should restore the historic Byzantine Empire and take over all of the lands across Europe, Anatolia, and Cyprus that still had large ethnically Greek populations. At the 1919 Paris Peace Conference at the end of World War I, this was literally the map presented by the Greek delegation outlining all of their territorial ambitions at the expense of the Ottomans, roughly lining up with the territory of the reformed Byzantine Empire as it had been more than 6 centuries previously. While the Allies didn't give them everything they wished for out of the Treaty of Sèvres in 1920, they still gave them a lot of it. And so the Greek armed forces sent tens of thousands of their troops into eastern Thrace and around Smyrna to try and enforce their claims. In the end, though, the Turks fought hard and emerged victorious in the ensuing war against Greece and the Allies, forcing everyone back to the negotiating table again with the newly drafted Treaty of Lausanne in 1923, which led directly shortly afterwards to the proclamation of the modern Republic of Turkey. A new Turkey built not on the concepts of empire, absolute monarchy, and the spiritual leader of Sunni Islam like its Ottoman predecessor, but upon the new foundations of secularism, westernization, and the European model of a republic and a nation-state for the Turkish people. But in order to accomplish all of that, the new Turkey also set about on a campaign of radical self-transformation that sought to Turkify whatever remained of the country's territory, which involved either removing or assimilating anyone left behind who wasn't deemed to be Turkish enough. These kinds of transformative policies and actions led to the events that befell the Armenian people remaining in Anatolia between 1915 and 1917, in which the Christian Armenian population of the Ottoman Empire was systematically and methodically destroyed, resulting in an estimated 1.5 million Armenian deaths. The issue of whether or not this event legally constitutes a genocide or not is one of the most controversial contemporary issues between Turkey and the outside world, because Turkey's official state position ever since, right up to the present day, explicitly denies that a genocide ever took place, a position that is only similarly held by Turkey's allies, Azerbaijan and Pakistan. Conversely, the very first country in the world to recognize the events as a genocide of the Armenian people was Uruguay in 1965. A total of 34 countries around the world as of 2023 officially recognized the Armenian genocide, including most of Turkey's own allies in NATO. But the Armenians were the only ethnic minority in the land that became Turkey that were purged in the early 20th century. After the Greeks retreated in 1922 and modern Turkey's borders were established in 1923, The two governments agreed on a population transfer of their Christian subjects considered to be Greek and their Muslim subjects considered to be Turkish. 1.5 million Greek Orthodox Christians were kicked out of Turkey and sent to Greece, while 400,000 Turkish Muslims were kicked out of Greece and sent to Turkey. An event that continues to influence Greco-Turkish relations today, a century later. After that transfer and the massacres before it, the only significant ethnic minority remaining within the Republic of Turkey after it was established were the Kurds across the southeast of the country, a people whose land spanned across the newly created countries of Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and also Iran. For decades afterwards, the Turkish government would carry out a policy of attempted assimilation of its own Kurdish population, including at various times outlawing the Kurdish language and culture itself and denying that their separate ethnicity existed altogether, by officially categorizing and referring to them as so-called Mountain Turks or Eastern Turks well into the 1990s. And while geographically speaking, the terms of Lausanne were much better for Turkey than Sevres had been, it still forced Turkey to compromise on many issues nonetheless. Many ethnic Turkish brethren remained outside of Turkey's borders in Hatay in the French Mandate, and in Cyprus still ruled by the UK, while virtually all of the Aegean Islands remained controlled by either Greece or Italy, and the Turkish Straits themselves still remained under an international administration beyond Turkey's own sovereignty. All that Turkey was left with, for the most part, was the barren, arid, mountainous, rugged, and difficult-to-develop Anatolian Peninsula, and far more importantly, Turkey's rich historical core around the Sea of Marmara, which for thousands of years has been one of the greatest geographic cores for any civilization to build itself around. The Sea of Marmara is surrounded by a series of low-lying plains in both Europe and Asia, and there is an abundant amount of fresh water nearby, which makes it one of the most agriculturally productive regions in the entire world. While the internal body of water within Marmara itself is a very large, calm, and easily navigable body of water that makes transport and trade across the Marmara region incredibly easy, and makes Marmara function as essentially more of a single, colossal natural harbor, bracketed by the narrow choke points of the Bosphorus in the north and the Dardanelles in the south, through which goods produced anywhere around Marmara can be easily and rapidly transported by sea out to oceans all around the world. And moreover, this agriculturally rich and easy to transport through area is also smack in the middle of some of the most lucrative trade routes that the world has ever known. And that has historically made the Marmara region one of the epicenters of global trade, commerce, and finance.
The hardest thing about the new Ben & Jerry's sundae is deciding how to eat it.
Get fast, powerful relief of your worst symptoms, like nasal congestion. Claritin clears.
The $7,500 federal tax credit for eligible electric vehicles is ending. You must take delivery by September 30th, 2025.
Wood barrel bourbon. This body wash exceptional. The aroma is bodacious. Give Dr. Squash your heart. Buy Dr. Squash for yourself. Installed and online now at DrSquash.com. Feel like a man, smell like a champion.
This is because the Bosphorus, Marmara, and the Dardanelles make it the only possibly navigable route by sea from anywhere around the Black Sea's coastline out to the world ocean. A geographic fact that is even further amplified by many of Europe's largest rivers that feed into the Black Sea as well, the Danube to the Dnieper and the Don. All of the commercial centers, factories, and farms established along any of these rivers within the interior of Europe or anywhere around the Black Sea coast have never had any other option of exporting their goods out to the world market by sea other than funneling them all through the Marmara region. While historically the easiest land-based trade route between South Asia and Europe also funneled through Marmara. This all made the Marmara region the most important crossroads of the world for trade for thousands of years, and brought whomever controlled it the ability to generate fabulous wealth through taxing that trade and exploiting the region's immense agricultural potential. Still to this day in 2023, the Marmara region is the core of modern-day Turkey, and the most important piece of real estate that the country controls. It is presently home to more than 27 million people, nearly a third of the entire Turkish population, and nearly triple the entire population of Greece. Marmara alone accounts for a whopping 75% of the entire modern Turkish GDP, while the Turks who live there have a GDP per capita of nearly $72,000, 7.5 times higher than the Turkish nationwide average, and higher than the nationwide averages of every country in Europe other than Iceland, Switzerland, Norway, Ireland, and Luxembourg. So obviously, any civilization in control of a geographic jewel as valuable as Marmara naturally wants to defend it by projecting its frontiers away from it as far as physically possible, the more naturally defensible terrain, in order to block any hostile outside powers from being able to penetrate into the Marmara core. The best territorial strategy to defend Marmara involves possessing a strong navy capable of guarding and plugging the Bosphorus and Dardanelles that lead into Marmara, while projecting power into both the Black and Aegean seas on either end. It also involves expanding the most desired land borders away from Marmara all the way across Anatolia to the southeast. Because while Anatolia may not be very useful from a civilizational development standpoint, it is very useful as a huge, difficult to travel over barrier, separating the valuable core of Marmara from everyone else over in the Middle East. Into the northwest, anyone who controls Marmara will most ideally want to expand their borders or influence at least up to the Bessarabian Gap and the Iron Gates. The Bessarabian Gap is the narrow, flat chunk of plains in between the Black Sea in the east and the Carpathian Mountains in the west, across which to the north exists the vast and seemingly endless Great Eurasian Steppe that expands all the way to Mongolia. In order to defend against any threats to Marmara that may emerge from that direction, control or at least influence over the Bessarabian Gap is paramount. Meanwhile, the Iron Gates are the extremely narrow but traversable gorge that the Danube River carves between the Carpathian Mountains in the north and the Balkan Mountains in the south, creating a narrow passageway through the mountains towards Marmara from the Pannonian Basin in Central Europe. With control over these land choke points in Europe, naval supremacy in the Black and Aegean seas, and control over the whole of Anatolia, the core of Turkish civilization is safe. But unfortunately for the Turks, by 1923, they lost all of that except for their control over Anatolia, and even that was being threatened by sporadic Kurdish rebellions in the southeast of it. Thus, ever since the Treaty of Lausanne was first signed, there has been a constant cadre of Turkish nationalists who have still railed against its terms as unfair. And Turkey has generally spent this century of history ever since pushing back against it in all different directions whenever it senses that it has the geopolitical opportunity to do so. The first significant pushback came in 1936, when sensing the growing geopolitical angst in Europe over fascist Italy's control over many of the Aegean islands, the Turks were able to successfully renegotiate their ownership over the Turkish Straits with the Western powers in the 1936 Montreux Convention, which continues to remain legally in force to this day and essentially guarantees that the Straits will remain open to all commercial activity of all nations during times of peace, while during times of war, Turkey can largely act as it sees fit and deny the passage of outside warships through, as it is currently doing during the war in Ukraine. Then, a bit further on in 1937, the Turks were also able to convince the French, who controlled Syria at the time, to push out the Hatay province as an independent state, and then in 1939, following a highly controversial referendum within the independent country of Hatay, it voted to be annexed into Turkey, which finally created Turkey's contemporary internationally recognized borders. But it has remained a highly sensitive issue, harming relations between Turkey and Syria ever since. Syria has continually claimed ever since their own independence from France in 1946 that Hatay was stolen from them by the Turks as a result of French colonialism, and that it should be rightfully returned back to Syria, a position that the Syrian government still officially maintains as of 2023. After the horrible experience during World War I, in which it lost its entire empire, Turkey opted to tread carefully for a while and remain neutral throughout the entire Second World War until the final closing days of it in 1945, when an Allied victory was all but certain. But afterwards, at the beginning of the Cold War, Turkey's geopolitical situation became quite possibly the most tenuous it has ever been at any point during the past century. All of Italy's Aegean islands were ceded over to Greece in 1947, while the British still ruled over Cyprus. But most alarmingly of all, the Soviets now dominated essentially the entire rim of the Black Sea beyond Turkey's own control, and through its Warsaw Pact proxies also dominated both the Bessarabian Gap and the Iron Gates. And feeling emboldened after their triumph over Germany and preparing for the Cold War with the United States, Stalin was now insisting on tearing up the terms of the 1936 Montreux Convention that he argued was enabling Turkey and potentially America to bottle up the Soviet Black Sea Fleet. Now, all of a sudden in 1946, Stalin was demanding that Turkey agree to a new joint Turkish-Soviet administration of the Straits, with a permanent Soviet military presence getting established there alongside of the Turks to replace the Montreux Convention. After Turkey refused to entertain the idea, the crisis escalated even further, and the Soviets then began pressing the Turks for a series of territorial demands in far eastern Turkey, based on the Soviets' historic claims of the previous Russian Empire, and then additionally on behalf of the claims of the Georgian and Armenian Soviet republics, based on the land that the World War I-era allies had promised to give Armenia during the 1920 Treaty of Sèvres. And then, to attempt to destabilize Turkey even further, the Soviets also began covertly supporting and influencing several Kurdish separatist groups operating across the southeast of to Turkey, contributing to the later PKK Kurdish separatist group adopting a staunchly Marxist-Leninist ideology. Understandably alarmed by all of this and fearful of the Soviet Union as a majorly looming existential threat, Turkey decided to join the NATO alliance in 1952, alongside their arch-historic rival, Greece, for very similar reasons. Because although they shared a deep historic enmity and maintained multiple ongoing territorial disputes, both Turkey and Greece back at the time were far more fearful of the Soviet Union as their shared greater external threat. And to NATO, Turkey was considered an invaluable geographic asset, with its control over the Turkish Straits being able to contain the Soviet fleet within the Black Sea, and its proximity to the Soviet Union's southern flank, granting the United States the ability to establish an Air Force base at Incirlik, from which it could launch spy planes and also park nuclear weapons, to launch quickly during the event of a full-scale nuclear war. Meanwhile, Cyprus was finally granted independence by the British in 1960, although a couple major British military bases remain lasting up to this day, granting the UK military close proximity to intervene in potential flashpoints across the Middle East. But by the 1970s, the leader of the freshly independent Cyprus was perceived in Washington as growing too close to the Soviets, who were actively searching for additional ports in the Mediterranean to complement their lease over Tartus in Syria. And so, alarmed by that in 1974, the United States supported a coup on the island that was orchestrated by what at the time was the right-wing military junta ruling in Greece. A coup that was deliberately intended by the regime in Greece at the time to result in the unification of Cyprus with Greece, a concept that was referred to in Greek as enosis, or union. At the time, approximately 77% of Cyprus's population were Greeks who were broadly in favor of unification with the Greek mainland. But another 18% of the island's population were Turks who most definitely were not in favor, a legacy of the centuries of control the Ottomans had once enjoyed over Cyprus before it passed into British rule. Fearing that their coastline in the Mediterranean would be even further boxed in by Greece were Cyprus to be annexed and citing their right to protect the ethnic Turks of the island, Turkey decided to launch a full-scale maritime invasion of Cyprus shortly after the coup took place in 1974. The result was that Turkey militarily occupied about 37% of the island's territory before a ceasefire between both sides.
I'm gonna pause the video real quick.
Partition of Cyprus along the United Nations patrolled buffer known as the Green Line that continues to remain in force today. Around 150,000 Greeks on the island, or about a third of Cyprus's Greek population at the time, were then forcibly removed from the north of the island and pushed to the south, while another 60,000 Turks on the island, or about half of Cyprus's Turkish population then, were forcibly displaced from the south and pushed up to the north, representing in effect the most recent population transfer between the Turks and the Greeks. Today in 2023, Cyprus's population is sharply divided, with 99% of the population in the south being Greek, and 99% of the population in the north being Turkish. Nearly a decade after its invasion and occupation in 1983, the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus was unilaterally proclaimed as a new independent country out of the Turkish-occupied area in the north of the island. Though to this date, the only country in the world that has ever recognized its legitimacy and sovereignty is Turkey. The UN continues to consider Northern Cyprus an illegally Turkish-occupied territory of the Republic of Cyprus, which has further amounted to an illegal military occupation of EU territory after Cyprus joined the European Union in 2004. Since the 1970s, around 150,000 Turks from the Turkish mainland have also migrated to Northern Cyprus as well, which the UN further considers to mean an illegal migration of occupied territory. But for the first time in more than half a century, Turkey had pushed back against the terms of Lausanne with military force, and was largely successful in doing so. It had re-established a firm de facto foothold in Cyprus once again. But by 1982, the stakes in the territorial disagreements between Greece and Turkey over the terms of Lausanne had only increased. It was in that year that the United Nations formulated the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, a set of legal frameworks for all marine and maritime activities worldwide, that most of the countries of the world have since signed on to. This is the convention that established international laws defining a country's territorial waters as extending up to 12 nautical miles from their coastline, and exclusive economic zones, or EEZs, extending up to 200 nautical miles from their coastline. From Turkey's perspective, though, this agreement became especially worrisome within the Aegean Sea between themselves and Greece. Prior to the 1982 UN Convention, it was customary that a state's territorial waters in which it exerted exclusive sovereignty extended out to only 6 nautical miles from their coastlines, which was what both Greece and Turkey were practicing within the Aegean. But although the Greek and Turkish mainlands around the Aegean are roughly equal in length, the overwhelming majority of all the thousands of islands within the sea are all controlled by Greece and were set up that way by the terms of the 1923 Treaty of Lausanne.
It's just a spoiled little shit.
up to the 12 nautical miles as prescribed by the
No
1982
offense,
UN
guys,
Convention.
but
Greece's numerous islands nearby to the Turkish coast would block the Turks from receiving any benefit at all, while virtually the entirety of the Aegean would suddenly transform into sovereign Greek territorial waters, essentially making the Aegean a Greek lake from the perspective of Turkey. Which, remember, when you're primarily concerned about the defense of your core region around Marmara, is not necessarily very ideal. Thus, Greece signed on to the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, while Turkey to this date never has, and so insists that it is not legally bound by it. Turkey further insists that despite Greece having signed the treaty, the previous territorial waters limit of 6 nautical miles has to remain in force within the Aegean. In 1995, the Turkish parliament even adopted a resolution that were Greece ever to unilaterally extend its territorial waters in the Aegean up to the 12 nautical miles without Turkey's consent, it would be considered a casus belli, and Turkey would consider going to war with Greece over the issue.
With PickingShip, you can compare shipping rates and delivery dates. Then use our rate shopping recommendation tool to find the best carrier for your shipment. The price you see is the price you pay. That's PickingShip from today's most recognized global shipping and mailing leader.
Everyone said earning an MBA would complicate my busy life, but with WGU, I use my real-world experience to move through course material faster. Learn more and get started at wgu.edu.
Turkey further began insisting that islands cannot be entitled to having the full 200 nautical mile EEZ, and should be limited only to their 12 or 6 nautical mile territorial waters, while the proper 200 nautical mile EEZs of countries should only be measured from their continental landmasses or continental shelves. Turkey is the only country in the entire world that maintains this unique interpretation of international maritime law. But they do so because it would so clearly benefit them at Greece and Cyprus's expense in the Aegean and the Eastern Mediterranean. Turkey's interpretation of maritime law and EEZs would ignore all of Greece's islands and divide the Aegean Sea in half along the median line in between the Turkish and Greek continental mainlands, equally dividing the Aegean between a Greek EEZ in the west and a Turkish EEZ in the east. But to Athens, such an outcome would leave many of their eastern islands as exclaves completely separated from the rest of Greek territory and waters, and troublingly surrounded by Turkish waters, including majorly populated Greek islands like Rhodes, Lesbos, and Chios, which could leave them vulnerable to further incorporation into Turkey. Moreover, Turkey's interpretation of maritime law would restrict the ability for even very major islands like Crete and Cyprus to generate EEZs as well, granting the Turks a much more expanded EEZ deep into the Eastern Mediterranean and severely clashing with the UN-recognized maritime claims of both Greece and Cyprus. In the 1990s and 2000s, this issue mattered a lot, but it would matter a whole hell of a lot more later on in the 2010s, once massive amounts of natural gas reserves started getting discovered in these waters, which we'll get back to later on. First, in 1991, something extremely geopolitically significant happened that presented Turkey with a massive change in circumstance. The Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact suddenly collapsed, and with it, the newly independent states emerged of Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova, Ukraine, Russia, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. Turkey immediately seized the opportunity and became the very first country in the world to recognize the independence of Azerbaijan in November of 1991. And the two have developed a sort of special relationship ever since then, with the Turks viewing the Azerbaijanis as their close ethnic Turkic brethren and the two remaining staunch geopolitical allies ever since. At about the same time, though, the Gulf War and Operation Desert Storm in 1991 raised serious alarm bells in Turkey's southern direction. The Kurds of northern Iraq had long been harshly repressed by the regime of Saddam Hussein. But after Saddam's crushing defeat against the US-led coalition in 1991, the US Air Force established a no-fly zone across the Kurdish areas of northern Iraq that prevented the Iraqi Air Force from ever returning to menace them, which enabled the Iraqi Kurds to gain effective autonomy from the government in Baghdad, and established the Kurdish Regional Government, or KRG, the following year in 1992, representing the first part of the Kurdish inhabited area of the Middle East, spanning across Iraq, Turkey, Syria, and Iran, to actually achieve autonomy, which greatly alarmed the government of Turkey, who was actively fighting against its own full-blown Kurdish insurgency at the time, being waged by the guerrillas of the Leninist Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK, across the whole southeast of Turkey, where their own Kurdish population mostly lived. Turkey's only saving grace here was its geopolitical influence over the KRG in the shape of the Kirkuk-Ceyhan crude oil pipeline, the lifeline of the KRG's economy that granted them the only option they had to export their oil resources out to the world market through the Turkish port of Ceyhan that had been previously constructed back across the 1980s. Oil exports almost entirely through that single pipeline to Ceyhan would make up roughly 80% of the entire KRG's economy. And so without the pipeline and without Turkey's cooperation, the KRG economy would almost immediately collapse, which gave Turkey a very high degree of influence within the KRG to the extent that the KRG even granted the Turkish armed forces permission to launch cross-border raids into their territory, targeting fellow Kurdish PKK training camps and bases. In the 1990s, Turkey was still very pro-Western, as it had generally been ever since it first joined NATO back in 1952. Russia was still covertly supporting the PKK rebellion across southeastern Turkey, while Turkey began counter-supporting the Chechen rebellion that was happening within Russia to fight back. Turkey still saw its future aligned with the West, and spent most of its diplomatic efforts throughout the 1990s and early 2000s trying to join the European Union, with a customs union agreement reached in 1996, and even EU candidacy status achieved at the tail end of 1999. But from then on, the negotiations between Ankara and Brussels over Turkey's admission to the club began stalling over a number of issues. Turkey's human rights record was widely regarded as not being up to EU standards, with wide-scale reports of war crimes and abuses combating the ongoing PKK insurgency in the southeast of Turkey and the ongoing state-sponsored Kurdish assimilation program, to the continued illegal occupation of northern Cyprus, which after 2004 became an illegal occupation of EU territory, to the continued state denial of the Armenian genocide, to Turkey's ongoing maritime disputes with Greece and threats of war. Many people in the EU were hesitant about what Turkey's membership for the group would mean. And moreover, Turkey didn't meet many of the economic requirements to join as well. And there was still a certain degree of prejudice within Europe that the Turks were simply not European enough to join. It eventually became quite clear that Turkey would never be accepted into the European Union. And seeing the door to the west behind them slowly closing, the Turks started naturally looking in other directions and for new leadership, culminating with the first election of Recep Tayyip Erdogan and his AKP party to the prime minister position in 2003. And by that point in the 2000s, Turkey's ancient power as the geographic crossroads of the world was starting to amplify once again. The shattering of the Soviet Empire in 1991 left wide open the vast oil and gas riches around the Caspian Sea to Western investment and development for the very first time. And Turkey immediately understood its geographic significance in between the raw oil and gas resources around the Caspian and the energy-hungry European markets. Over time, a major crude oil pipeline called the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan, or BTC, would be constructed to carry massive quantities of Azerbaijani crude oil to the Turkish port of Ceyhan, where it would link up with the previously constructed Kirkuk-Ceyhan crude oil pipeline that carried oil from northern Iraq's oil fields into Ceyhan as well, all of which would then be exported from Ceyhan on tankers out to the global market. Over a period of many years and at a cost of more than $35 billion, a consortium of Western energy companies and the Azerbaijani and Turkish governments also painstakingly constructed the South Caucasus Pipeline, the Trans-Anatolian Pipeline, and the Trans-Adriatic Pipeline in a massive project known as the Southern Gas Corridor, which transports vast volumes of Azerbaijani natural gas directly to the European Union via Turkey, which now, all on its own, provides roughly 3% of the EU's entire natural gas supply. Moreover, Russia's oil and gas pipeline network, constructed all throughout the Soviet era to the European market, all ran entirely through Ukraine. And now, Ukraine was a freshly independent country, who wasn't getting along very well with the Russians on a whole host of issues that encouraged the Russians to begin a decades-long process of building out new pipeline routes that circumvented around Ukraine. And two of those new pipelines the Russians built went beneath the Black Sea to Turkey, and then from Turkey onwards to Europe. Blue Stream and later Turk Stream, which carries on Russian gas further towards Bulgaria, Hungary, and Serbia. Even the Iranians got into the business of pipeline construction across Turkey, with the completion of the Tabriz-Ankara natural gas pipeline in 1996, which carries Iranian gas directly into Turkey. And then to add on to all of the oil and gas pipelines that began crisscrossing Turkey, the Turkish Straits were also rapidly becoming a major export and import route for seaborne
Vital
crude oil.
Chris.
In 2000, Western energy companies discovered the largest oil field
The
found
fuck,
anywhere in
gee,
the world at any
the
time
fuck,
in the
bro,
past
just
30
teleported.
years. A supergiant field known as Kashagan within
Yep.
Kazakhstan's part of the
I'ma buy him a sword. Where the fuck did he go? Where the
More than $116 billion have been invested into developing it, including the construction of the Caspian Pipeline Consortium towards the Russian port of Novorossiysk on the Black Sea, where it is further met by many of Russia's own oil pipelines, along with the Northern Route export pipeline from Azerbaijan. And so, consequently, nearly all of Kazakhstan's oil exports and a significant amount of Russia's and Azerbaijan's oil exports all flow through these pipelines towards Novorossiysk, where they then get loaded up onto tankers, after which they have to pass through the Turkish Straits and Marmara on their way out towards the global market, reinforcing Marmara as a critical choke point for the global oil industry, and especially the Russian and Kazakh oil industries. That it's estimated about 3% of the entire global supply of oil passes through the area on tankers every single year. So ultimately, while Turkey itself had hardly discovered any oil or gas reserves of their own and was an overwhelming net energy importer, with 93% of its oil supply and about 100% of its gas supply coming in from abroad, its geography nonetheless ensured it power and influence anyway, as the prime crossroads between the European market and the oil and gas resource locations in northern Iraq, Iran, the Caspian Sea, and Russia. Turkey's economic importance and influence was growing once again, and so too were Turkey's ambitions, just at the same time as their door to the European Union was closing. Beginning in 2010, the Arab Spring revolutions opened up another opportunity for Turkey to focus its project on the lands of the Ottoman Middle East, with tumultuous revolutions and civil wars erupting in Syria, Iraq, Egypt, and Libya. It was a great opportunity to influence events in their favor. Unfortunately for the Turks and for Erdogan, they nearly always kept backing the losing side in just about every single instance. In Egypt, for example, Erdogan enthusiastically supported the rise of the Muslim Brotherhood and their candidate Mohamed Morsi to the presidency in 2012, following the overthrow of the longtime Egyptian dictator Hosni Mubarak the year previously in 2011. The Muslim Brotherhood is a pan-Sunni Islamist and anti-monarchist organization who seeks to establish the unification of the entire Muslim world beneath a single caliphate-level authority practicing Islamic Sharia law, which greatly appealed to Erdogan's and the AKP's own pan-Islamist beliefs and philosophies. To an extent, Erdogan since the 2010s has been both a pan-Islamist with a strong conviction in his Sunni faith and a Turkish nationalist with a strong conviction in Turkey's ultimate destiny to lead the Muslim world once again, as he used to during the Ottoman period.
Questions about the future. Equitable helps answer how, with strategies that adapt to market twists and turns, applying industry-leading, innovative thinking. Together, let's plan how.
Bailar. Yo bailo. Bailo con gracia. Bailo como si no hubiera un mañana. Ahora la lengua me baila al compás.
Rosetta Stone's language learning tools may just be...
What the fuck? Okay, my brain just fucking crashed.
Unfortunately for him, the Muslim Brotherhood is also anathema to the regimes of the Arab monarchies of Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain, who all officially regard the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization over the Brotherhood's opposition to their own monarchies. Saudi Arabia, in particular, was utterly terrified about the prospect of a Muslim Brotherhood government emerging in Egypt, over concerns of what that government could or would do with the Suez Canal. They could potentially shut it down to Saudi oil tankers and block off the most major export route for Saudi crude oil.
Hey, Turkey.
So in 2013,
God damn it. Turkey, god damn it, Turkey. Quit worrying about all this shit. You're probably gonna get a fucking brain tumor if you keep worrying about it.
the Saudis sponsored a coup in Egypt that overthrew the short-lived Muslim Brotherhood government and replaced it with a rule by the Egyptian military, led by Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, who after taking power promptly purged the Muslim Brotherhood from the country, outlawed it, and also recognized it as a terrorist organization, leading to very tense relationships between itself and the governments of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Bahrain, and Erdogan's government in Turkey. They began offering the Brotherhood a safe refuge to regroup in. Then, as Libya descended into a catastrophic civil war in 2014, Turkey gradually came to support the Government of National Accord, or GNA side based in Tripoli, in another part of the formerly Ottoman world. The GNA had ties to the Muslim Brotherhood, and of course, Erdogan wanted to establish more Brotherhood-friendly regimes in the region. But the biggest thing that the GNA in Libya provided Erdogan was an astonishing maritime agreement with him that came about in 2019, wherein the GNA government essentially recognized all of Turkey's maritime claims in the Eastern Mediterranean and accepted Turkey's unique interpretation of maritime law. The first other government in the world to ever do so. And in order to legitimize and enforce Libya's acceptance of the Turkish claims, Turkey decided to dispatch its own troops overseas to Libya to fight in the civil war on the GNA's behalf, to ensure that the GNA would end up emerging victorious and keep the deal intact. But this once again placed Turkish forces fighting in the formerly Ottoman world against the Arab coalition against it that was opposed to the spread of the Muslim Brotherhood and further Turkish meddling in the Arab world. El-Sisi in Egypt, completely opposed to the establishment of a Muslim Brotherhood-influenced state right next door to him in Libya, backed up the opposing side in the civil war against the GNA and the Turks, as did Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, along with the Assad regime in Syria, Greece, Cyprus, France, and Russia. And the reason why the Turks were pushing so hard for the GNA in the civil war and the recognition of Turkey's maritime claims were because of a series of aforementioned discoveries that had been made earlier on in the 2010s. You see, for a very long time, the Eastern Mediterranean was regarded as a geologically dead sea from an oil and gas perspective. It was simply thought that there wasn't anything of commercial value to be found there. But then, all of a sudden in 2009, a discovery happened within the Israeli EEZ that changed that line of thinking forever. An American energy company named Noble discovered a large natural gas field that they called Tamar, only about 50 miles off of the Israeli coast. And then the following year in 2010 came one of the biggest energy discoveries of the entire 21st century, only 47 kilometers further to the southwest of Tamar, the appropriately named Leviathan natural gas field. One of the largest gas finds of the entire 21st century so far, which contained enough gas within it to sustain 100% of Israel's entire demand for decades to come. The discoveries completely revolutionized Israel's energy security profile, and Israeli production from the Leviathan field finally began in 2019, suddenly transforming Israel into not only being completely self-sufficient with natural gas, but a major potential gas exporter as well. Noble further went on to discover the major Aphrodite gas field within the EEZ of Cyprus in 2011, in which Chevron and Shell currently expect production to begin in 2027, while the Italian energy company Eni further discovered the major Zohr gas field within the EEZ of Egypt in 2012. Paving the way for all three countries, Israel, Cyprus, and Egypt, to each become significant new gas exporting countries to Europe. And sitting on the sidelines of all of these new fantastic natural gas discoveries was Turkey, who also knew how the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Seas rules largely blocked off their own EEZ in the Eastern Mediterranean, and made it boxed in by the EEZs the UN granted to the islands of Greece and Cyprus. Turkey was fearful of missing out on any of the potentially huge gas discoveries that were suddenly being made, and so they began much more aggressively asserting their own maritime claims contrary to the UN-recognized claims of Greece and Cyprus in the 2010s. Shortly after signing the maritime agreement with the GNA in 2019, Erdogan publicly railed against what he called the absurdity of Castellarizo, a tiny Greek island within swimming distance of the Turkish mainland, with fewer than 600 Greek inhabitants, and more than 125 kilometers away from the nearest other Greek landmass, but which under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea generates this massive EEZ, roughly 4,000 times larger than itself for Greece, deep into the Eastern Mediterranean, at the expense of Turkey. Erdogan lambasted that Castellarizo didn't deserve an EEZ at all, and the following month in January of 2020, even rejected the notion that Crete deserved an EEZ, a major Greek island with over 600,000 residents. Turkish drill ships escorted by Turkish warships then began entering into all of the various overlapping maritime claim areas between themselves, Greece, and Cyprus. And they began searching for more natural gas fields, and what the Turkish government very firmly insisted were their their waters, including locations very close to major Greek islands like Crete and Rhodes, which have led to frequent disputes and confrontations with the navies of Greece and Cyprus, as well as the French Navy, who even sent an aircraft carrier to the Eastern Mediterranean to support the United Nations-backed claims of Greece and Cyprus. The French even signed an unprecedented mutual defense pact with the Greeks in 2021, promising that if Greece ever came under Turkish attack, France would be contractually obligated to join the war and come to Greece's aid. But Turkey's plays here in the late 2010s were also designed to disrupt a plan by the West to begin circumventing their geographic location as the new crossroads of the global oil and gas trade. Around 2019, there began serious discussions between Israel, Cyprus, and Greece to construct a brand new pipeline that would be called EastMed, that would connect all of their newly discovered Eastern Mediterranean gas fields directly to the European Union. Currently projected to be completed by 2025 at a price tag of 6 billion euros, the pipeline will greatly help the economies of Israel and Cyprus by turning them into major natural gas exporters who will suddenly be capable of supplying the European Union with roughly 3% of their entire natural gas supply once it's all operational. And it will all simultaneously diversify Europe's gas imports even further away from Russia and completely circumvent Turkey's crossroads location with all of its other pipelines. Naturally meaning that both Moscow and Ankara are opposed to the project, and part of the reason why the Turks so aggressively pursued the maritime deal with the GNA in Libya, because it directly put Turkish and Libyan maritime claims in the way of the proposed EastMed pipeline, which the Turkish government began insisting afterwards was illegal to construct, since it would have to cross through their waters. There was even an event in 2019 where a Turkish ship was bringing weapons to the GNA in Libya, and a French frigate operating in the area nearby attempting to halt the delivery claimed that the Turks momentarily locked their weapon systems onto them. This is a very, very high-stakes game currently being played for natural gas resources across the Eastern Mediterranean between Turkey and the GNA in Libya on one side, with their claims pushing back against the United Nations, the 1923 Treaty of Lausanne, and the status quo. And Greece, Cyprus, Israel, Egypt, and France, along with probably the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, all pushing back against them on the other side. Wars have erupted between nations over far smaller issues than this in the past. And these are the modern 21st century issues that have led Erdogan to frequently boast about Turkish missiles being capable of striking Athens. In the event of a conflict eventually erupting between Turkey and Greece over their maritime disputes, in a one-on-one fight, Turkey possesses very clear and significant advantages in overall population, the amount of manpower to pull from, and numbers of tanks and artillery pieces giving Turkey an overall clear advantage over Greece on the land. But the advantages Turkey enjoys diminish substantially when it comes to the air and the sea. Greece has invested very heavily into its air and sea defenses, both in order to project power into the Aegean and the Eastern Mediterranean, and to dissuade Turkey from ever launching an attack challenging its maritime boundaries. And as a result, the Turks and Greeks alike have largely comparable numbers of fighters, and most of them on both sides are advanced American-made F-16s. The two sides have roughly comparable numbers of frigates and submarines as well, with an overall slight advantage to Turkey with a superior number of helicopters and a single light aircraft carrier that can transport helicopters and drones to relevant theaters of combat. Turkey does, however, possess its own increasingly advanced domestic arms industry that produces the highly sought-after Bayraktar TB2, which has seen wide-scale success in the Turkish armed forces against the PKK and the YPG in Syria, and within the Azerbaijani armed forces against Armenia, and within the Ukrainian armed forces against Russia. Conversely, Greece doesn't have any comparable domestic arms industry and no comparable drone arsenal. It is not exactly clear how NATO would respond to a conflict like this erupting between two NATO member states within the alliance. But something that Greece certainly has over Turkey is more powerful friends to call upon, like France, who is now, as of 2021, obliged by treaty outside of NATO to go to war with Turkey on Greece's behalf in the event of a Turkish attack on Greece. And as a result, it is far from clear that Turkey would win right now in a conflict with Greece and/or Cyprus over pressing their maritime claims in the Aegean and the Eastern Mediterranean. And so it has incentives to be pushy, but still diplomatic. In the future, however, Turkey's demographics are certain to completely swallow Greece whole. Because right now, there are roughly 13 times as many Turkish children aged 0 to 14 than there are Greek children aged 0 to 14. And Turkey's fertility rate remains substantially ahead of Greece's. 20 years from now in the 2040s, it is all but a mathematical and demographic certainty that Turkey's young fighting age and working age populations will be orders of magnitude greater than the equivalent populations in Greece. And there's very little Greece can actually do about that, other than hope to stay within the good graces of outside powers and potential protectors like France or the United States.
Discover affordable summer beauty at Sally. Get the salon looks you love without the salon price tag.
Style and substance. In the GMC Sierra, or current eligible GMC owners get 20% below MSRP on the Sierra 1500 model.
Preventable. Preventable! The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know that colon cancer can be preventable too. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor about your colon cancer screening options.
But regardless, tensions between the two sides finally started to cool down a bit in the 2020s, after the Turks also began discovering some of their own massive natural gas fields in the Black Sea within their northern EEZ. In 2020, Turkish drill ships discovered the massive Sakarya gas field in the Black Sea that has the potential to completely revolutionize the Turkish energy industry forever. Over the past 3 years since that discovery, Turkey has relentlessly pursued building out the infrastructure for a pipeline from Sakarya to the Turkish mainland. And now, as of 2023, the United States EIA estimates that the natural gas reserves within the Turkish Black Sea EEZ are at around 25 trillion cubic feet, which all on their own grant Turkey the 27th largest natural gas reserves in the world, and about half of the gas reserves controlled by Azerbaijan, one of the most significant gas exporters in the world. Consequently, it is now expected that domestic Turkish Black Sea natural gas will eventually supply about a third of Turkey's entire domestic natural gas demand, and dramatically improve Turkey's energy security profile as a result. As before this sudden discovery, they were importing just about 100% of their entire natural gas demand from abroad, and primarily from historic Turkish rivals like the Russians and the Iranians, significantly handicapping the flexibility of Ankara's foreign policy. As a prime example, Turkey hasn't been able to firmly push back against the Russians during the invasion of Ukraine, and has refused to participate in any of the Western financial sanctions supported by the rest of NATO, partially because the Turks were importing 40% of their entire natural gas supply from Russia as recently as just last year in 2022, in addition to massive amounts of Russian oil and coal. But now, by 2026, when Turkey's gas production is expected to have ramped up from the Black Sea and the Sakarya field, Turkey will be able to begin weaning itself off of its gas imports from Russia, and start being able to act more aggressively and assertively against Moscow, including, potentially, by joining in alongside some of the Western financial sanctions if push eventually comes to shove. And at the same time, the Black Sea discoveries for Turkey have reduced their incentives to push more aggressively for their desired maritime boundaries against Greece and Cyprus, though the claims have still never been dropped by Ankara and continue to be a source of tension between the Turks and NATO and the rest of the alliance. But by far the biggest source of tension and difference between how Turkey and the rest of NATO view the world came in Turkey's south and Syria. When civil war first erupted in the country in 2011, Turkey and the West were aligned on their goals for resolving the conflict. Syria's longtime Ba'athist dictator, Bashar al-Assad, had to step down from power. The Assad regime in Turkey had historically had a very fraught relationship. With Syria's continued claims on Turkey's Hatay province unresolved, Syria's protests about Turkish dam construction taking place along the Euphrates River, negatively impacting their own water supply, to the Assad regime's overwhelming and brutal crackdown on the initial anti-government protests that flared up in 2011 that would eventually see millions of Syrian refugees fleeing from the chaos and violence across the border into Turkey. But the initial agreement between Turkey and the United States on the future of Assad in Syria began rapidly breaking down after the sudden explosion of ISIS in the region in 2015. The United States decided to militarily intervene against ISIS beginning in late 2014, and in order to do so, they began heavily supporting the Kurdish forces in northeast Syria, who were actively fighting against ISIS on the ground and were seeing a great degree of success doing so. Armed with advanced American weapons and supported by more than 2,000 U.S. military advisors and special forces, the Syrian Kurds rolled ISIS back and greatly expanded to carve out a de facto independent state within Syria that they began calling Rojava, which means West in the Kurdish language in reference to West Kurdistan. Rojava ended up expanding deep into the Arab majority areas of Syria, well beyond the Kurdish majority part of the country, and came to eventually be in control of about 25% of Syria's territory, with several million inhabitants and virtually all of Syria's lucrative oil fields. Left on its own, Rojava would be a major functioning country de facto led by the Kurds, especially with its support from the United States, and potentially from the other autonomous Kurdish government already established next door within Iraq. But worst of all from Turkey's perspective, unlike the government of the KRG in northern Iraq that was reliant on Turkey for their oil exports and economy, the government of Rojava in Syria was incredibly and inexorably linked to the militant PKK group that was still waging its insurgency across the Kurdish inhabited areas of southeastern Turkey in its own campaign for secession or autonomy from the Turkish government. Were Turkey to lose control over the southeast of the country inhabited by the Kurds, it would in a flash lose about 15 million of its people. But that's hardly what's most concerning to Ankara. What is far more pressing is the fact that the headwaters for both the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers begin within the Kurdish inhabited area of southeastern Turkey. Roughly 45% of all the water in the Tigris begins within Turkey, while an overwhelming 90% of all the water in the Euphrates River also begins within Turkey. This is a massive source of fresh water for Turkey to have secured for its own growing population and increasingly water-stressed cities. But the rivers don't just provide enormous freshwater supplies for Turkey's own population. Ever since the 1960s, the Turks had built a series of dozens of dams across both rivers in order to harness their hydroelectric and agricultural potential and to help further develop the rough interior of Anatolia. And moreover, their control over the majority of the water in both of the rivers gives them a very high degree of influence over both Syria and Iraq further downstream, who heavily rely on the water in the rivers for their own water supplies. And among the many dams Turkey has constructed along its sections of the rivers within the Kurdish inhabited area is the massive Ataturk Dam, the third largest dam in the entire world as of 2023, built at a staggering cost of $1.25 billion, and with an installed power generating capacity of 2,400 megawatts. Together with all of Turkey's other various hydroelectric stations built on the rivers flowing down through its mountains, the country usually generates approximately 30% of all its electricity. But if the PKK were ever successful in establishing an autonomous area for Turkey's Kurds, or even outright independence, then Turkey would lose control over both the Tigris and the Euphrates, and in the process lose their massive freshwater supplies, lose the source of nearly 1/3 of their electricity generation, and be forced into making up the difference by importing more oil, gas, and coal from abroad, and lose their ability to influence Syria and Iraq by removing their hands from their water supplies. Within Syria, Rojava is led by a coalition of parties led by the Democratic Union Party, or PYD, an organization that was literally founded as the PKK's affiliate branch in Syria back in 2004. The PYD's armed wings, the YPG and the YPJ, have extremely close ideological and historic ties to the PKK in Turkey, and currently count more than 100,000 armed members among their ranks in Syria. Turkey therefore considers the YPG and the Rojava in Syria to effectively be the very same organization as the PKK that is fighting for independence or autonomy in southeastern Turkey. And the absolute terror within Turkey is that a successful Rojava could help the PKK by allowing them to establish bases and training camps within Syria, and by funneling advanced American-made weapons and equipment into the hands of the PKK, fighting their insurgency against Turkey. Turkey recognizes both the PKK and the YPG as terror groups, while the United States and most of the Western world only recognizes the PKK as a terror group, but not its affiliate branch, the YPG in Syria, because the United States has been massively supporting and arming the YPG to fight against ISIS, much to Turkey's very vocal dismay, and demands that the US and Western world stop their support, to which the United States has never really given a firm endgame. In order to crush its perceived greatest security threat immediately across its border, Turkey has done just about everything that it can to crush Rojava's attempts at autonomy or independence within Syria. It is why the Turks have launched 3 separate invasions of Syria in 2016, 2018, and in 2019, and came to occupy roughly 5% of Syria's territory in doing so, to push Rojava back away from the Turkish border, and to separate the YPG in Syria from being able to assist the PKK across the border in Turkey. It is why the Turks universe blocked Sweden's accession into NATO for so long, over their accusations that Sweden was allegedly supporting both the YPG and the PKK. It is why Turkey just shut down the Kirkuk-Ceyhan crude oil pipeline out of fears of potential contacts between the KRG in Iraqi Kurdistan, the YPG in Syrian Kurdistan, and the PKK in Turkish Kurdistan, all working together towards a unified Kurdish front. By shutting the pipeline down, Turkey is actively crashing the KRG's economy, which could cause the government there to collapse and potentially even start an internal civil war within the KRG that could lead to Baghdad reassuming control over the area, which would send a very clear message to the other Kurdish groups both in Syria and in Turkey that the Turkish government will absolutely never tolerate Kurdish autonomy developing anywhere, neither within Turkey itself nor beyond Turkey in either Iraq or in Syria. The war that Turkey has fought against the PKK across Turkey, Iraq, and Syria ever since the 1980s into the present day is inexorably linked to this new map of Turkey's desire to both retain control over its vast freshwater resources and retain its geographic position as the crossroads for energy pipelines between Europe and Western Asia. It is a war that has claimed the lives of more than 60,000 people since it intensified in the early 1980s, and it continues to seriously mire and negatively impact relations between Turkey and the rest of NATO. But unfortunately, the next part of this video covering this darker side of Turkey's geopolitical ambitions and energy and water crises relating to its massive and catastrophic struggle with containing the PKK's armed insurgency and Kurdish nationalism in the southeast would almost certainly cause the rest of this video to become demonetized and age restricted, which ultimately would mean that YouTube's algorithm would have never promoted any of this video to you, and you would probably never have seen any of it. But thankfully, I was still able to produce the next part of this video anyway because of the
most shit is it's fucking war. What do you expect?
Ongoing conflict between Turkey and the Kurdish people, explaining where the PKK came from and what it wants, and how the war has been fought by both sides across Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and even around the world. And this is also just one of more than 24 exclusive full-length real-life lore videos that you can only find on Nebula in my overall Modern Conflict series, covering recent major wars and crises of the 21st century, all of which can only be found over there because of all of their darker, more controversial, and more serious subject material that wouldn't work well with the algorithm here on YouTube that's built around showing you advertisements, but which do work on Nebula because there isn't an algorithm and there aren't any ads. As a result, there are dozens of episodes in my Modern Conflict series over there that you can go and watch right now to stay up to date with what's going on across our world. From this video covering the modern maritime conflict between Turkey and Greece in even more depth than this video did, episodes covering the civil wars in Syria, Libya, and Yemen, a two-part series covering the rise and fall of ISIS, episodes keeping up to date with the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine, deeper dives into the United States-Iran conflict or the American wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and tons of others with brand new episodes releasing over there every single month. And what's even more, you also get access to all of the other amazing exclusive content on Nebula. Because the best part about this site is that it's jointly co-owned by all of its creators, built by me and hundreds of other independent YouTubers and podcasters. And because it's a subscription-based service, we all get to work on way bigger and higher budget productions over there than we could ever do on YouTube. That's why Modern Conflicts exists, and why there's tons of other top-quality exclusive content on Nebula that you'll find equally fascinating from my creator friends like Wendover Productions, Mustard, Neo, Real Engineering, and tons of others. And best of all, if you sign up by following the link here on screen or down below in the description, you'll receive an insanely good 40% discount off of an annual subscription, which means it'll only cost you $2.50 a month for all of this awesome exclusive content from myself and hundreds of other independent creators. And for a very limited time, we're also offering lifetime memberships to Nebula, a one-time payment that lets you access everything that will ever exist on Nebula for as long as both you and Nebula exist. Lifetime memberships are the absolute best way to support Real Life Lore and other creators. We're using the money they raise to fund the production of even bigger and more ambitious Nebula original series still to come. So sign up for either a lifetime membership or an annual membership by clicking the button that's here on your screen right now, or by following the link that's down below in the description. And as always, thank you so much for watching.
Coastal Menace is open century. And the ingredients is naturally conscious. Give Dr. Squash your heart. Buy Dr. Squash for your skin. In stores and online at drsquash.com. Feel like a man, smell like a champion.
Make shit smart. It makes it easy, too. You can track and share shipping updates with notifications to recipients. Plus, view all shipment history in one place. That's PitneyShip from today's most recognized global shipping and mailing leader.
This video is made possible by Nebula. Use the link down in the description below to support Real Life Lore directly by signing up, where you can watch dozens of additional and exclusive full-length videos in my ongoing Nebula Modern Conflict series that covers recent major wars and crises, including this video's next part, covering the entire history of the Lebanon Civil War and the previous 2006 Israel-Hezbollah War, which will provide vital context that is very important to understanding the current conflict going on today. On October 7th, 2023, Hamas and other Palestinian militant groups within the Gaza Strip launched a devastating surprise attack on Israel that killed more than 1,200 Israelis and took more than 200 more as hostages. In the aftermath of that attack, Israel issued a formal declaration of war against Hamas, mobilized more than 300,000 soldiers from their reserves, ordered the evacuation of all Israeli civilians from around the Gaza Strip, and initiated a complete land, sea, and air blockade of the Gaza Strip itself that has restricted food, fuel, water, and medical supplies from getting in. From there, the war has been carried out in a series of phases from the Israeli perspective. In the first phase, the Israeli Air Force initiated a punishing 3-week-long aerial bombing campaign across the entire Gaza Strip, with the stated aims of destroying Hamas's infrastructure and giving Israel's own troops enough time to assemble and prepare for the upcoming ground invasion that was aimed at toppling Hamas's government in the Gaza Strip. Israel then ordered that the entire population in the northern section of the Gaza Strip be evacuated, and then on October 27th, the Israelis began the second phase of the war, a full-scale ground invasion into the northern Gaza Strip that they had ordered to be evacuated. Their strategy was to use the invasion to slice the Gaza Strip into two, push as many Palestinian civilians as possible towards the south, and attack isolated Hamas forces encircled in the north. As of this video's production, this second phase of Israel's war is beginning to wrap up, with Israeli military control largely secured across most of the northern Gaza Strip, and Gaza City itself rendered to a shattered ghost town. And already, the consequences for the Palestinians within the Gaza Strip have been absolutely catastrophic. The Hamas-run Gazan Health Ministry has reported that more than 14,000 Palestinians within the Gaza Strip have died since the war began, a statistic that represents the deaths of more than 1 in every 200 people who had lived there. And among those deaths include at least 5,500 children. A fact that makes the current conflict the deadliest war for children that has been fought in modern history. Around 1.5 million Palestinians, or about 70% of the Gaza Strip's population, have been internally displaced from their homes amidst heavy fighting in the north of the Strip, and they have nearly all been pushed together into the southern end of the Strip, an area that was already, even before the war, one of the most densely populated places on the planet, and which is now arguably the single most densely packed place in the entire world, as they have nowhere else to go beyond Israel and Egypt's blockade and the Mediterranean Sea. And now, with the northern Gaza Strip largely secured by the Israeli military, Israel is contemplating when to initiate their third phase of the war, expanding the ground invasion towards the southern Gaza Strip and securing total control over the entire area. But this next phase will be fraught with incredible dangers. Hamas is believed to operate a vast and complex network of tunnels, hundreds of kilometers long beneath the entire Gaza Strip, a system that has sometimes been referred to as the Gaza Metro. Hamas's chief political leader still residing in the Gaza Strip, Yahya Sinwar, is believed to currently be hiding somewhere in these tunnels beneath his hometown of Khan Yunis in the southern Gaza Strip, along with a significant number of the hostages that were seized on October 7th. And so, in order to fully destroy Hamas and rescue all of their hostages, the two primary stated war aims of the Israelis, they will have to eventually invade the southern Gaza Strip too, and do something about all of the tunnels. But doing so in this extremely crowded urban environment is almost certainly going to get extremely ugly, and result in even higher Palestinian civilian casualties than even before as well. And when they invade the southern Gaza Strip, Israel will also become very vulnerable on other fronts. And there are already troubling signs emerging that the war could end up rapidly escalating away from immediately around Gaza and towards a greater cataclysmic Middle Eastern-wide war. In many cases, the geopolitical pieces have already been put into place to fight one. Let's begin by visiting the country that is immediately to the west of the Gaza Strip, Egypt. So far, Egypt has continued keeping their side of the border with the Gaza Strip sealed during Israel's invasion, and has largely refused to allow the vast majority of people across it. If this situation continues to persist by the time Israel expands their invasion into the southern Gaza Strip, then millions of Palestinian civilians will effectively have nowhere to go, caught between the Israeli army, the sealed Egyptian border, and the Mediterranean Sea. There has been rampant speculation about what Israel's ultimate intentions are for the more than 2 million Palestinians who will become trapped in this scenario. A paper published a week after Hamas's attack on the 13th of October by a department within Israel's intelligence ministry recommended that the entire civilian population of Gaza, some 2 million people, be evacuated across the border into Egypt's Sinai Peninsula. Shortly afterwards, the paper was leaked to the public, and the Israeli government was quick to insist that the paper has no actual basis or
fuck
influence
you.
on official policy. Nonetheless, Israeli diplomats have apparently privately proposed a similar idea to multiple governments to transfer at least several 100,000 Palestinians into the Sinai as the war in the Gaza Strip continues. But Egypt's government, led by Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, meanwhile, has resoundingly rejected that this will ever happen. The Sinai Peninsula itself is largely an uninhabitable desert and is very sparsely populated, with only 600,000 Egyptian residents, compared to 2.2 million Palestinians who live in the Gaza Strip. Relocating all of them into the Sinai would result in more than a 4-fold increase in the peninsula's population, and Egypt simply doesn't have the resources or the infrastructure in place to accommodate that many people there all at once. Egypt was already teetering on the economic brink even before this new crisis started, with a debt-to-GDP ratio that has ballooned to nearly 93%, as the country continues to spend lavishly on constructing its brand-new capital city just to the east of Cairo, accepting millions of refugees in an underdeveloped part of the country that could obviously strain the country's troubled finances even further. Moreover, al-Sisi's government in Egypt is also staunchly opposed to Hamas as an organization. After all, Hamas was originally founded as the Palestinian offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood Organization, an Islamist organization that has its roots in Egypt, and the organization that found its way to power in Egypt briefly between 2012 and 2013, before al-Sisi and the Egyptian military overthrew them during a coup d'etat. Ever since that, al-Sisi outlawed the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, and has been struggling to contain an armed Islamist insurgency opposed to his rule that has been thriving in the geographically remote and rugged interior of the Sinai Peninsula. The various Islamist insurgents operating within the Sinai Peninsula have been able to smuggle weapons and militants back and forth with their fellow Islamists who rule in the Gaza Strip, Hamas, which is why al-Sisi's Egypt has been so enthusiastic about maintaining their side of the blockade of Gaza. More than 3,000 Egyptian soldiers have died fighting against the insurgency in the Sinai ever since it began in 2011. And now, one of al-Sisi's most pressing fears is that if millions of Palestinians evacuate from the Gaza Strip into the Sinai, there may be hundreds or even thousands of Hamas militants traveling among them who could greatly exacerbate the Sinai insurgency all over again. Moreover, Palestinians forced out from their homes in Gaza may decide to attack Israel in the future from Egyptian territory within the Sinai, which has the potential to directly bring Egypt into conflict with Israel in the future. al-Sisi himself has expressed his concerns that any allegedly temporary evacuation of Palestinians from Gaza into the Sinai could easily transform into a permanent resettlement after the fact, which would symbolize the final liquidation of the Palestinian cause in Gaza once and for all. There have been some discussions made about Israel and/or the United States agreeing to pay off significant amounts of Egypt's government debt in exchange for Egypt allowing large numbers of Palestinians to resettle in the Sinai. But accepting such a deal would almost certainly prove to be the political suicide for al-Sisi, as he would appear towards the rest of the Arab and Islamic worlds, in addition to his own people, as the man who agreed to be bribed to look the other way as the final hope of an independent Palestinian state in Gaza was extinguished. And for all of those reasons, it is doubtful that Egypt will ever voluntarily open up their borders completely to all of the Palestinians within the Gaza Strip. And where so many of them will end up going when or if Israel invades the southern Gaza Strip is anybody's best guess. Meanwhile, in the Israeli-occupied West Bank, the situation is similarly growing increasingly unstable. The Israeli army has withdrawn substantial numbers of their troops from the West Bank and redeployed them to the more pressing theaters in Gaza in the northern border with Lebanon, which has given the Israeli settler militias within the West Bank more influence to do what they please. According to the United Nations figures, daily attacks from Israeli settlers on Palestinians within Area C of the West Bank have more than doubled since Hamas's attack on Israel that came on October 7th. While 2023 is looking like it will end as one of the bloodiest years on record for Palestinians within the West Bank. The hardline Israeli settlers in the West Bank who want to annex parts or all of Area C directly into Israel likely realize that their window of opportunity could be closing in the near future. As the Israeli war against Hamas in Gaza continues, the Israeli government will almost certainly face increasing pressures from abroad to restart a new diplomatic process with the Palestinians on the two-state solution. And the Palestinians and much of the rest of the world will want the Palestinian state to include the entirety of the West Bank, including Area C, where 480,000 Israeli settlers currently live. Most of the plans that are being discussed right now concerning the future of the Gaza Strip after Israel dismantles Hamas's government there involve giving control of the post-war Gaza Strip back to the Palestinian Authority, the Palestinian government that currently only controls the enclaves of Areas A and B in the West Bank, and the government led by the 88-year-old Mahmoud Abbas and his Fatah party that lost control over the Gaza Strip back in 2007 after Hamas ejected them. However, in exchange for accepting the returned control and responsibility over the Gaza Strip following the war, it is expected that Abbas and the Palestinian Authority are likely to demand that they will also need ironclad assurances from the United States for a clear and final path towards an independent Palestinian state based on the entirety of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and probably East Jerusalem as well. And if Washington agrees, that implies that the roughly 700,000 Israeli settlers who live in the West Bank and East Jerusalem together would have to be mass evacuated into Israel proper. And thus, with a large amount of the Israeli military now moved out of the West Bank to focus on all the other fronts, the Israeli settlers and militias in Area C are sensing that in order to keep their colonies within Israel in the future, they must act now before a ceasefire or peace agreement is made that might surrender Area C for good. From their perspective, perhaps, by forcibly pushing as many Palestinians as they can from Area C into the enclaves of Areas A and B or into neighboring Jordan. And if the violence in the West Bank between the settlers and the Palestinians continues to escalate amidst the ongoing war in Gaza, it might eventually become enough to trigger a third intifada or uprising from among the 3 million Palestinians who live across the entire West Bank. An uprising that would likely involve attacks on Israeli settlements in Area C and attacks across the West Bank into Israel proper. A full-blown Palestinian insurgency exploding in the West Bank like this before the war in Gaza is even finished would likely force the Israelis to redeploy some of their forces away from Gaza and back towards the West Bank to suppress it. Because if the uprising got more radical, one of Israel's greatest geographic fears.
If you love to sleep, you'll love Neighborhood Homes quality selection and value with Iowa's guaranteed lowest price. Name brand queen mattresses starting at just $2.99 plus no interest for 3 years at Neighborhood Home and online at neighborhoodhome.com. Because saving money now is more important than ever before.
Ever since Israel's founding in 1948, the country has been very wary of any hostile power acquiring control over the West Bank, because it includes a series of highly elevated hills that overlook Israel's lower elevation and narrow coastal plain. While Israel's self-declared capital and most well-known city is Jerusalem, Israel's actual civilizational core is located here across the narrow and low coastal plain between the Mediterranean Sea and the hills of the West Bank. This narrow coastal plain includes the Tel Aviv metropolitan area right here, which is a region that is also known in Hebrew as Gush Dan. Gush Dan is home to more than 4,150,000 people today, which is about 44% of the entire Israeli population all on its own. Gush Dan further represents roughly half of the entire Israeli economy. And so, despite Jerusalem being the country's political and religious capital, Tel Aviv is the country's economic, commercial, cultural, and industrial core. And tragically, for the fates of millions of people throughout history, Israel's narrowest geographic point is also just to the north of the Gush Dan region here, in between the West Bank and the Mediterranean Sea. This gap is less than 9 miles wide. And so, if the West Bank was fully under the control of an organization that was hostile to Israel, such as Hamas, it would only take an advance of about 9 miles for an invasion force to completely sever Israel into 2 separate geographic halves. And for reference, during the October 7th attack, Hamas was able to punch into Israel nearly 14 miles deep at their furthest advance. Had the same thing happened out of the West Bank, Israel could have been split into 2, while militants could have been attacking the downtown core of Tel Aviv itself. And so, in order to increase their strategic depth further away from the coastal plain, and in order to deny an enemy the use of the high ground immediately facing the coastal plain, Israel has long considered their continued control, or at least influence over the West Bank, to be a geographically vital strategy to maintain, even if the rest of the outside world considers it to be illegal and condemns them for it, which is Israel's strategic rationale for having allowed hundreds of thousands of settlers to live in the West Bank, and why Israel would immediately respond to a large-scale Palestinian insurgency erupting in the West Bank that could potentially catapult a new, more hostile government into areas A and B there. Such an event taking place would also be a terrifying prospect for the neighboring Hashemite kingdom of Jordan to witness as well. Because of previous history, Jordan is already the home of the largest number of Palestinian refugees and their descendants anywhere in the world, nearly 2.2 million of them. These Palestinian refugees already make up about 20% of the kingdom's entire population, and they aren't even the only refugees present here either. Jordan is also home to nearly 800,000 more refugees from Syria, Iraq, Yemen, and Sudan, bringing the total number of refugees present within the country today to around 3 million, out of a total population of only 11.4 million. This means that Jordan already has the second highest number of refugees per capita of any country in the world. And that means they are looking at the situation in the neighboring West Bank and the Gaza Strip with a very high degree of alarm, as Israel has already ordered more than 1 million Palestinians to evacuate from the northern Gaza Strip, and speculation runs rampant about more potentially being evacuated into Egypt's Sinai Peninsula. Jordan's principal fear right now is that if the situation worsens in the West Bank as well, up to 3 million of the Palestinians who live there might be pushed out into Jordan. And if that happens, the country would shatter. With so many refugees already present in the country, a sudden large influx of even more would strain Jordan's resources to the breaking point, which would be a similarly terrifying prospect to Saudi Arabia as well, since dramatically increased instability in Jordan, from millions of Palestinian refugees fleeing or being pushed into both of them, would directly threaten one of the Saudi kingdom's most ambitious mega projects going on right nearby, NEOM, the $500 billion futuristic linear city that they are building immediately adjacent to Jordan and the Sinai Peninsula. Jordan and Saudi Arabia have therefore each made it extremely clear that any expulsion of Palestinians from the West Bank into Jordan will be a very firm red line for Israel not to cross, that could even jeopardize the previously agreed upon peace treaties between Israel and Egypt and Jordan. And then, looming all around Israel, circling like sharks sniffing for blood, are Iran and their allied proxy forces that they call the Axis of Resistance, consisting of the king, Iran itself, their Rook, the Houthis in control of northwestern Yemen, their Knights, the Shiite militias in Iraq and Syria, their bishop, the Bashar al-Assad regime in Syria, their queen, Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, and their various pawns, the many Palestinian militant groups operating within the Gaza Strip, all of whom cooperate together with Iran in pursuit of a common ultimate objective: the complete annihilation of Israel as a state. Of all the pieces on the board that are in this axis of resistance, it is Iran's Rook, the Houthis, who are the ones that are the most geographically far removed from the current fight going on between Israel and Hamas. Their territory is about 1,600 kilometers away from Israel's, and separated by the entirety of Saudi Arabia and nearly the entire length of the Red Sea. But, nonetheless, distance has not dissuaded the Houthis from attempting to join in the fight anyway, and they're already using their geographic advantages to harm Israel in other ways. Armed with advanced long-range cruise missiles, surface-to-air missiles, and suicide drones supplied from the Iranians, the Houthis possess substantially more capable weapons than Hamas does, with the ranges required to attack Israel itself. And so, they've been frequently using them ever since Israel began its invasion of the Gaza Strip to target Israel's southernmost city, Eilat, which is also Israel's only maritime port beyond the Mediterranean that's on the Red Sea. So far, all of the missiles and drones that the Houthis have fired towards Eilat have been either intercepted by American or Israeli warships operating within the Red Sea, intercepted by Israeli or Saudi anti-air defenses, or have crashed off target without causing any casualties. But the Houthis are only likely to continue firing more and more the longer that the war in Gaza continues. But the Houthis are beginning to escalate their side of the war much further in other ways, too. On the 19th of November, a cargo ship called the Galaxy Leader that was traveling through the Red Sea on its way to India was spectacularly hijacked by a group of armed and well-trained Houthi militants, who raided the ship with a helicopter and then brought it, along with the ship's entire crew, back to one of their own controlled ports in Yemen as hostages. This hijacking took place shortly after the Houthi spokesperson declared that their intention going forward will be to target any ship owned or operated by Israeli companies or flying the Israeli flag that they catch traveling in the Red Sea or through the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. The Galaxy Leader ship that they hijacked on November 19th wasn't crewed by any Israelis, but apparently did have some ownership ties to an Israeli business tycoon.
The fuck did I buy? What did I buy?
With Asia through the Suez Canal by attempting further maritime piracy and hijackings around the narrow Bab al-Mandeb Strait that they control most of the eastern shore of, and by continuing to fire missiles and drones at the southern Israeli port of Eilat. From the Houthis' perspective, the aim of these attacks will be to restrict Israel's maritime trade in the Red Sea and through the Suez Canal as much as possible, and limit Israel's ability to conduct maritime trade to only their west coast on the shores of the Mediterranean. And while Israel hasn't retaliated against the Houthis yet, it might be forced to if the war in Gaza continues dragging on and the Houthi attacks on them continue escalating. Meanwhile, officials in the United States are already mulling about what to do about the fate of the hostages taken by the Houthis, and what to do if Houthi piracy in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden continues further. The prospect of the Houthis running amok with piracy in the region right now is a terrifying prospect for Washington to consider, because it stands to jeopardize their much-lauded India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor. A proposal that was announced by the governments of the United States, India, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and the European Union back in September of 2023 during the G20 summit, only a month before Hamas's attack on Israel happened. The plan, as it was originally envisioned, was to construct more shipping and rail networks between the loosely aligned governments of India, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel, and the European Union. A goal that would greatly benefit the United States as well, because it would also happen to counter China's Belt and Road Initiative ambitions in the region. And, more importantly, it would directly counter Russia's proposed north-south transport corridor between themselves, Azerbaijan, Iran, and India. Washington would rather keep India within their economic orbit than Iran's and Russia's. But with the war erupting between Israel and Hamas in Gaza, the strained relations that it's caused between Israel and the Saudis, Jordanians, and Emiratis, the fear of escalation in the West Bank and elsewhere, and the specter of continued Houthi piracy in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, and continued missile attacks on Israel, the future of the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor is now uncertain. And in order to defend it, the U.S. Navy will be likely to come down hard on Houthi piracy in the region in the future. Former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, James Stavridis, even further suggested on the 22nd of November that it be made painfully painfully clear to Iran that if they continue supporting Houthi piracy in the region, American maritime operations could equally threaten Iran's own critical offshore oil and gas platforms that are in the Persian Gulf and their own shipping lanes through the narrow Strait of Hormuz. And hence, why one of the American carrier strike groups has relocated from the eastern Mediterranean near Israel to move immediately adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz off Iran's southern coast. The Houthis made a move on the board. The United States responded with a move on their own, and more may follow. Moving to the north, there is Iran's bishop, the Bashar al-Assad regime in Syria. The Syrian government is the most militantly opposed to Israel's existence that remains in the Arab world, and they've continually remained officially at war with Israel ever since Israel's declaration of independence back in 1948. Their armies have clashed multiple times all throughout history, and ever since 1967, Israel has occupied the strategic plateau of the Golan Heights, a geographic area of high ground looking directly into the lower elevated areas of northern Israel proper, that most of the world recognizes as Israeli-occupied territory of Syria. Syria has continued to maintain its own claim to the Golan Heights ever since they lost it in 1967. But despite that, and despite their continued official state of war with Israel, the Assad regime in Syria is in no possible place to do anything against Israel right now during the war in Gaza, because of their own continuing brutal civil war. Ever since 2012, when the fires of all-out civil war first erupted in Syria, more than 600,000 people in the country have been killed, while more than 6.5 million more people have fled the country, likely making it the single deadliest war ever fought entirely in the 21st century. In order to stay in power for all these years, the Assad regime has expended absolutely enormous amounts of both resources and lives. And it still isn't over either. The Assad regime continues to only control about 63% of Syria's internationally recognized territory, with significant other sections under the control of Kurdish militias in the northeast, the Turkish armed forces occupation of strips in the north, a pocket of Sunni Islamists in the northwest, continued pockets of ISIS forces in the interior, an American occupation in the south, and the Israeli occupation of the Golan Heights. Assad Syria still has a lot on their plate left to deal with, especially as one of their biggest supporters, the Russians, have largely pulled most of their military assets out of the country and threw them into their own ongoing invasion of Ukraine and Europe. The civil war in Syria has largely entered into a stalemate by this point, and has become a fairly low-level conflict that's absent of any heavy fighting. Bashar al-Assad's grip over the territory that he does directly control has remained stable for a few years now, and there are some who suggested that the Syrian civil war has become a frozen conflict. But if Assad decided to gamble to regain Syria's control over the Golan Heights and attack the Israelis right now, while they're distracted by a war in Gaza, there is the chance he would take that the various rebel forces who are still alive and well in Syria might seize upon their own opportunity and renew their offensives against him, while he's distracted by the new war that he just started with Israel. And that has the possibility to completely undo the stable but fragile situation in Syria that he finally achieved after a decade of war and hundreds of thousands of lives and the overwhelming support of his Russian allies. Allies who probably won't come to his help again to the same scale that they did last time because, unlike the last time, they're fighting their own colossal war of conquest in Ukraine and have other priorities to deal with. For those reasons, Bashar al-Assad himself will be very likely to keep the Syrian army from attacking the Israelis directly. And even if he was thinking about intervening, the Israelis already